What's going on, Conscious Crew? It is your host, Davion. This is a hell of a late show and definitely another improv-ass show, okay? If you're new here, subscribe. Thumbs up to everybody in the building because thumbs upping helps with algorithm and it helps YouTube to send out the content and the channel and recommend it to all other YouTube patrons. Okay. We also don't mind free full promotion wherever the hell you copy, share, and paste the link at. So big bitches need love. You're plenty of fish. Jack, BGC, Grindr, Christian Mingle, Facebook, Snapchat, MySpace, Yo Space, Our Space. I really don't give a damn. Okay. Wherever you want to share, wherever your communities are relevant, that's where you put the motherfucking link. Okay. Now, I got my partner in crime here, Reckless Logic. You guys have seen him on the panel before, on the show before, on the platform before. Okay. He's going to be coming in and we're going to be discussing the residual effects of Dave Chappelle's The Closer. I know you guys are probably saying, there's more to still talk about. Oh, yes, there's layers upon layers upon layers, honey. You know, situations give birth to other situations that give birth to other situations that give birth to other situations. Okay, so we're gonna be getting into a little bit of that. Before we get into the meat and potatoes, we did 2 Men and a Lady. Shout out to my co-host Katie Talk 101 and the Wiley Show. You guys go over to the Wiley Show. I posted the link on my community wall. We had a very interesting show tonight, baby. It was very, very interesting, very controversial show, I would even say. Very controversial show because it was an interesting show tonight. So you guys make sure that you check out the latest episode of 2 Men and a Lady. Honey, we gave y'all a midnight, late night special, baby. And we definitely made it worth your wait, honey. We had it going on the panel tonight. Okay. I think that's about it. So let me go ahead and play this commercial, and then we're going to get into our commentary for this morning, tonight, this evening, whatever. Okay. Be right back.
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, Reckless Logic.
Hey, how are you?
I am dope. How are thou?
I'm doing all right. A little tired, but I'll be all right.
Let me put my headphones in so I can, because I got this fan blowing on me, honey, to keep these curls curled. Let me say hello to everybody in the chat, baby. Okay. Hold on, let me speak to everybody. What's going on, Janika? Hey, boo. Yes, it's a super, super, super late night discussion. Hey, just be real. You know we vampires over here. Y'all know we don't sleep. We are immortal, honey, okay? Immortal, okay? What's going on, Tervavia? What's going on, love? Hey, Lynn. What's going on, Catch It? Hey, Gayla. What's going on, Reese? Hey, everybody. Hey, Ray. So... we're here. I feel like I wanted to say something. Oh, somebody said something about their hair is sitting. Y'all, this hair is now like 7 hours old. this is what I love about kinky straight hair, textured hair, our textured hair. Our textured hair, 3C, 4C hair, it holds curls beautifully. So the weaves that make sense for African American textured hair would be that good old yaki, that good old coarse yaki, that good old straight yaki, that good old kinky straight. Like, I live for textured bundles, baby, okay? Because I like waves and curls and things, all that good. But that ain't what we're here to discuss, honey, okay? I feel like I'm leaving something really important out. Oh, before we get into this discussion too, there's an interview that I did with Prophet Daniel Stevens. That is a pre-recorded upload, so you guys will be catching that tomorrow night. So that is we had a great conversation about spirituality, sin, other religions, and he has this amazing project out called Group Therapy, where he brought a bunch of people from a bunch of different walks of life together to really talk about God, to talk about atheism. It's really amazing. So tune in tomorrow at about 9:30, 10 o'clock, because we're going to be getting into those tunes. Okay, now, Reckless, how you doing?
I'm doing all right. I'm doing okay.
Hey, Infinity. Oh, I also want to shout out my Cash Appers and my PayPalers. Thank you guys so much. I will shout you out by name in my next live, but thank you guys so much for those of you who donated to the PayPal and to the Cash App. These last few lives we've had have been off the goddamn chain. Off the chain, okay? Off the chain, baby. So shout out to everybody who's been coming through. These panel discussions have been really amazing and very fulfilling as well. And also shout out to Crystal Wilson. Hey, Crystal Wilson, what's going on? Shout out to Tanya TKO, okay? Check her out. She made contact with me about the Kevin Samuels audio. I hear feedback.
That's me.
Reckless, yeah, it's coming from your end.
I'll mute myself.
Am I playing in the background or something? No. Okay. Shout out to Tanya TKO. She's an amazing content creator. She had also did coverage regarding the Kevin Samuels debauchery, honey. Okay, and so I had slid her over that commentary, that audio clip, that soundbite in the DM. So I will post her video as well in the community wall. So make sure that you guys are looking for that, honey. She is amazing, and her commentary had me dead to the damn ground. Okay, dead to the ground. I think that's it for church announcements. I think we can go ahead and proceed into this. It's late, y'all, so I'm probably gonna be like a dizzy mess. Reckless, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so first thing I want to say is I don't know how you feel, but after tonight's 2 Men and a Lady, coupled with the controversy around Dave Chappelle's comedy special, I have come to realize I am absolutely over outrage culture and cancel culture. Not necessarily the cancel part, but I'm over outrage culture. Like, literally, this Dave Chappelle controversy has worn me thin, baby. Okay? And I ain't talking about your mama's edges. But have worn me thin. I don't know whether I'm just growing up. I don't know whether it's something about being 35. I don't know what it is, but something has made me very lucid, and I have come to realize almost how irrational outrage culture is. And I think what it is, what outrage culture is missing. Hey, Barbie, what's going on, Barbie Tina? Hey, Hot Spicy, what's going on, you guys? What's missing, and maybe you can tell me if you agree, Reckless, what's missing from outrage culture is emotional intelligence. I cannot do the lack of emotional intelligence. It's the sheer drive forward off just pure emotion with no rationale, no care for facts, no care for information, no care for context, just all emotion based. This is what I call toxic femininity shit. It's emotions without a mind. And that is why I'm so irritated with outrage culture. And I did not realize really how outrageous outrage culture was until the Dave Chappelle drama. And it's really shocking to me how it's shocking to me. But before we get into Dave Chappelle, hey Doris, how do you feel about outrage culture? Like this culture that's just so reactionary, like this reactionary based culture, like just because you find something, just because you can get in your feelings and then your feelings should become somehow an actual weapon, or your feelings should become politicized, or your feelings should, like, what is your relationship to this reactionary culture?
I would say it's a blessing and a curse. I will say that. A blessing because now I would say we're able to see, because of social media, that one of the luxuries and benefits of social media, we're able to see the outrage on things that we probably should see outrage, like outrageous thing, like, outrage on, like racism and all the other stuff. But however, I do believe that we have reached a part or a point where it's probably a little bit too excessive. It's too excessive. And keep in mind too, in media, that's the whole point of media, is to get an outrage, is to have an emotion, make people move. That's really the whole point of media. So, and I'm not gonna lie, sometimes I have been a part of it as well. But I think at some point you have to be able to realize that, okay, my piece comes first. As if sometimes, I'm gonna be honest with you, sometimes I don't look at certain things because I don't want to take my mind there or end up in that spot. So I think we have to find like a healthy balance.
That's what but balance would be nice. When I think of media, I don't think of emotions, I think of information. And I wish that it was more centered around information. And I wish that we would also develop like emotional intelligence so that we can vet the facts properly and not use our feelings to sometimes determine the facts, to ignore the facts, or to create the facts. Like, it's just wild as fuck to me. Nonetheless, I guess that actually brings us right into this commentary tonight. So, as a result of the controversy around Dave Chappelle, of course, this has created dialogue amongst the heterosexual community, along with the LGBT community, along with the mayonnaise section of the LGBT community, and the black section of the LGBT community. Now, Ashlee Preston, you guys make sure to follow her on Instagram. She ended up having a panel discussion that involved, let me see if I can share. Let me see if I can insert their pictures really quick. There's something. Child, can you believe somebody was in the comment section really trying to get my attention on Two Men and a Lady, talking about me calling pale people, mayonnaise people, was being racist. I was like, are you okay? Really? Really? Like, if mayonnaise people feelings can be hurt because I'm calling them mayonnaise, I mean, imagine how much my feelings are hurt by being born into a racist ass system that doesn't want to repent, acknowledge, or even properly reconcile the issue, which could start with those beautiful reparations that were once a discussion. But I guess fuck our feelings, right? Let's just soothe over Mayonnaise America because their feelings are so significant.
Well, I'm gonna be honest with you. I try to stay away from conversations like this because I be trying to stay on the cool and clear. But another word is cum cricket.
Of is what?
Some cricket.
I can't.
That's what I seen.
I think we look way too small on this. Okay, I don't even know where the hell you are on this one. Okay. Well, temporarily, this would be Ashlee. Can I blow this up? Ashlee, Flame Monroe, Hope Giselle, T.S. Madison. Okay. Now on this live, honey. Hold on, let me blow us back up. I can't stand, this is random, I can't stand when people have their screens like this on StreamYard. I'm just like, because you're already looking at the screen on your phone. And then you're going to shrink the image even smaller once you in here, I guess for the sake of like some type of visual or aesthetic. I'm just like, bitch, blow this shit up, okay? Just like this, just blow it on up. Nobody gives a damn. Anyway, so Ashlee Preston had a live, and Hope Giselle, a Black trans woman who's also an activist, joined the live along with social media mogul and influencer T.S. Madison, our baby mother, and comedian Flame Monroe. They all jumped up on the live. Things got really interesting. Now, this was a 4 or 5 hour motherfucking live, baby, and they had it going on, honey. At one point, Hope Giselle and Flame, Hope Giselle had to gather Flame Monroe up into a tight ponytail real quick and get her right on together with a double rubber band on the bike, honey. Okay. It was just interesting. So
she gathered that helpful.
So just to give a little bit of context, the conversation kind of went wrong because Flame Monroe basically was, well, first of all, I thought Flame Monroe actually was disrespectful toward Hope. When Flame Monroe literally said to Hope Giselle that you look like a woman, but you act like a nigga, I was like, I don't know what you thought was not going to happen other than
she was going to gather.
Other than her monkey stumping you up and through. But I don't know what else was supposed to happen other than her ostrich back kicking your ass into next week. What I don't know if you thought she was just gonna start combing her hair and just wave a white flag, baby. But it seemed to me that Flame was looking for an ass whipping, and that's exactly what the hell she got.
I was living, bitch.
So, what did you think about? Yeah, what did you think?
I think that Flame most definitely has a lot to learn because she is from a different era than I would say our newer generation of LGBT. As in, a lot of things they allowed to happen to a certain extent. So yes, we did end up having movements. Yes, we end up having, a lot of things happen. But however, the whole point of it is something that you said earlier in a whole different conversation, is to take that and expand on it. Don't just stay in that one spot. And I think that's the thing that Flame is not really grasping. And she has a lot to learn. And also, I think that with Flame,
I think Flame might disagree that she's the one that has a lot to learn.
Yeah, well, the whole thing about it, we didn't ask her what the hell she thought. She has a lot to learn because it's a lot of hypocrisies and inconsistencies when she speaks, because I'm gonna get into that a little later once we actually get into it, but it's a lot of hypocrisies and inconsistencies when she speaks, because she tells Hope to do a certain thing, but then yet she allows.
Okay, so what's that certain thing? Like, you can kind of get a little bit more detail, because it's probably people here who don't really know who these people are, maybe, or even what really goes on. So you can, like, get into the literal.
All right, so one of the things that I noticed is that she says the whole thing about the respectability politics, as in, if we have 3 level-headed trans women and go up there and go to the Breakfast Club, then, we can have a conversation. And then Hope was like, first off, and keep in mind too, before Flame even said all of that, Flame was calling Hope an angry black woman. That's basically what the narrative she was going, because when Hope speaks, which is something that I love about Hope, you hear the passion.
It's with passion. Mm-hmm.
It's with passion. And the thing is too, I hate when people try to weaponize passion, because guess what? You can have passion in your voice, because that lets me know you care about and you mean what you say. And the whole thing with Flame is that she was trying to weaponize that, saying that, if we come over there with 3 level-headed trans women, then we can have a certain conversation and we can get further. But Hope and Ashlee both brought up, and T.S. Madison, what about Janet Mock? Janet Mock didn't come with that quote-unquote passion. She came in more in like a political stance and very political stance. She wasn't cussing. She wasn't
nice, and she was feminine, and she was palatable, and she was warm and inviting.
Yes.
And which I just want to add, which I thought was ironic, because that's exactly what a huge chunk of the queer community calls Flame out for. Is you want to be liquefied nut instead of that thick, gushy, snotty nut, for the sake of cis hetero acceptance. And people like Hope and others are saying that while that's cool, and of course we got to talk and come and be adult and reason together, our pain and trauma and frustration is also a part of the information. It's a part of what needs to be communicated. Because these people, because the dominant society already wants to play down just how bad and how traumatizing and how violent spiritually, emotionally, and physically life can be for queer people. And then when we come prissy and palatable and cute, we almost indirectly reinforce a passivity from the dominant society, who already struggles to really empathize and understand the level of abuse psychologically, etc., that goes on with queer people.
Gonna preach, bitch, preach.
But go ahead.
So yes, she's sitting there talking about we have the very political, but forgetting that you had Janet Mock, who was the manifestation of everything that she wanted and preached about on that live. But forget that the following day, they had Little Duval on the Breakfast Club saying very much transphobic remarks. And so the thing was, then the narrative switched. She was like, what the Breakfast Club gives. And so Hope chimed in, so which one is it? Do you want me to come with force? Or do you want me to be all polite and politically correct? Which one do you want? And then the thing I liked about Hope is that she made the comparison. Oh, Janique. Okay, I'm not figuring into that. But the thing is that
I'm gonna drop the link. But anybody who's got something to say.
But I'm gonna say this is that the thing I liked about Hope is that she made the comparison. She was like, do you think if we had fucking Martin Luther King as our only black civil rights leader, you think we'll be anywhere? No, because sometimes you have to go upside a bitch head. Sometimes your ass got to put your foot in a bitch ass, because sometimes that's the only language that pussy ass Hope understand. Like, and the thing is about it, the people always think, you should do it this way. You should do it that way. No, bitch, what the fuck you need to be doing? I'm sorry, y'all. I've been waiting to get this hoe. What the fuck you need to be doing is telling Lil Boosie that. What the fuck you need to be doing is telling all them homeboys and homegirls that you have that. That's what you need to be doing.
Hi, Leonard.
What's going on?
Ain't nothing going on but the rent this time of morning.
Oh, Jesus, you reminded me.
We just up here catting around. I was letting I don't know if you know how much it was.
Wait. That one made me spit out my beer. Remind me for the rent. Do you know it's a week left of this month?
Hey, it's time for Google AdSense to push through. Google AdSense push through, burger. But so with that being said, because of course, Leonard, I want you to chime in as well. We're just trying to set up the picture for what took place on this epic ass 4-hour long live on Ashlee Preston's panel. But to that point is, I think it's really narcissistic sometimes when people use that whole like tone down, calm, like that whole like be soft with your pain. It's really just deflective as fuck. Like, I kind of forgot where I was going with that, but it's deflective. It's deflective as fuck. And and it's funny at how people are so emotionally frigid and so egoic that motherfuckers be conflating passion for hostility. Just because I'm in my feelings doesn't mean that they are to be interpreted as a weapon against you. Just because I am emotionally present in what I'm also able to articulate, even being emotional. Because if you're going to ask people who are marginalized and disenfranchised and who have a story to tell to sit down, why the fuck should you expect anything less than their emotions to also be connected to their plight and to their posture and to their position? So I just think it's weird that when queer people or even us as Black people go to speak about our experience of the system, our experience of racism, or our experience of homophobia or transphobia, that we have to do that in a way that's dainty as fuck. And if we were to, to rev up a little bit, that it would be seen as problematic, or be seen as blaming or being effeminate about it, or like, it's just like, what are you talking about? Black people have every right to attach emotions behind their sentiments. As long as your emotions ain't keeping you from being able to be clear and to be articulate, be emotional alongside it. Like, that's perfectly fucking fine. So I just think it's really interesting. And maybe the reason why Flame has a hard time connecting emotionally to people like Hope Giselle is because even though Flame in some ways look like a woman, she herself acts like a nigga. And that's also the hypocrisy of it all. You literally brand yourself as he and she, and you calling another bitch out for looking like a woman but acting like a nigga, which is exactly your whole identity. That's your trinity. He, she, and fucking we. So how are you saying that Hope Giselle can't make it in spaces looking like a bitch but acting like a nigga, when you've made it into all of those spaces looking like a bitch and acting like a hard-boiled nigga with a 15-inch foot? Like, what are you fucking talking about?
The inconsistencies, like I said.
The hypocrisy of our fucking democracy. Leonard, is there anything that you want to jump in and say? Because Reckless has a lot more to say.
Well, okay. Now, I saw something on my Facebook page. It's a friend of mine. She posted it on there, right? About the movie Halloween. how you got the doggone cancel crew talking about Michael Myers is homophobic due to the same-sex couple that were killed in the movie.
Oh,
right.
Well, you know, the same thing might be said for this new age Pennywise, Leonard. Because did you see the movie The It or the remake? Because he killed a queer couple in the beginning of the movie too.
Yeah. Yeah. Now I didn't see that one. But the thing that gets me is this: it's like, okay, it's a fictional character, and if anybody's been following the Halloween series since it was in the movie theaters in '78, they know that anybody that has a speaking role in the movie ends up getting killed, except Jamie Lee Curtis. I mean, come on. I mean, let's be reasonable about this, because you know the next thing's going to happen if they got some type of retro TV show, right? There was a movie that was made in 1972 called Blackula. Okay, the first black Dracula.
Mm-hmm.
The first two people that were killed in that movie were a same-sex couple. This is in 1972, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's going to be the next flag being, oh no, see? I'm like, look, okay. Now,
I wouldn't be surprised if they make Michael Myers pansexual in the next Halloween installment.
Because I'm sitting here like, okay, some things are genuinely, yeah, you got the right to be upset, but
some things are a fucking reach,
right? Some in you know, yeah, some in the alternative lifestyle community, because I can't remember all them damn letters. You know, that I'd be like, it's another letter added to it. Though, damn. What does the arrow up mean? You know,
just say
be
the happy
tripping me
people.
out. So
the happy people.
I just call it the alternative lifestyle. That makes it simple for my
word lifestyle. I hate it.
Okay, well, but
I get it. I do get it, but I fucking hate that lifestyle word.
But it makes it makes it simple for my simple ass, because I'm a simple ass man.
I understand.
Okay, now you know, because I tell people straight up, I'm gonna give you the truth as I see it, because I'm simple, you know. But that's gonna be the next thing. It's like, okay, so I mean, what's next on the agenda now? Say if the Afghanistan war was still going on. Now, in the military, you know, they allow same-sex marriages and this and that. You had Al Qaeda, they do a doggone attack, and you know, someone alternative is killed. So what does that mean? Oh, Al Qaeda is now homophobic? No, it don't. It's people get killed. Things happen. Now, if you want to deal with it, some things are blatantly wrong the way some people are treated. Blatantly wrong. Now, you know, no, everybody should be treated with doggone dignity as a human being. But this is I'm taking my ball and going home because I'm not winning the game type bullshit. That's how I'm seeing it. You know what I mean? Let me ask you
this question, and I'm glad that we got Monica. First of all, Monica, can you change that goddamn avatar? Because you two might get interesting about that goddamn avatar you got up there. Okay.
Yeah, I'm just letting you know, Conch, I ain't playing. That's mine, Conch. That's mine.
Child, we already know. As soon as we see Monica, we think a gun. Believe me. Okay.
Yeah, that's mine. That's mine in the picture. That ain't no.
But I'm glad.
I'm gonna change it though. I'm
glad you up here because
I ain't playing.
I'm glad you up here because you are a trans woman, and I want to get your opinion. Yeah, change it for me, boo. It'll
Okay.
Okay. So before I get to you, Monica, I want to ask you, Leonard, do you know who Flame Monroe is? Do you know who Hope Giselle is?
I know who Flame. Oh, I love Hope Giselle. She be going off.
Okay. Did you see the live that I'm talking about at all?
I saw a little glimpse of it. I didn't see all of it, but I did see a little glimpse, a little bits and pieces of it.
Okay. Well, so with you just knowing basically how Hope Giselle is and you knowing how Flame is, What do you think about these two trans women and their approach about
Well, first of all, I wouldn't
life
call
and the issue?
Flame a trans woman. I don't know what the hell Flame is. I don't know what he, she, they, whatever the hell whatever is. I don't know. I don't look
because she does consider herself a trans woman too somehow.
Wait a minute.
That's my fellow trans sister.
Not to cut you off. Now I know who you talking about. That was on the Breakfast Club.
Yeah,
the one that they be the one that be waving the fan and shit.
The one who be wearing the church mother wigs. Yes.
And be
the one that kind of reminds you of
always popping the fan open. Yeah, the one that said the one that they said that they identified. They got all the physical attributes of a woman, but they don't date women. They don't date. Okay, let me get it together.
Hold on. So let me tell you why we all confused. Cause I never thought in my life that I could end up confused, but it is literally confusionist. So on this current Breakfast Club, Flame Monroe said that she got her a little young male tenderoni, and Charlamagne the God was just like, "Hold on, bitch! I thought you date masculine bulldaggers or masculine women. I thought you were
right.
So, okay, so I thought, and Flaming Roach is like, I ain't never said that. So I thought maybe Charlamagne just had really got it wrong. But then I end up watching the Breakfast Club episode where that conversation took place, and Flame did say exclusively that she has a whole woman that studs all her thing and blah, 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 blah. And I was kind of like, okay. And then, and maybe Monica, this way you can correct me at. Now, I'm also confused about the term trans, because I thought individuals who identify as trans are identifying and talking about an exclusive attitude toward the sex they identify as. But we have somebody who considers themselves a he and a she and a we. I'm confused about
get that non-binary mess. See, when you're trans, you only transition to a male or female. Now, I'm not discriminatory towards the non-binaries, but this non-binary stuff is really messing everything up. I mean, transgender people exist. It has been proven by science. And like, people want to talk about, well, I want to identify as a car or a rocket ship. None of that has been proven by science. You want to transition to a male or female has been proven by science. But this dumb shit that people like to say, oh, well, I want to identify as a unicorn or an ice cream cone or a fire hydrant. Ain't none of that shit been proven by science. But male to female,
you're right, because
male to female has been proven by science.
Well, here's my thing.
You're right, because I'm a super duper Budweiser drinker. I'm drinking Budweiser right now, and I could identify as a Budweiser can because I love it so much.
Okay, calm down. Okay, so
I'm calming down.
but here's the thing. Non-gender conforming, non-binary are real things, but my confusion is, if you are trans, I don't know how you can still identify with the he or the that's the part. It's like he, she, we, but I'm a trans woman.
I think for Flame, and this is me trying to make things make sense for me. I think with Flame is that's her brand. As in, yes, like she doesn't care as in what her pronouns are, because like she said in the video, she don't care about pronouns, she don't care about all those other things. But I think that
but that's another weird thing. You don't care about the pronouns, but you go by trans woman. Like it's like she's saying everything, but don't want to identify with anything, and it's leaving everybody to be like, I don't even know how to put this together, because your pendulum swings from using all the terminology to identify yourself, but then also wanting to be completely disassociated from all of the terminology because you don't care about the pronouns and the language or
Yeah, I'm thrown for a loop. I don't get it all because see, I thought that if someone was trans, I thought that meant that you got whatever type of operations or whatever you had to have, and you transformed into the sex of your not the sex, the gender of your choice. That's what I thought.
But now
Like I said, I'm not really familiar with this. That's the reason I tune in on a lot of
the surgery. Not all trans got to see. I love my dick. I don't really want to get surgery. It's been a point where I did, but I love it. It's just so magnificent. So
see that's the reason. It's like I chime in on many YouTube channels,
but I still identify as a female though.
Yeah, I chime in on many YouTube channels so I can get educated on what's really happening because I don't know what's going on, and the best way to find out what's going on is to go to the source. Because I know a lot of heterosexual people that, man, you know how they get. I'm like, well, how else are you gonna learn if you don't go to the source?
Yeah, because I want to understand
about our experience of life. They don't want to come talk to us about our experiences.
I want to welcome Lush to the panel as well. Hi, Lush.
Hey, babe.
How you doing?
I'm good. You?
I'm great. What's going on?
I just wanted to make a quick point as far as like, with Flame, being free as to what you can call him, he, she, or what have you. Like, I kind of feel like, isn't that kind of what Caitlyn did? Because, he went through all that to become a trans woman, but yet still claims that he's attracted to women, And it's like, so.
Well, that don't have nothing to do with sexuality.
Is there anybody that can,
I'm telling you, transgenderism has nothing to do with sexuality. Who you are attracted to and sleeping with has nothing to do with what you identify as. Like me, I like both. I like men mostly, light-skinned mixed and white men mostly. But I go for a female too. I like me a piece of pussy too.
Okay.
But it has nothing to do with sexuality at all. Those it's trans women who are attracted to nothing but women, who have kids with women, who impregnate them and all that, who build families with women. It's trans men who like men, and they can get pregnant by the man, and start families with a man, they identify as gay or whatever the case may be. It has nothing
because that's one of the things that I found interesting about like what we have learned about transgenderism is that gender identity is completely separate from orientation. So you can have a biological woman transition into a male but still retain his initial orientation. Like his orientation isn't impacted by
right. And so that's what I'm saying. That's
gender
why
identity.
Like me, if I wanted to have a baby,
care what you call him or she or because he feels like or she feels like he's all of that in one. So whatever makes you comfortable with whatever you want to call him.
Yeah, like if I wanted to have a baby,
kind of the old school way.
I can go impregnate a trans man, or I can go impregnate a woman, and still have a baby. And have a family,
Right.
Well,
it has nothing to do with sexuality at all. The people get it mixed up.
Right. Okay. So which letter does that identify? Like, what letter is that in the identification alphabet for you all?
See, the interesting question about that. Well, I'm gonna let others go. Can somebody?
Okay.
Somebody can.
I want to explain all of the things first, and then I'm gonna jump back to your question.
Take us away.
Okay.
All right. So sexuality, sexual orientation. Think of it as your heart. Who are you attracted to? Who gets your rocks off? What are you attracted to? Think of it as your heart. Your sex, as in your sexual anatomy. What are the sexual organs that are associated with your sex? That it could be, you could be male, which you have a male sexual anatomy, female sexual anatomy. Think of your identity. Think of it as your brain. How do you present yourself? How do you walk through everyday life? That's what your gender is. That has nothing to do with your sex, because guess what? When you walk through everyday life with clothes on, people don't look at your private parts. Think of your expression. Expression has to do with masculine or feminine, or however you can be androgynous. Those are the energies that you go by. So that's a little explanation. Now, what was your question again? One more time for me.
Is where would flame fall on the acronym? He, she, we.
Gender fluid. I'm putting as gender fluid.
LG. Okay. So G can stand for.
It's the non-binary. So non-binary.
Non-binary, non-gender conforming.
Yeah. Non-gender conforming. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
It's a plus, which is the reason why that plus exists, because we find out more things. Everybody's experience is different.
Okay, just so that I'm completely correct, is it possible you can just go down each list and give me a quick definition of what
the acronym stands for?
Yeah, please. Yeah, because I never had anyone to really explain it to me from your community.
First of all, Lush,
I had to Google it, or you know what I'm saying.
First of all, Lush, I want to say, Lush, I really appreciate you actually asking questions. That is really amazing. For one, that you're asking questions. Are you a biological heterosexual woman?
I am.
Okay, yeah. So that's amazing. I feel like I would love to see more of heterosexual people do this, seek information, talk to queer people,
it's all about conversation.
Right. That's the reason I'm here. I'm trying to get understanding and information.
And some of us trying to get into it, and we own the damn acronym, so I understand. I want to,
we're not going to attack. You just come ask questions, and if you don't know nothing, just come ask. Don't think you know everything and try to make your own assumptions about stuff. You ain't educated about it. Just come ask a question. Come talk to us about it.
That's the thing. That's why I do what I do. I'm a heterosexual man. I don't know nothing about nothing. And I be hearing all these different things. And I'm like, you know what? I'm hearing them from heterosexual people.
All you know is
the probability of it being wrong is high. So the probability of it being wrong is high. So let me ask the people in the community and get the truth, the real information.
Oh, you got to go, Monica?
Yeah, if you need me on longer, I can stay a little bit.
I mean, it's up to you. I mean, if you gotta go. If you can come back, that's cool too. We probably gonna be here for a cute little second.
Okay. Well, I gotta go right now. I gotta get some sleep.
I'm okay.
All right, but love you.
Boo. Love you too.
All right, bye.
A reckless logic. Could you go ahead and kind of maybe run down the acronym and?
Alrighty. What I see here.
Everybody get your pen. Everybody get your pen and your paper out, honey. We about to go through the acronym.
It's a plus at the end. Okay, so we have L, of course, lesbian. You have G, gay.
Hold on now. Don't go too fast. Fast.
Okay, got you. So lesbians. That's for gay women. Now you have two different types of lesbians. You have the stud, which is a masculine or butch lesbians, but you also have the more feminine lesbian, which also that could be, it's an old term I heard, it's like a lipstick lesbian. So
and you have the androgynous lesbian who
and the androgynous lesbian. Okay, there we go. Now we have gay, that particularly in the LGBT plus that would go more for gay men. Now you have the masculine gay man, and then you have the feminine gay man, and also you have the androgynous gay man. Alrighty? Now, bisexual, that goes for men or women. But however, their sexuality has to be attracted to both sexes. They have to be attracted to both men and women. Alrighty, now we have two T's coming out. Alrighty. First one is transgender. The second one is transsexual. Alrighty. Transgender, a person whose gender identity differs from their assigned sex at birth. That's transgender. Now I'm gonna go to transsexual. I'm gonna talk about the two. Now transsexual. Come back up. an outdated term that originated in the medical and psychological community for people who have permanently changed their gender identity through surgery and hormones. So, the way that I'm looking at it, the way I can basically break this down, transgender is like pre-op, which means that before you have the surgery, or if you ever have the surgery. Transsexual, because keep in mind, I said transgender is how you present yourself. Transsex, which is the sexual anatomy in between your legs or what you usually have sex with, mainly, that's after you have that surgery. Okay, that's the way I'm breaking it down now.
So you explaining this shit like it's the pep smear or some shit.
Period, bitch. All right, so now we have queer. Now queer. Okay, so all my black people, queer. Think of queer as a way to say, we have the black community, but within the black community, you have Jamaicans.
You think of queer as a fucking umbrella term for everybody. It can apply to
question.
Okay, whoever got this ratchet ass music on in the background, Marvin, is that you?
No, it ain't me. I'm in the bathroom.
Okay. Can you? Okay, because I heard some ratchet ass, like the niggas getting free after 11 ass. Huh?
And that sounds like a vacuum cleaner to me. I hear it too. It sounds like a vacuum.
No.
Yeah, it sounds like a vacuum, and I don't know who it is.
Okay, well, it's probably my fan, but because I'm the host, I get away with background. No. That's pretty.
Okay, I was like, it ain't me though.
Okay. Well, go ahead. Hold on. Is it safe to say that the term queer can be like an umbrella term instead of saying LGBTQIA? Queer really encompasses everybody.
Yes. But also,
what does queer mean? I need an understanding of queer. I never understood.
Okay.
Yeah, because I feel like a lot of people got queer and gay mixed up.
Hold on for a second. Marvin, is your asshole open over a toilet? Like, are we on speaker? Are we on
shit? I can't lie. I'm taking. No.
How did I know that? I know you black. I know you black men so well. I know when y'all draws down. I know when y'all asshole is open. I know y'all niggas like the back of my hand. How did I know that?
I was thinking that too.
I'm taking a shit and I got my AirPod Pros on.
See, I am proving my psychic abilities to my followers right now.
I was thinking that too, bitch.
Okay. Well, it's hard to hear you. It's hard to hear you when you speak because your voice is bouncing off the hollowness of the room.
Okay, I'll be on mute then, and then I'll just hear you guys.
Okay, talk to us when your asshole is closed and your jaws are up. Okay. Now, where were we? Who was?
Okay, so yes, queer is an umbrella term because keep in mind within the LGBT does not always mean sexuality. Because remember, you have transgenders, transsexuals, all of those different other aspects of the community. So queer is a way to be able to wrap it all up. But here's the thing about queer though. Queer was a term that was used that was like real derogatory. So you know how the people used to call us niggers. I hate to use that term. But yeah, so it was a very derogatory term. But however, it's one of the ways that queer people took the power back from the word. Now,
kind of like the term bitch or the term or you said nigger, bitch. We reclaimed our time.
Yes. So the reason why I'm telling you this because I've seen people when straight people actually say queer, but they don't mean no harm by it. Some queer people don't like the term, so just be prepared. If you use it, they may say that, and you'll be like, "Okay, my bad." LGBT.
Now, I love the term personally. I use it. I love it. It reduces me saying LGBT, FYZ. I just queer.
Shit, I just say LGBT plus.
See,
come on, yes, ma'am. All right, the next cue we have is questioning. Questioning, all that means is that a person is questioning and exploring their sexual.
They're curious. Another term that we've heard our whole life for questioning is bi-curious. Is also another questioning. So you're not sure. Now, but here's the thing I want to say about so-called questioning. If you are questioning, bitch, you like it both ways. Okay, because the only reason you're questioning is because somebody told you that it's wrong to feel that way. You're not really questioning what you clearly already are experiencing. You obviously know you are attracted to both sexes or to same gender or the opposite sex. You only question it because of some religious motivation or some respectability politic or some social rule. But if you're questioning, you're not really questioning your orientation. We don't question we experience our orientation. We don't question it. All the questions come in at because of all of the ways in which we're indoctrinated about orientation conflict us, but you're not ever really conflicted.
Preach, bitch, preach.
I just want
all righty. So now we have the I. That's intersex. Now, keep in mind, I'm about to use a derogatory term. Intersex used to go by the name of hermaphrodite. Those are individuals who either, it says individual whose sexual anatomy or chromosome do not fit with the traditional markers of female or male. So they can be intersex on a chromosome level. They can be intersex on the physical level, as in the body parts, or also to the hormone level. All righty, that's intersex. Now we have the A, ally.
If you want to hold on before you move on.
Yep.
When you think of intersex, think of my hair. The green is woman, but the shape up is all man, bitch. Okay, it's both handed, honey. My hair is both handed. It's both gendered. Okay, there are feminine aspects of my hair and there are masculine aspects of my hair, and they exist simultaneously. So intersex people, as Reckless says, can be intersex on a physiological level. They may have female hormones and a womb, but male genitalia, or the opposite. It's all types of variations of masculine attributes and feminine attributes that either exist on a physiological level or that can exist purely on a aesthetic, emotional, psyche, and androgyny and intersex on an aesthetic level really are synonymous to one another.
Come on, yes ma'am. Okay, yes ma'am. Alrighty, ally. Okay, if you are the straight individuals, biological individuals who stand behind us and who support us, and we support them. Those are allies. All right, the next A, we have asexual. Asexual are individuals who don't get sexually moved or motivated by either sex. So they're not sexually attracted to men, they're not sexually attracted to women. And those
here's my question. But do they still become sexual, or are they void of sexuality altogether? Do they just not have a desire to have sex at all? Or they just don't care whether it's men or women?
Okay, so I'm gonna say this because I do know somebody that's asexual in my life. From his experience, when I talk to him, this could be different for other people. But whenever I talk to him, he says that he has no problem doing it, but he doesn't want it. Like, he just do it for the other person, but he doesn't be like, oh, okay, let's have sex. He doesn't fiend for it or have that emotion. Or if he ever does, quote unquote, it's extremely rare. You get what I'm saying? So
that's that's crazy, because I've heard that was like a chemical problem. Like, I had a friend, her husband, he went and got testosterone shot, because he felt like, he just wasn't, satisfying her, or he just wasn't, getting aroused to the point where, he knew he didn't need Viagra, but he knew it was something going on. And, they claim after that, everything was straight. So, could it be bad?
I think that there's still a lot that we're discovering about asexuality, because I also know like a trans man who's also asexual. Now, he's attracted to women, but he's not attracted to sex. He
Gotcha.
likes, you know, he likes, I guess, sensual and affectionate things, but
Not-
not the sex, not penetration, not intercourse, but cuddling, maybe kissing. But I know also asexuality is like a spectrum. There are some asexual people who literally are disgusted even with affection, like no kissing, no hugging, no none of that. Their relationship, the romantic relationship that they're in, can exist on a purely emotional, mental, chemistry level. Think of Friends, like, but romantic, but
I get it.
friends. Ain't no fucking, ain't no none of that, but a romantic relationship. So asexual people are very interesting. I think it's obviously like levels to asexuality.
Right.
It's like being platonic.
Well, no, because even if you strip the sexual part, like there are people who are literally married who have a sexless marriage. There are people who maybe have a sexless marriage also due to maybe something happening to one of the spouses. Like now they have a disability that doesn't allow them to perform sex, but yet they're still in love. They're still that intimacy and that connection and that bond. The sex doesn't really determine whether it's romantic or not. The feelings and I guess the way you experience the other person really is what a relationship really comes down to.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
wouldn't
like,
that be synonymous? Wouldn't it be synonymous with a platonic relationship?
No, because it's certain thing. Well, no, because you probably don't have a romantic feelings, right, for your friends, do you? Like, I'm sure that you know the difference between the way you feel about your woman and the way you feel about your female friends. Like, there's a distinction, right? Like, even if y'all not having sex, there's still a distinction between
There's
you and your woman.
still love. There's still love, yes.
No, well, particular romantic love, not agape love, but particularly romantic
okay,
love.
I get you. Okay.
Kind of like if you have a crush on somebody, you haven't had sex with them yet, but you got all of the googly, butterfly-y, you got that feeling of intimate romantic love.
Yeah.
That's not stimulated
Having
like that
love
to your friends. Like, that's platonic shit. Like, but your romantic feeling is of a different frequency than your platonic feelings are. That's why our boos give us that butterfly feeling, or our spouses give us that butterfly feeling, but not necessarily our platonic friendships give us that particular vulnerable, stomach-raising feeling.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I got one more letter, and then that's gonna be good for today, bitch. I can go on and on. All right, the last
But we're gonna have
letter,
to piggyback too. But go ahead.
Yes. The last letter is P. That's pansexual.
Okay, now explain the difference between well, once you define pansexuality, explain the difference between bisexual and pansexual, if you even.
Okay. Pansexuals, you have the ability to fall in love, be sexually attracted to everybody within the spectrum, everybody within the community. Now, the difference between pansexual and bisexual, I would say it's more limits on bisexuality compared to pansexuality. With pansexuality, you have the ability to fall in love or be sexually attracted to trans individuals, non-conforming individuals, like everybody within that spectrum of the LGBT. Like that.
Okay, I kind of missed that, but did everybody else hear it or understand? Or
okay, so I'm gonna repeat
because I'm gonna tell you the way that I've always understood pansexual is pansexual. Hold on, let me. Marvin, hurry your ass up. Pansexual is so what? Okay, so this is the way it gets interesting. Kind of complex. We got to put on our PhD hats for this part. So bisexuality is an exclusive attraction to both sexes, but pansexuality is based upon chemistry, which means that while a bisexual person may only stay within the literal biological sexes, pansexual people can literally be with anybody in a sexual or romantic capacity based upon their chemistry with that person. That could be a trans man, trans woman, biological man, gay, straight, that they can be anywhere on the human spectrum, and they have no discrimination or barrier about who they can connect to in that way. Bisexual people may have different hangups. They may not date trans men or date trans women or date non-binary, but pansexual people can literally, they literally have access to the whole buffet because it's literally just based upon
chemistry.
That chemistry. If that chemistry is there, they can make it happen. They have no issues. They can. Now, is that kind of what the pan is? Okay.
Yep. All righty. So that was the end of it.
Okay. Now I want to dial back a little bit now because within some of those, say the L, while you do have the so-called butch lesbian, and you do have the so-called lipstick or feminine lesbian, the masculinity or femininity or the aesthetic doesn't necessarily also determine sexual position. So you can have a masculine stud who is actually the bottom in the relationship, and you can have a feminine lesbian who is the top in a relationship. The same thing for gay men. You can have a masculine gay man who's actually the bottom and the submissive one sexually in a relationship, and you can have a very effeminate gay male who's actually the top and the dominant one sexually.
I have a question. Okay, so since we're already here, do you want to explain genophilia and androphilia?
Oh, I love it. Now, before we get to that, remind me of to answer that, because yes, I do want to get to that. I love.
I have a question.
Okay, go ahead.
I can talk, or
yes, you can talk, and you sound better.
All right. About pansexual, it doesn't say a person. It says a thing. So it can be an object, right? As in an airplane or like a tree or some shit.
There have been people who claim to be in love with a roller coaster, with an object, with a car, who are marrying blow-up dolls. Yes, I guess.
They call that pansexual. Isn't that part of the pansexual thing? Of that sexuality, of that label?
If the definition says
it doesn't say person. It doesn't say person.
It don't say person. So yes, so I'm assuming then pansexuality can be inclusive of you being in love with your curtains and you having a sexual relationship with your printer or your computer chair. I've seen all that craziness too. Not crazy is crazy, but yeah.
Okay, I'm trying to educate you one time. You feel me? That one I know.
Yeah, I saw a special one time of this guy who was in love with this roller coaster in his this abandoned roller coaster in his city, and he would go and he would have dates with the roller coaster, and he would lay down and he would rub the rust, and he would claim to get sexually stimulated from rubbing the metal of the roller coaster, and that this roller coaster was his twin flame and soulmate. And I was just like,
yeah, it gets. I mean, shit. I guess so, man. It's a bunch of sexuality. It's like a lot that is like, shit. I can't even keep up. Shit, I just know it's the basic common ones. You know, bi, lesbian, and all of the others. That's the.
Look, these niggas will kill you overstepping on their Jordans. So they might be in a pansexual relationship to the Jordans on their feet.
Yeah, hey, that's funny. That's funny. That's funny.
They might be in a pansexual relationship to the chain around their neck. These niggas will kill you over that shit.
Yeah, vibes. Hey, that's how you made a joke out of that.
I'm just.
You're funny.
And it's crazy because it's like as crazy as that sounds, like how that sounds like okay, well, that person must have like some kind of mental instability. Like that's how a lot of heterosexual people look at homosexuality. Like something got to be wrong with them.
But
that
why
just can't
though?
be right. I don't understand it. I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's like.
I'm just like, what's it between men being sexually attracted? Because I'm always, for me, Lush, I'm always like, what's the difference? Like, if women find men attractive, it's that far-fetched to believe that men can also find men romantically and sexually attractive. I mean, men are sexually and romantically attractive to women, and the same thing for women. Like, if men can find women sexually attractive and romantically attractive, of course, women. Why would some women not be able to find women just as
right? I get that, but I think it's as
they
far
be acting
as
like we're attracted
levels.
to a whole nother being or a plant or some shit. It's like it's another human being.
Right. I think it's the other sexualities. Like I really feel like the biggest trigger for heterosexuals are the T's. Like. That's just something that they just can't seem to grasp or understand, or like how can you want to be something else? I could get the sexual part, but to want to, change your sex is like that. That's where a lot of people, kind of get lost.
But that's how I explained it in my last live. The way that I look at trans people is they have the software, they just don't have the hardware. So I made all the women in the chat imagine their breasts being removed. Imagine their genitalia being removed. Imagine them just being reduced to a skeletal. You would still have the essence of a woman, irregardless of you having those parts. And so I look at trans people as having the essence of male and female, but just trapped in a non-corresponding body. They don't have the hardware, but they do have the software. While biological men and women have both the software and have the hardware.
Gotcha.
So yeah, so then trans individuals tend to need to transition because now they want the hardware to match the software. They want so red is that considered sexually fluid? You can consider pansexuality to be on basically fluidity. I want to answer somebody else too before I get to the androphilia stuff. Is what Ray said about intimacy. We should not conflate. Let me ask the people on the panel: how do y'all differentiate intimacy from sex, or do y'all think that they're both the same thing?
I think it's the same thing.
Okay.
I think intimacy comes before and after sex. I think that's the part that, is without the sex. Sex is sex, Sex is penetration.
I say it's the same thing.
You seem like a freak, Lush. You seem like a freak. Damn.
I agree with Lush because I look at sex as sex, but I think intimacy is more of a connection. More of the either the things that's prepping you for sex, like kissing or like the holding each other, the hugging. That's what I look at intimacy as. I don't look at it as just sex or the sex at all. I think for me, I kind of do like just kind of separate the two.
Okay.
Right, because it leads to sex. You know what I'm saying? Because you can't just bust it open and then just expect it to be wet. Like, what you gonna do to get it there? That's the intimacy part, not just everybody don't want to, have to pull out no lube, So
plus
gonna get that spit ready.
and plus, keep in mind, I was gonna say with hookup culture, you have sex, but are you really are you having that level of intimacy?
I have a question.
Okay.
What about bestiality? And what about that? up in the category, up in the
Hell
LGBTQ.
no.
To the no. Now, you know what though?
Is that pansexual? Is that pansexual?
Yeah, well, I was just gonna say that, Marvin. According to your, like, you know, like what you read as a definition of pansexuality, I guess animals would not necessarily be off limits for some pansexual people. But I also think that pansexuality probably exists on a spectrum too. Like, I'm sure that there are some pansexual people who are not into everything, like who can't, but bestiality specifically also identifies people who specifically are oriented toward animals,
but
and non-human living things.
Because I'm not gonna lie, I was about to stop in your tracks. I was like, well, hold on now, don't go too deep into that, because girl, it takes the wrong person to come across this live when you were saying that part of it. You'll run with it.
Look, some people are just natural damn dummies, and they just gonna feel that damn way, and it just is what it is. But I wanted to also make a comment about intimacy versus sex. I think we live in a culture that's used to assigning intimacy to sex, but like you all said here, sex can just literally be a recreational experience, like puff puff, give my nut and goodbye. Like it doesn't even have to have any particular meaning. I think intimacy is determined by the level of vulnerability you show up in any experience with, which is why intimacy can be non-sexual. Intimacy right now could be me sharing parts of myself with you guys that are really meaningful and deep to me, that are really sacred and or emotional and or traumatized. Me sharing a part of me that I typically hide, that I would give to people that I trust. That's what determines intimacy, is you opening up, you giving yourself fully, emotionally, mentally, your heart being open, your transparency, etc. Sex ain't got to be none of that. People don't even remember the names of the people who they suck the dick of half the time. People don't even remember the names of the people who they ride the dick of. So, you know, sex can literally be so meaningless and baseless and recreational that, you know, it's literally just like riding a fucking bike, like, for 30 minutes, like, on to the next. So, but I think intimacy is what makes any moment meaningful, including sex, including a conversation, including an interaction, including a date, is based upon the way you show up. So,
I think that's how people get catfished, and that's how people, you know, have those type of relationships where they be like, "How you never met them, and you so in love, and you done did this and that for them," and you know, just people just don't understand it. Like, it's the intimacy part. Like, sex doesn't always have to be a part of the equation, you know, for it to work. You know, sometimes that's all someone needs is just love. They just need somebody to talk to. They just need somebody to, you know, listen to them. So,
And this is why asexual people can still be in romantic relationships and be fulfilled, because there's other ways to achieve intimacy aside from just sticking your fist up somebody's asshole.
And I think so. I believe that I'm definitely, you know, I gotta start identifying myself with you all, because I'm definitely asexual.
Oh, we have another LGBTQIA member, you guys. We need to give her official badge and her uniform, honey. Okay. Send her letter, her memo. Congratulations.
Yes. I'm not gonna lie. Well, hold on. I'm not gonna lie. I was about to do a little bit of dark humor, bitch. I was about to say, "Here's your agenda, bitch."
Okay, you know what? Now you doing too damn much. Okay, problematic as hell. Okay, problematic. Marvin.
I'm just playing.
Now, I've never actually officially asked you. I'm just assuming that you are a heterosexual male.
Yeah, I am.
Okay, heterosexual, and you're cisgender, biological heterosexual male.
Yes.
Okay, so what do you think about all this gay shit? all this queer shit, all this trans shit.
I'm gonna be honest. I came here because I needed to hear a LGBTQ person about the Dave Chappelle shit. So I was like, you know what? I'm gonna tune in. And you be on Jody Corner shit. So I was like, you know what, man? I'm gonna check.
Oh, you from Jody?
I'm gonna see what he talking.
Oh my god, that's my nigga.
I was like,
oh my goodness, I fucking love Jody. Mm-hmm.
So after that, I was like, you know what? Cool, man. I'm gonna pop up. I'm gonna see what's up. You know, shit. And you're pretty funny. And you're pretty funny. So I was like, you know what? Damn, this nigga funny though for a gay nigga. This nigga has to be funny.
Not for a gay nigga.
Not like that. Don't say it like that.
So what are your thoughts though? Like, what are your like? So as a straight man, like when you see gay, like when you think about gay men in the world, like now we got the Lil Nas X, we got trans people showing up. Like are you do you feel afraid of the gay people? Are you okay with people being however, whatever they are?
I'm gonna keep it a buck.
Yeah, please do.
I like if the gays are cool. It's the men who like wear tight clothes or whatever. They're cool. They're cool. I don't have an issue with them at all. They're
Marvin, I'm the gayest gay boy on YouTube, and you talking about
but
gay men in tight.
But you got on men clothes, and they're probably tight and all. But I can respect it. You know, like I can go out and eat, dinner with you. It's fine.
Even with my hair all eloquent and
yeah. And that's fine. I could still do it.
You know what, Marvin? I got a little bit more respect for you. That's a level of comfortability that's really that's impressive.
I can do it.
That's impressive.
I can do it.
Okay. So what do you think about trans women and trans men?
I'm a trans that's the upward hill right there. That's the upward hill. Like that's the one that I'm gonna keep. I don't know. That one I don't know. That one I don't know.
Okay, let me ask you a hypothetical question. I'm gonna ask you and Leonard this. I want you to answer this too, Leonard. You still there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. If y'all met a beautiful woman, okay, and y'all fell in love with her, the whole nine, had a wonderful relationship, sex off the motherfucking chain, pussy on that wop, titties, lush, big, you happy with the nuts you busting, you happy with the feels and the vibes you getting, and then at some point in the relationship, she discloses to you that she is transgender. What would happen? I'm gonna start with you, Marvin, and then
let me do myself.
I'm gonna cuss her out, man. I'm gonna call her every name up in the book. She lied and she was very deceitful, and she should have just came out and told me. And like I would be upset. I would be mad as fuck. Like I probably would want to put hands on her. Like I don't know, man. I'll be upset though. I would be upset.
Okay, but let me say this to your credit. I think that it's perfectly understandable for a person to be upset at being deceived, because deception is deception. I can understand being upset. Now, of course, I don't agree with nobody putting their hands on people and killing folks. But once you process, let's say you process, is your experience going to make you consider staying with that woman despite her being trans, since before you knew this was the woman of your dreams and this was everything you could have asked for? Like, is that going to, like, does that still mean something to you even after finding out her identity?
I'm gonna be honest. She can't go through a menopause, and like me, I want kids. I want to build a freaking legacy. I want to build something. I want to build something.
Okay, so let me ask you this question then. So let's say that you were with a biological woman, and then the same situation, you fall in love, everything's great, everything's wonderful. Y'all keep trying to have kids, and then you find out that she's not able to conceive. Would you break up with her?
Yeah, I'll break up with her. Still.
Really?
I would still go out. but I would still go out with her. I would still go out. I would probably hit a couple of more times and do my thing or whatever. But
So what about the trans woman? Like, would you still hit the trans woman?
Like, it wouldn't be. No, that's a different. That's a different thing, though, man. That's different. I don't consider it the act of saying.
But it wasn't different before you knew. It was amazing before you knew, before you had the knowledge that she was trans. So is it really different? It's only now different because you know she's trans, and now your brain is telling you it's different. But before you knew that, you were.
I was fine, but it ain't the same. It just ain't the same. And plus, it's a lie. I mean, our relationship is all a lie. I mean, and you're not an actual real woman. I mean, it's like, how do I supposed to build and you out here lying about everything? How do I supposed to trust you? How do I supposed to do this?
Have you never forgiven somebody for a lie?
Huh?
Have you never forgiven anyone for lying?
It depends on the lie. I mean, how big is it? How small is it?
And you fit. And for you, that particular bit of information would make that much of a difference.
Yeah, it would. It would. Now,
let me really paint this for you, Marvin.
I'll let you go. Go ahead.
Let me really paint this for you. So you're telling me that you are really willing to walk away from somebody who makes your heart the happiest over a piece of knowledge, that you literally would walk away from the person you've been able to be your full self with, the person who has been able to make you feel things you've never felt, who give you a sense of security and joy in this world that is exceptional, which is why you're claiming her as a partner, and you would be able to break from that and live the rest of your life coming into contact with that level of joy, and you would be willing to divorce all that over a piece of knowledge.
Yes, I would.
Have you ever been in love before?
Yeah, I've been in love before. Yeah.
Okay, you kind of said that in a towards or us type of a fashion. Have you really been? Have you been in love?
Yeah. I cried, a heartbreak, I cried, whatever, but I got over it. It took like 4 months.
And how did you know that you were in love?
Man, I never shedded tears, shit. Like it was a emotion that I never knew I had, like I thought that I was the Terminator. And then, I started crying. I'm like, oh shit, what the heck is this? I'm crying. What are these tears like on my face? Like, shit, that shit was crazy.
So that was your cue that you were a part of something that was really meaningful to you, was your tears.
Yeah, like I met her mom, I met her sisters and shit. I really felt that I was a part of something, that something that was being built. So yeah, until,
Okay, so can I ask you this? Why did y'all break up?
We broke up because her friend was toxic, man.
You cheated on her.
No. I did not cheat on her at all. It's just that her friend was just, and my girl, she was a beta. And she would take orders from her friend and shit. And she would boss her around and shit. And I'm like, what the fuck? If I tell you I had to break up with her and like I felt bad, I was like, freak. But her friend was always meddling up in our affairs and shit. And I'm like, what the heck is going on? Why is she here? And she told me that I need to pay for her ticket at the movies, and I'm like, I'm not doing that. I'm paying
for the
for
friend
me and my girl. Yeah, that it became. That's some bullshit. I shouldn't have to pay.
Can anybody still hear?
Yeah, I'm still here.
I'm still here.
Mark. Okay, it's Boost Bubble fucking with him, so we're gonna wait till Marvin get his boost or his straight talk playing together. Leonard, You are the other heterosexual male. The same question. Well,
Yeah.
are you? Yep.
Oh, say again.
So, the same question. You identify as a heterosexual male. Would you?
Yes.
Be able to date a trans woman?
No, I wouldn't.
Now, same question that I asked to Marvin.
Wait, I have a question. Marvin says send the link in the chat.
Oh, if you had started dating a woman, you really loved her, amazing chemistry, you're sexually attracted, physically attracted, y'all having a great sex life, having a great time together, etc. And then she discloses to you 10 months in, 9 months in, even maybe a year in, that she's trans. What happens? And this is a woman that you're actually into and enjoying, and is actually the woman of your dreams, and she discloses to you her trans identity.
I leave. It's over with.
Why? Same question I'm asking Marvin. Why? I mean, because I know for the obvious reasons of why.
You did not give me the opportunity to choose. You didn't give me that opportunity. You lied from the get-go game. I have a marriage behind me for similar reasons. I got married to a woman. I thought she only had one daughter. Come to find out, she had 3 children, 2 that she lost in a previous divorce. We got married in 1998. 9 years later, I was a single man again.
So
I found out about these extra children. I mean, what happened was, you know, I'm in Iraq. I fill out my tax forms. I put all that stuff in. I'm expecting the tax return and take care of a lot of household bills and this and that. I get a letter from the IRS say that my tax return has been taken to pay towards an amount of $19,000 for back child support for a Elliot and a Dakisha. And I'm sitting here like, who the hell are they? I don't know no damn Elliot and Dakisha. But the thing was, we filed our taxes jointly. So I found out what was going on. Oh, well, you know, that's how I deal with it. I just, you know, don't talk about it. How the hell do you get married to a man, you got 3 kids, and you don't tell him? Okay. And you doggone behind on child support for them kids. So okay. I told her very simple. You know, I make it through this combat tour. I get back to the United States. You can look forward to being divorced. It's over with. You don't lie to me like that. Hell no.
Okay, so I don't, and I see you here, Mr. Fanatic. Is it Fanatic? And you're on mute as well.
It's Fanatic. You were very close.
All right, Fanatic. I see you, and welcome to the stream. I'm gonna definitely get you in after I ask Mr. Leonard this question, and I also see Survivor 40. Are you there? Survivor 40. Okay, Boost Mobile is really fucking up some people's shit. Leonard.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't want to tell people what type of lies to be upset about and not upset about. But I just want to just push back a little bit, goddamn. I mean, come on. We're talking about love here, and we're talking about a woman who you love, and you would marry this woman. This is where the relationship would go because of the way you feel. And you're telling me that because she reveals to you, despite her being everything that you could ask for intellectually, emotionally, even physically, etc., that simply because she withheld, or some might even say lied about, well, she never disclosed her gender identity, that you, like Marvin, would be willing to walk away from that whole experience over that piece of knowledge. Not her being a murderer, not her having 3,000-4,000 kids, not for her aborting your child, but simply because you now know that she's trans, and that would just completely cancel the whole thing.
Like I said, it would cancel it out because like I said before.
Okay, so here's my question. Hold on. Before you go,
hold on for a minute now.
Go ahead.
Now,
go ahead.
When I found out, like I said, when I got married to Belinda, she had a 5-year-old daughter that I raised as my own. So I had to walk away from all of that over the lie.
I get that situation though. I get that. I get that.
And that would be the same thing if you were biologically born a man, you transitioned to a woman, and you got all into everything. And I'm believing that you were biologically a woman, only to find out that you were biologically a man, and you transitioned over, and you didn't tell me and allow me to make a choice. Same thing like the woman I was married to.
Well, she did tell you. She just didn't tell you initially, but she eventually does disclose to you her situation.
Well, eventually down the road is too late. Okay. Eventually down the road is too late. That's
okay,
just
so
like somebody. Okay, go ahead.
So let me just where. So Marvin saying it would be over. You saying it would be over. Where the hell y'all think y'all just gonna be finding these amazing experiences? Like the fact that y'all willing to throw away people that y'all have actually fallen in love with because of them. He said, where y'all think the pool of just amazing, exceptional human beings is? Like y'all just willing to just throw people that you're not in love with away over an intellectual disposition? Like I don't. Isn't that
it's
like
not an intellectual disposition? It's a blatant lie. That's just
I understand, but we forgive lies. We forgive people who fuck up. Like why can't this be forgiven in a relationship with anybody, whether romantic or platonic? At some point, you're going to forgive. You can't literally expect. Like no relationship is without sin. No relationship is without fault. No relationship is without.
I mean, you can forgive. You can forgive all day long.
I will forgive.
You can forgive all day long. But whoa, wait. We gonna one at a time here. You can forgive. Yeah. You can forgive all day long, but that don't mean you continue in the foolery. Okay. You can forgive all day long. I mean, my son's mother.
Okay, but I don't want to use your son's mother. I literally want you to use the situation.
I'm letting you know about the level of forgiveness. She did some outlandishness. Okay.
Right. Okay.
I don't hold that against that woman. I'm like, do you be great? No problem. We can't fuck around no more. But you know what I'm saying? You do you and be great. And that's all to it.
Okay.
You know, because see me, I'm gonna lay it all out on the table from the get-go gate. This is what I'm about right here. So you ain't getting no surprises down the road. You see what I'm saying? I'm honest. Like, remember when I told you I'm a like non-college educated simple motherfucker?
Mm-hmm.
I'm simple as fuck, which means it's easy for me to get caught up in bullshit. So I'm gonna give you the truth. And if you ask me 4 or 5 years later, I'm gonna tell you the same story because I'm not one of them smart motherfuckers that will sit and retain a lie in my brain for years and years and years to tell you the same story all over again. No, the White Sox beat the Red Sox by 5 points.
Can I make a point real quick?
Okay.
And that's it.
All right. Yes, Lush, and then I want to go to Fanatic.
Okay, I just want to say, I can, get where they're coming from, because as a woman, I wouldn't be comfortable, dating a transgender or.
Okay, so wait, Lush, the same situation. Hold on, the same situation. You date a nigga, fine as hell, making your ass clap, eating your pussy good, busting nuts, paying your bills, buying your new wigs, your freaking dresses, love the kids, your mama love them, the whole nine, off the chain, and you telling me if he discloses that he's a trans man, you willing to let go of all those qualities. You willing to let go of that personality that makes you smile. You willing to let go of that security that he brings to your life. You willing to let go of this human being that you have grown to want to spend the rest of your life with, all because he is biologically a woman.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I feel like
Ooh, baby, y'all cold, baby. Y'all some cold.
I feel like it's more so like I want you to be born with it, not kind of getting it.
So you ain't never used a dildo in your life?
Not a vibrator, but not a dildo.
Okay, a vibrator. A second akin to the dildo.
Right. Well, yeah, but I mean, yeah, I definitely have used toys, but I mean, it's more so of I mean, it's kind of hard to put in words, but it's like, you know, you got to be, I want you to be born with it. You know what I'm saying? I don't want you to have to go through surgery or, you know, have had to take hormones to convince me that this is what you are. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like you, okay, so I thought you was a whole package, but now you telling me you part of the package. You know what I'm saying? Like, because you had to, you know, put on a front or a persona to convince me to even go for it. You see what I'm saying? Like, I feel like that's where, you know, a lot of heterosexuals feel like that's where the trickery or the, you know, the line comes into play, because had you came to me as you were, like, things probably would have been different, you know. And then a lot of people feel like you wasted my time, you know, because I could have took this energy elsewhere. But
that's the whole gag. How many amazing people y'all coming across?
Right.
Y'all
act like older. That's what I'm saying. I'm learning that. Yeah, like it's a lot of fish in the sea, but you only got so much bait to catch enough fish. So
and but so many quality fish.
Right. You know, a lot you're gonna have to throw them back in the water. You're gonna be like, right. You absolutely right. So yeah.
Okay. Hold that thought, because I'm definitely gonna circle around.
It will break up
to you and Marvin. Fanatic, you have been here. I didn't even know you were in the stream earlier, but you're here. What are your you have the floor.
Okay, wait, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. Mm-hmm.
Okay, I think there's a few things, right? I don't know if you guys have ever heard this phrase. Have you guys ever heard of the phrase rape by deception? Is that familiar at all? Rape by deception? You ever heard of that?
Rape by deception.
Mm-hmm.
Hello.
Okay. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, like, rape by deception is like normally defined as something where somebody obtains like sexual consent from somebody, but they do it under deceptive means, such as the person wouldn't be willing to give it to them otherwise. So, a good example of this would be
opioids, alcohol.
Right, or no, that would just be rape. If someone's incapacitated, then that would just be rape. But rape by deception might be, well, there was a legal case in California. Just to be really brief about it, basically a man told a woman that she had some medical problem. It was going to be extremely expensive and extremely painful to treat it, but he could insert the cure to this woman through his penis, and that would end up whatever. So then the woman, because she didn't have the money to pay for the treatment, was afraid of how dangerous it would be, ended up consenting, and so then she willingly had sex with him. But
so basically, are we talking about coercion, basically?
It's not coercion, because typically coercion is under by definition, coercion is something under a threat or physical, physical threat or some sort of violence. That would be coercion. Whereas this thing, there is no actual danger or harm attached to it. It's just under deceptive means. Here, an easier one to wrap your head around. A woman was doing a porn shoot with a man. The man decided he just wanted to smash. He had no interest in actually shooting the porn. She's a businesswoman about her business, and she was going to go shoot this porn film. He never pressed record on the camera. So she consented to having sex with him because this was part of her career and what she expected it to be, for her to, for it to be a film that she'd make money off of and all that stuff. The second he didn't actually press film, now at this point, he took advantage of the fact that she consented, but she consented under these specific terms, and he intentionally deceived her. Does that make sense?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Bringing that full circle. Okay. So when it comes
if
to
we do the reverse, it's the same way, right? Like
absolutely.
if a woman consents to sex, but then you record her secretly. No.
I don't know if that's not rape by deception. That would just be
that's like a privacy act or something.
Yeah,
like
that would be like a violation of privacy.
Yeah.
But basically, it's anytime you get consent to sex under deceptive terms, that is rape by deception. So when it comes to this trans situation, right? So
okay, hold on. Now, before you go in, consider both situations. Consider what you're about to say under the guise that sex has already happened, and consider a relationship where sex has not happened, but you still got all the feels and all the interest and all of that, but has not hit intercourse or sex yet.
So in this, okay, so for the first one where sex has already happened, I would say that that's absolutely rape by deception. So like all the polling data shows that like the vast majority of people who identify as heterosexual have literally no interest in sleeping with trans people. I think the numbers are up, like for women, it's actually more. I think it was at like 98.7% of women are not interested in having sexual relationships with trans people. And for men, I think it was they were at 3.1% were willing. So like about 96.9% were willing to have sex with trans people. We're not willing. 96.9% were not willing. So for the vast majority of cases, you know that the heterosexual people are not interested in having sex with trans people. So for a trans person to know this and then to willingly engage into a sexual relationship with an individual who's identifying as heterosexual, when you know over 95% of these people would not be interested in having sex with you, to withhold that information would be deception, right? Because deception can be, you can lie by commission, where you like actively tell a lie, or you can lie by omission, where you withhold information that would be pertinent to somebody's sexual discretion. So in both of these cases, that's deception. And so if you're obtaining sex from some person through deceptive means, even if it's not just that the person is trans, the fact that you withheld this information now means that I have to forever look at you as a liar. And then that means now that any potential relationship that we would have had, the trust is broken. And obviously we all know like trust is one of probably the top 3 foundational things for relationships. And if you started a relationship off of something as dishonest as which would be a probably really core disqualifying factor is your gender, I think that automatically you're just gonna like pretty much disqualify yourself. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah, he went into detail.
But see, here's the running theme that I'm still hearing from Lush, Marvin Leonard, and now you Fanatic is we know people lie about various things. All type of lies get told about. Like men tell women that they want to be with them when they really want to smash just to get the pussy and then abandon a woman in a relationship. Like all type of manipulation gets played, whatever it may be. But this is also why I'm kind of like setting the scenario up to not necessarily, this is not like some one in the meal, like fling overnight at the bar. This is not this in the context of a meaningful experience, because we also have to consider that trans people, like their life is not existing within a vacuum. Like there's a reason for non-disclosure for trans women. Like let's say trans woman is walking through the mall. You find her attractive. You don't know she's a trans woman. You say, hey babe, what's up? Y'all exchange numbers. She has a right to not tell you her identity because she also has enough statistics and experience to determine that this may be dangerous to disclose to you because she's not sure what the hell your reaction may even be at this point. But she's also a human being who's not going to refrain from interacting with you and exchanging with you because you may also be a decent person who is worth getting to know. So it's like all of that nuance goes into a lot of that. There's a lot of trans, and there's a big conversation within the trans community about disclosure, when to disclose, whose right is it? Does the person have the right to know immediately? Does the trans woman have the right to disclose because of her life and how dangerous it can be for her? And do you just identified. It seems to be more complicated, and it seems to be that maybe, just maybe, like, because I understand the need for disclosure, but I also think, would y'all say there's also like that there has to be room to be understanding, because this thing is not as simple as maybe we want to make the issue. And also, I think something that you said I was interested in, Fanatic, is heterosexual people. So there's also a big conversation around here. Some heterosexual people still identify as heterosexual despite being trans attracted. So my question to you guys on the panel would be, first and foremost, do y'all think that a heterosexual person can still be heterosexual if they are trans attracted?
Absolutely.
Now, Consciouztv. Consciouztv.
Why are you laughing like a hyena?
Now, Consciouztv.
Yes.
Let me put this in second gear for you. Say for instance, I was a down low brother, and I got with a woman, and I was her everything. I was her everything she ever wanted in a man. She comes home and finds me in bed with a man. That's the same thing as...
That's very...
No, it is. It's deception. It's deception.
Oh, you're right. Yes, that is.
It's deception, because I never let that woman know. I had this other part of my life.
Hold on. Wait, yeah, but I gotta stop you, because we're not gonna conflate cheating with somebody just not disclosing to you their orientation. A man don't have to necessarily. Hold on. No, it's not, because this is a part of what the issue is. There are plenty of people in relationships right now who have not disclosed their sexual orientation to their partner. There's a lot of people posing as straight who are pansexual, who are actually bisexual, who have not disclosed that to their partner. And we don't treat that with the same penalty that we would a trans woman or trans man withholding their identity. Like, because most men, hold on, because largely, generally speaking, in the men's community, especially the black men's community, a lot of black men don't even have any issue with their woman being same-sex attracted or bisexual. Most men try to get in on the fun and want to have threesomes and concubines and polyamory and polygamy experiences, and the more the better. But we will, and a woman may not even disclose that she even likes women initially in the relationship. She might not disclose it to 7 years into the marriage, or 6 months into the relationship, and ain't nobody going through no divorce, ain't nobody going through no damn breakup, because she's now or he's now maybe disclosing that. I'm trying to figure out, so why do we go over the hill and act like it need to be a congressional hearing when trans people disclose their identity later on?
Can I answer this really quick?
Yes, you can.
Okay, I think that there's an obvious, like, I mean, I genuinely feel like it would, for most people, it's going to be significantly more disqualifying that someone's biological sex is going to have a humongous impact for a lot of people's sexual discretion, right? Like, we decide who we want to sleep with, and those decisions, if they're made, like, for a lot of people, I would say it's going to be psychologically damaging to have the knowledge that you are sleeping with someone of the same sex, because for a lot of people, that would feel like something that would almost be an attack on their sexuality. And so that level of disqualifying factor is significantly higher than maybe someone's independent sexual attraction. While I would think that that's something that should be disclosed as well, I believe in total transparency. I don't think that these things are the same at all. Like, I would say, like, the essence of someone's being for a lot of people is going to be their genetic makeup, their biological sex, or whatever phrase you would like to use. Do you disagree with that?
No, I don't. Well, I understand that is like the keyword you said for me is ideas. And I think it's interesting, which has kind of been my pushback on the panel this whole time, is that I find it interesting that we are so that we would rather be committed to an idea or to a conditioning rather than an actual experience. So because it's actually not infringing upon your orientation. Like, and you know, a lot of people who will say that there's an issue with being trans attracted or will have an issue with finding out their partner's trans are the same people who will say there's nothing wrong with being gay, there's nothing wrong with being bisexual, because at the end of the day a trans person is still a literal human being. And if your experience has been amazing and well, and all of a sudden you now think it's something from another because they are trans, and you're willing to put that idea above your actual, I don't understand people who can do that. I don't understand. I would never choose a idea over, I won't say never, but generally speaking, I am not going to attempt to be more aligned to a attitude or an idea over a reality, because what nobody here is saying is that what conversation are you now having as somebody who felt completely satisfied with that trans experience, and you only got out of it because of what you knew now, but your body didn't know the difference between that trans sexually and the biological person you thought they were. Your heart didn't know the difference between that trans person and the biological person you assumed they were. Nothing differentiated your experience. Only now, because you know they are trans, are you willing to say, I'm good, because I'm
Well, yeah, but hold on. It's really fair, right? Because in the grand scheme of things, we disqualify people off of ideas and like mental things all the time. For a lot of times, people do that, right? Where it can be you find somebody incredibly attractive, incredibly witty, incredibly compatible with you, and then you discover that person, for like maybe a very Christian person, like the fact that the other person wasn't Christian would be disqualifying for them, right? Like there are plenty of people who would disqualify a person specifically off of that. So then, I mean, like, how many different things are there out there that we would immediately say this is qualifying or disqualifying, like that are just ideas? There are plenty of people out there that would decide, you know what, if a person is like a registered sex offender, that's a no-go for me. The second I found out they're a sex offender, I'm no longer interested in having a sexual relationship with that person, because that to me is vile, right? We do this all the time. We do this all the time. If you found out somebody had some predilection for children, it's like, nah, you know what? Look, I don't care how many boxes you could have the wettest of. I don't care. At this point, that to me is repulsive enough that it'll override. It'll override literally every other feature that you had that was beneficial. And for some people, like you being a liar, it's just enough. And I don't know how I'm supposed to divorce the fact that you lied to me from everything else, because to me that's what that is. You're a liar.
Because I'm gonna tell you a fanatic, because there's a difference in telling a lie and being a liar. When I hit the term liar, I'm thinking of somebody who has a perpetual problem with lying. That's a pattern of their character. But even honest, loving, upstanding people lie sometimes. A lie happens. A lie happens generally, but I don't think somebody who tells a lie would necessarily be. Well, obviously, yeah, it would be disqualifying for you. It'd be disqualifying for Marvin. It'd be disqualifying for Lush. It'd be disqualifying
but not even just
for
that
Leonard.
Say it's other lies. For some people, especially in the dating phase, like, yeah, the second they find that there's any sort of lie being told, that is it, right? Like, this relationship is over.
Yeah,
that happens.
Women tell
now, Consciouztv. Consciouztv. Now let me ask this question of Lush. Okay, Lush, you there?
I'm here.
Okay, say we met. We're physically attracted to each other, and okay, let's see if we could, date and thus and so. Now me, okay, I'm a combat veteran. I have night terrors. Sometimes, I hallucinate and things of that nature, right? I don't tell you any of this at all. So we're laying in the bed, sleep. Next thing you know, you hear me calling out doggone grid coordinates for fire missions and this and that. You like, what the hell is going on with him? You can't wake me up. You try to wake me up, and now I'm trying to choke you out. And I finally wake up, and it's like, oh, I'm sorry. You didn't know that I had these mental issues. You're not gonna stay with me.
I gotta cut you off now because see, I'm not qualified to answer this because my stepfather, you know, he kind of has that issue, and I you know, empathize with him, and I'm kind of on the, you know, on the side where that wouldn't matter to me, you know. My mama,
right, but I'm not saying the matter. I'm not saying the matter part. I'm not saying the matter part. I'm saying, if I didn't tell you this from the get-go gate, I didn't tell you I was in the military or anything. I just made like I'm a regular smoke. Wouldn't you appreciate me more if I told you in advance? Then, especially you being a woman that's experienced in that, if that was to occur, you would know how to react to it in a better way and cope with it, opposed to me not telling you anything. You're like, oh, I met this great guy, so wonderful.
No, yeah, you're right. If I have a heads up,
that's
definitely
what I'm saying.
Yeah, you definitely right. Yeah, because if I woke up and you done snatched me, yeah, you right.
Okay, and that's what I'm saying. The same thing with a trans individual.
But I'm saying it wouldn't be a deal breaker though. Like that's what I'm saying. That's why I say it would. That's not the same because I could work with you with that. I'm not. There's ways around.
I'm not saying it's the same. I'm not saying it's the same. But if someone was to not disclose this information from the beginning, you know, that's hurtful.
Right. I feel like the one thing we can really like compare this to is someone like having an STD or, you know, like having AIDS or HIV. Like, you know, that's something that would be, of course, a deal breaker. And I feel like, you know, even though we've learned a lot more, we have a lot more information about it, how it's contracted or whatnot, I still feel like, you know, as I said, you know, heterosexuals, like, it seems like the T in the acronyms, that's just like the deal breaker for everyone. You know, it's like, that's just one thing. It's one thing to be gay. It's one thing to be attracted to the same sex, but to, like I said, change your whole orientation, you know, to mimic something that you're, you know, not biologically is like, it's kind of hard to, you know, deal with a lot of people's psyche, you know, especially like in today's generation, you know, it's like, huh, what? Like, they just don't get it. So they'll rather just not deal with it than try to understand it.
Well, let me ask y'all this question, because I think that Taravia, her comment is, I kind of understand the scenario because I'm disabled and I get disqualified for a lot of dates because I'm handicapped. So what is the difference between being an ableist and being homophobic or transphobic? Like, the fact that we literally are disqualifying human beings for literally what I'm going to argue, in my opinion, are very superficial things. Like, there are people who would not date a Black woman who is literally wonderful, amazing, sweet, kind, educated, independent, because she's in a wheelchair.
I'll smash her.
Shut up, Marvin. But see, I ain't talking about no damn smash. I'm talking about I'm talking to wipe her up and to give her a meaningful experience. Like, we are literally saying, I wouldn't date an obese person. I wouldn't date a person with one leg. I wouldn't date a person who's blind. Like, and do we ever, my question to everybody on the panel is, like, even with the trans issue all wrapped up in this, do we ever sit back and be like, why is it possible that some of my, what I call preference is really anti-human? That there is some anti-humanitarian crap going on in my
I think that's attraction.
Because
like, some people don't get off by obesity. Some people do, you know.
Because by that logic, just because you didn't prefer a woman, that's anti-human. That is not, I can't buy that. No. Your sexuality is what it is, just like my sexuality is what it is. So if you're coming to me and you're going to tell me that you were not what I thought you were, and you knew that was a deal breaker for me, it's still a deal breaker.
What if they didn't know? No, but what if they didn't know? Like a person
Oh,
don't
they
know.
would definitely know with me. Because I'm blunt as hell.
No,
there is no
a person doesn't necessarily.
No.
Hold on. A person doesn't necessarily know that you are not trans attracted. They're not gonna know that until they know that. You ain't walking around with a "I don't date trans motherfuckers" on my shirt. You're not walking around with a "I don't date trans people" sign.
They would know that though, because you said initially with this premise is that we were in a relationship. So those type of things would have been brought up with me.
No, not necessarily, because you are assuming that.
I'm speaking for me. I'm not speaking for nobody
else. But let's speak for the scenario. The scenario is you're dating this person because you are under the belief that there are a biological male. The trans conversation didn't even come up at this point. You just assume this is a biological. Hold on,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Y'all you've assumed this is a biological male. Y'all now begin dating because all of the regular tricklets that would turn you on are there. Your compatibility, what you look for in a man, blah, 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 blah. Y'all having this experience, kaboom, the truth comes out at some point. Let's say once in love happens into this, the same question I asked to the men and the ladies of the panel is, y'all really telling me that because somebody is trans that you would throw your whole entire experience and your whole entire love experience away based upon them being trans?
I'll go even deeper than that. My feelings will immediately stop because I had a father who lied to me. I don't like liars, for one. Two, that's a boundary. I've been violated with my boundaries, so that's not okay neither. So those two things alone will make it a deal breaker. There's no room in that.
But one of the things that we addressed on the panel also is that y'all keep conflating liars with lying. Everybody who told a lie is not necessarily a liar. It's not a liar. Liar is more.
Well, hold on.
Right, because it ain't one person I ever met who told the entire fucking truth their whole entire fucking life. It ain't nobody that I know and ever been in a relationship with who has been 100% honest about all things always. Not none. And I know, hold on, wait, and I know that y'all don't know their motherfucker who has never ever lied, from your mammy to your pappy to your cousin to your grandmama to your best friend to your teacher to your government to your everybody, and you still trust and you still vote and you still show up and you still be in a relationship. But y'all telling me that because a trans person who you in love with, who turns your pussy on, who got you popping and got your heart jittering, it all of a sudden becomes this is the biggest, most terrifying, divorcing lie ever told, and you're willing to trade in your human experience that you love, that you attracted to, over a fucking idea.
You're damn right, I am, because this idea is I'm willing to die for, and that's the hill I'm willing to die on.
Yeah, I agree.
I think it's more than the idea, because you have to break it. It's more than just that. It's like.
It's not an idea. You're talking about a lifestyle.
It's not a lifestyle. That's the problem with y'all. Y'all love bringing. That's the problem. That's the problem. No, that's the problem.
You have to put on a certain front. You ain't putting no.
Yeah, but women do it every day with wigs and makeup and cosmetic, and niggas do it every day with grills and everything else. Everybody puts the fuck on. Y'all keep trying to isolate queer people to some lifestyle, to some mask, to some. Every motherfucker on here wearing a motherfucking mask in one way or goddamn another.
But my point is, it goes back to, like I said, the psyche. That means that you once had a period. That means you once had to cross your legs like me. That means you know, you were treated like me. So it's like now I'm looking at you as if you were me. You know what I'm saying? I can't look at you like what you've been
can
me
if
with.
you
no,
can.
I can't though.
You
now
can.
that you told me
It
this,
goes
now
back
that
You
you
to
told
can.
me this,
Just like
I have to
tell you,
consider
I'm gonna
this.
tell
This
you,
is new information. I have
Lush,
to consider
right.
this now.
I'm not saying, Lush, that it won't take you time, but just like your brain didn't tell you anything different before you knew, that same brain you're in control in.
I'm
People
pretty sure
change.
I probably seen the signs, but probably looked
Okay.
over it. But yeah,
But what I'm saying, hold on. But what I'm saying is that the brain changes its perception all the time. People literally change their lives. People change their religion. People change their whole worldviews. People's paradigms shift every day. Your brain is not necessarily, your will determines what you want your brain to see, not your brain determining. If you allow your brain to give you the surface information, you would just follow that information now and be true to the information. But we are a people who also have a will. We can will ideas and interchange our perceptions of things, because that's what makes being human so motherfucking fantastical. As Mr. Fanatic has a name, fantastical is the human experience, that I shift my perception every day, my whole life, and it's beautiful. And so I know I can't get with nobody saying that what you can't do. Yes, it might be a struggle because you've been conditioned to not have to change your perception. It's probably easy also for you to not even yield to that because you live in a society that says you ain't got to do that wild shit any fucking way. And most people are mentally and intellectually and emotionally lazy any goddamn way. Most people ain't even putting in the motherfucking work for a motherfucker who they love, who is biological, yet alone gonna do all of the mental looping. So I understand, but I do think it is an issue of laziness and not an issue of incapable.
No, I feel like it's just like a girl. It's just like a dude posting on Instagram like he got money, and then he pulls a girl in, and she thinking that she finna get taken care of, and then he turns around and he broke. He living with his mama.
But that's
it's like,
totally different, though.
No, it's not. It's like
Yes,
I
hold on.
if I've been talking to you and I feel like I done fell in love with you off this idea of who
but I'm still capable of all of that, Lush.
And then I'm told that you're the opposite. Then it's like,
But here's the issue. Here is the issue with that. See, the reason why all of these examples that y'all using don't work is because I'm still that human being. I'm still the provider. I'm still the man. I'm still the person your children love. I'm still the person that you wanted. The only thing that has changed is I've disclosed my trans identity. That's different from saying some broke nigga posing as a rich nigga who really can't do what he said he could. This trans person is still that whole entire person. The only thing that shifted is what you now know, which doesn't have any real intrinsic value, but you're going to give it value. You are going to give it. You're going to give it value, though.
Can I list some of the intrinsic value?
But a boundary is still a boundary, and it should be respected.
In who you were, if you were that confident in who you were and who you identify yourself with, then you would be okay with disclosing that at the beginning. The fact that
but
you
that's a broad stroke, Lush. That's a broad stroke.
I can explain to you.
Human life don't happen like that, though.
But to say it in the end, that's where I feel like the problem comes in. It's not just the fact that you're a transgender. I feel like it's the fact that you said it later on after I fell for you. That's what I mean. Like, it's not just the fact that you're transgender. I'm not saying I'll just cut you off.
But how many of y'all fell for a partner who said that the family was so nice, and then you got in and found that your mother-in-law is the second kin to Satan?
I mean, it's too late. You already married then.
Okay, no. Oh, no, see, it ain't too late. That same divorce card, that same I ain't gonna do this card, all them factors still there.
You got kids now. You got a house. You ain't finna just split all that up.
It still ain't too late. People break up every day, house, kids, and all, and still hit the divorce card.
They do, but it's usually not just over the mother-in-law.
You make the exception, Lust.
I told Conscious and everybody on the panel, I did it. I found out this woman had 2 kids I never knew about. We had already been married for 7 years.
She came to you hold on, and it was different. So you cut it off. That's what I mean.
Exactly. After I found out, oh, wait a minute, what these?
But you were saying, Lush, it's too late.
No, you out of here.
No, I'm saying it's too. I mean, for some people, I'm agreeing with you when you say people don't, walk away. You know, it's a lot of people that stay in it, and that's what I'm saying. They feel like it's too late, you know, because they have a household, they have kids. It's like, we're not finna break this up because you got a crazy mama. You know, your mama just gonna have to deal with it. Like, that's what I mean. Like, I know just about all my friends have problems with they, you know, father's mother. I mean, the kid's father's mother. You know, because she got a mouth, she want to put her input and all that, and it's like, these are my kids. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's, I don't know. It's kind of a.
I just want to I just want an
example of that.
It's about.
Hold on, everybody.
You made a statement earlier that everybody has lied at least at some point in a relationship, and that's
no in life.
In life, sure, in life, in a relationship, all of it. Okay. The difference is between these two different, like, is that one of these lies, like, you can have a small little lie, like, I stuck to my diet today.
Oh, so there's levels to this, right?
Oh, for sure, everything is going to be within degrees.
Some people don't consider that.
Well,
some people don't consider a lie as levels. A lie is a lie, and somebody who tells a lie is a liar.
No, there's not a person. Sure, you can. People might want to label something any kind of way, but I don't think there's a person on the planet that would like equate like a small lie about something like insignificant, like, yeah, I stuck to my diet today, versus a small lie like, yeah, I've had some infidelity. And I would say that when you start
because people forgive that too, though. Fantastic.
They do. But my point. Hold on. No. Let me finish the point so you at least understand what I'm saying first, right? Yes, people are willing to forgive different degrees of different lies, but we're not going to sit here and pretend like somebody's lie about like something insignificant or small, like what, I don't know, whatever the freak you want to come up with, whatever, how much money you have in your bank account is going to be the same as a continual lie for 6 months, knowingly withholding information about your sexual, your gender. Then the second thing is, when you were talking about like the danger from trans people being involved in situations in which like they haven't like told a person that they're trans, and knowing statistically that there could be some sort of danger attached to those things. I understand it's an incredibly difficult and nebulous situation, but there are solutions. In this story, in the scenario that you gave earlier, where they exchange the number and they start talking, and it's like, okay, and she hasn't disclosed it yet. When you're at a safe place, when you're at your home and you are now on the phone, that's when you can safely disclose to that person early, before there's any sort of emotional attachment, before there's any sort of these kinds of problems, that, hey, by the way, I'm a trans individual. And by doing so, now you've alleviated so many problems, because I think, one, there's a sunk cost fallacy. Two, there's a problem that, like, where people start to question their own sexual identity because of the fact that now they realize, I've been attracted to someone who is not what I thought they were. And there's all of these other problems that become the longer you drag this thing on. Now, I get it's difficult. I'm not saying that it's going to be a simple solution, but I do believe that is a solution to prevent people from getting into situations where now a person feels betrayed and is now willing to do something that I would never recommend, but being harmful towards trans people. We see how many people are dying or being hurt in these situations from like having had sexual relations with an individual and then disclosing it afterwards. So I think for that person's safety, it's smarter, so that they're not doing psychological harm to the individual, whatever. I think for all of these people,
I don't disagree. I do not disagree. Everything that you say is fair and it's balanced, and I think that is a great strategy that trans women can employ, that makes it safe for them and makes it okay for their partners to be disappointed without feeling like their whole worldview is going to collapse. And we still also just what I'm still wrestling with is beyond the ways that trans women can approach dating that can be integral, is still this, I don't understand this. I'm willing to have an amazing experience with someone and throw my experience away over what my conditioning is telling me.
I feel like it's not the conditioning, it's the I feel like it's the person, because if you were comfortable with who you are, you would tell me from the beginning. It's the fact that you held it in. It's not me. It's not. I'm not being mad at me. I'm being mad at you. It's you. You know. It's like you're the one who withheld it. Why? What's wrong with you to the point that you couldn't be comfortable with telling me from the beginning I feel like that's the problem. Like that's what I'm saying. It has nothing
but this
to
is
do
what I
with
want you to.
what
I want
you're
you to consider.
attracted to or what.
I want you to consider this, Lush.
Mhm.
Just like we are arguing that heterosexual people find the trans thing complicated. If people from the outside find the shit complicated, imagine just how much trans people find their own experience to be completely baffling, bizarre, and completely outside of the social dynamics and norms that exist that make their experience deeply complex and complicated. So when we just acting like, well, trans people should just be normal people who just have self-confidence, it's not going to work like that, especially for
I haven't
really
said anything like that.
But that's
no,
the
I ain't talking about you up for that. I'm talking about.
But I'm saying that's the problem though. But the fact that trans are scared to the point that they will withhold that type of information.
Wait, let me jump in.
It's a double-ended sword. Go ahead.
Okay. The whole thing about the trans people being scared is what Conscious is saying. Is that if homophobia and transphobia didn't exist, there would be no room for any type of deception to even live.
Right, but I mean, I feel like you. I feel like y'all just gotta push through though. Like, I mean, that don't mean
people lie every day because it's sunny
outside. That's just like people. That's just like I said with HIV and AIDS. Just because you know people are scared that they may contract it from you, that don't mean hide it, and that don't mean don't tell nobody. You still have to tell somebody.
I don't think it's transphobic to say that I would prefer not to sleep with a trans person.
I don't think that. No, like that's not. But that's not what we're saying. Like that's not. That's not.
They're saying take the gender out of it and just stick to.
He said take transphobia out of it. Well, no, he said take transphobia out of it, and all of this would no longer be an issue. But it's not an issue of transphobia; it's an issue of preference.
Right, because men love trans women. There are plenty of men that will, love to be with a trans woman.
Yeah, let them clarify because I don't understand.
I love that you fell into that. So let me
yeah, because that's the goddamn truth. Okay, go ahead, baby.
Since the system of transphobia and homophobia exists, this is the reason why we see all of these quote-unquote issues of disclosure being an issue. Because thing is, like you say, there's a lot of men that love trans women and yada, yada, yada. But keep in mind, too, the exact same men that are honest about their attractions to trans women, they get penalized and treated like shit, just like trans women. So now that's what brings birth to people not being honest about X, Y, and Z.
And so it's like people like me. It's like don't lie to me. Don't make me be a victim to people's transphobia. I'm not a part of that. You know what I'm saying?
Basically just said
I don't hate you.
I was addressing already,
right? Yeah, it's like that has nothing to do with me. Like that don't mean lie to me about it. Still tell me the truth. And I feel like that's the problem. Like. You don't have to lie to everybody just because you feel like
hold on. My point is, you're saying if transphobia didn't exist, then there wouldn't be a problem with disclosure. But the need for disclosure doesn't revolve around transphobia.
Somebody's echoing.
Somebody got an echo somewhere. Somebody got an echo.
Yeah, you have to mute his mic. It's reckless. So the need for disclosure doesn't revolve around transphobia. The need for disclosure revolves around preference. It revolves around the idea that if the vast majority of people are not interested in sexual relationships with trans people, then because of that, the need to disclose this information is really important because people wouldn't want this sort of relationship. So then that has nothing to do with transphobia. That has everything to do with the fact that most people have a preference, a trans exclusionary preference. Right?
No,
but here's the thing. Hold on.
If I'm a cis woman and I want a heterosexual biological man, and you you get me in my feels and got me thinking that that's what I got, and then come to find out I don't have that. I only have a part of that. Then of course I'm going to feel, a certain type of way. It's going to be almost like a slap in my face.
Before you jump in, Reckless, I just want to add, Fanatic. What me and Reckless are see. You are speaking from your side as a biological heterosexual male, but we are speaking from the trans woman or the trans man's side. Like, yeah, for you, it's just a preference. For them, it's safety. For them, it's all of this nuance. For them, it's also all of this interpersonal entanglement that just happens as a result of living within a society that has not provided any room for trans people to understand themselves intellectually, for them to understand themselves spiritually. And so we know that like the playing field is not like anytime we speak about marginalized people, the playing field is never going to be equal on any level because marginalized people suffer the most from not having any information, any data, and still trying to work out their very human experience. And even going back to what what Love Yourself said, he or she, I don't know if this is a he or she, said, I know Conscious loves men and that is his preference. Isn't that the same? So I just want to real quick, preference and orientation are two different things. My orientation is I'm attracted to men. What type of men I'm attracted to is what determines my preference. Slim, thick, athletic, light skin, dark skin, bald head, curly hair, long hair. That's a preference. But even I challenge myself the same way that I have challenged this panel. I think about my own orientation. I ask myself, where does my orientation come from? I have met women that I find to be very beautiful and very attractive. Early on in my experience, I was able to have girlfriends that I were emotionally involved with. That emotionality did not remain with me as I became older. My orientation became predominantly same-sex attracted, but I still think about what is really my capacity. Like, is there a woman that I could be with? I, even at 35, willing to explore my sexuality all over again because I'm just that curious about what I'm really made of and if women can be a part of my experience romantically and sexually. And even on the trans issue, if I fall in love with what I think is a biological male, and then I'm a person who likes to do the mental work because I understand that most of our reality is happening mental. This is a mental construct. These are social constructs. We all have inherited them to the point that they actually feel like truth to us. They actually feel like facts to us. Your worldview feels like a freaking fact to you, and it's not. It's actually really subjective, but you think it's fact because it's reinforced over and over and over again by your family, by your society, by your religion. Therefore, you take the information as fact. But if I found out somebody was trans, yeah, you lied to me. But I also understand your plight and why lying to me you might have thought was okay to do because of your posture as a trans person. And I'm also not so fucking committed to what I think my orientation is that I think not only differently of myself, but I think negatively of myself just because I'm now involved with a trans man. That doesn't say anything about me. I'm in fucking love with somebody I'm attracted to and I have a great time with. I'm not exchanging that for an ideal about my orientation. And I'm not going to act like, oh, you lying, it's the end of my world. You are the best thing that ever fucking happened to me. You lied. I understand why, and like y'all all said, everybody gets to pick and choose their heels in terms of lies and what, fine. But I'm still pressing the issue on really, you are going, really, like, because I have had, when I think about every single human being in my life, I have had to forgive them for a lie, or I've either became aware that they lied about something that did not change my posture. Now, if they are a liar, yes, I distance myself from liars, people who have a pattern of lying and deceiving, but telling a lie has not caused me to divorce anybody who I love, and it wouldn't be that for a trans person either. I would.
So let me ask you a quick question really quickly. Tell me this. So say your same exact scenario, you're in love, you meet a person, it's a pretty young cat, but either way, like they're doing everything for you. Literally, it's like the best relationship you've ever had, the best sex you've ever had. Everything about this situation is as perfect as you can dream it to be, okay? And eventually you find out that this person is 15 years old. Would that be immediately disqualifying for you?
Hell to the fuck! I'm not going to jail over near motherfucker. Bye.
Absolutely. Now
that's the same.
Hold on. Okay, I got you.
That's their preference.
It's not illegal. It's not illegal.
I built the scenario.
No, let me
break it down. Hold up. I had somewhere I was going when I asked that question.
I'm still listening.
Please let me finish it, Lush. I got you. Hold up.
Go ahead.
Okay. Now, in that same scenario, if it was legal, it wouldn't change for you, right? Because ultimately that age that's something that's disqualifying for you. And that age is something that's intrinsic to that person's being. And it would immediately say, no, this is not okay. No, I'm not going to continue this, right? We have limits. We have limitations that absolutely like immediately disqualify people from sexual experiences. That's one for you right there, right? In the same sense, we're saying for us, age, I mean, not age, someone's biological sex, the thing that we're born with, that is disqualifying for us. I don't think that it's something that necessarily needs to be revisited or re-examined. But if people choose
because it's their choice,
more power to them, they
because
can.
you're not
But
born
at
that
the
way.
end of the day,
You
the same
chose
way
to
how
do
you
that.
have your limits, we have our limits. I think it's a fair limit. It doesn't have to be aggressive. You don't have to be condescending to other people. You don't have to be rude. It can all be rooted in just your own preference that you're maintaining based off of what you want. Right? This is not transphobic. This is not harmful. This is not like whatever. It can literally be a preference. And sometimes, obviously, the age thing is not a preference. That thing is just, that's a whole nother thing, right? But my point being, everyone has different things that'll be more qualifying or disqualifying. For some people, it might be intelligence. You meet somebody that you find to be particularly idiotic, and it's like, you know what? Yeah, no, this is just not going to work for me.
I'm gonna tell y'all what's scary. I'm gonna tell y'all what's scary about what I've heard here tonight. is baby, honey, what I'm honestly hearing, in my opinion, is a bunch of conditional loving. And maybe this is why most marriages, 70% of marriages ain't working out, because I'm trying to, with all these so-called preferences and expectations out of each other, I'm curious to know what would happen to any of y'all spouses if something happened that changed their appearance, or changed their weight, or changed their capacity to make money, or changed their, like, you came into it with a Christian man, he converts to paganism 6 years, and now you raising your child in this household with this man who you thought was going to serve Jesus. Like, these things happen in real life. Like, life is not some like straight-laced line. Like, there's zigzags, and what's supposed to be really empowering and unique about love is that love is used to help us to navigate the zigzag. But we speak from such an intellectual place and want to act and only want to forge ahead in a straight line. But I don't think that love would exist if everything was a straight line. Matter of fact, love exists because most lines are curved and zigzag, and not just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1 + 1 = 2. This is not true to the human our experience. Is too unique. It's too subjective. It changes and flips and designs itself according to the way people mature, the way that people grow, the way that people evolve, devolve, whatever the hell it happens. And I'm just like, what happens to y'all partners if something fundamentally changes about them? Like, oh, what? Because you a big bitch now, you gone? Or because you can't use your dick now because you suffer from erectile dysfunction at 35 and you can't wear this cootie cat out? Like, what? You're gone? What? Because your baby hairs done fell out at 21? You like? I don't understand how we are. Like,
that is not the same thing.
That's what I'm saying.
It's
the
different. Same thing.
No, it's not.
It's the okay.
It's
Hold on.
Boundary thing.
It is not a boundary thing. It is not.
A boundary thing.
Everything you listed was a choice or a preference. When you're born, you don't have that choice or preference. That you just deal with it. That's the card.
Your preference is man-made. Your preference is man-made. It's a social construct.
No, it's not.
But that's why we.
Hold on. I'm gonna tell you how it is. I'm gonna tell you how.
In India, they do that.
Hold on. So let's use that example. Most people might not be willing to marry someone underage because they're not willing to pay the price for indulging, especially if it's illegal. But most people don't change their feelings for somebody, even if it's illegal. So you may find out that that what you now know is an underage partner is underage. You may choose to make it an executive decision. I'm not going to prison over your ass, but you may still have maintain and sustain
It ain't even
your
gotta be about
feelings
prison. It
for
could be
that
just the simple
situation.
fact that you a baby. I ain't got time for a
Okay, well,
baby.
I don't
need
know who the
somebody
fuck.
grown.
Well, you know, if
I
you
don't
want a
want to deal
baby,
with
something
somebody.
is
But I'm
literally
saying, if I got
wrong.
with you, if a man got with a woman thinking that she was grown, thinking that he has a mature female, and then to come to find out she's younger, that doesn't mean something is wrong with him because he was attracted to her physically. Just like it's nothing
That's
wrong with a
my
man
whole.
being attracted to
But
a
that's
trans
my
woman
whole point.
because that's what you've been presented with.
But
Now
that's
the
my
problem
whole
comes
point.
into play when comes to find out you aren't what you presented me with. That's what I'm saying. I feel like the heterosexual problem is it's not the fact of what
My
you is.
issue
I don't
is
have a problem
how,
with
but
what
how.
you. Go ahead.
But Lush, my issue, especially when it comes to women, I'm trying to. How are women caping for this level of authenticity?
I'm
when
not caping
women,
at all. I'm trying to speak for the people that really ain't on the panel
yeah,
that kind of have this mindset.
no, I
Yeah.
totally get it. I totally
Right.
get it. But what I'm saying is that the women's community largely, generally participates in deception called cosmetics, called weed. Hell, me and Marvin, where Marvin at? Oh, he ain't even here no more. Me and Marvin just had it out on the platform the other day because he considers a weave, makeup, lashes, nails to be on some fake ass, and like he looks at that shit the same way that y'all look at trans people, fucking deception, and it is a deal breaker, and he ain't want to be with nobody who lying about their beauty and lying about how long their hair is and trying to imitate something they not. And so I'm like, I'm kind of shocked when women like are this like tight with the space when I'm just like, men accept
But it's
women
not
at face
shocking though.
value
Everybody
all
has
the
their
time.
own set of boundaries.
That's what I'm saying. It's
This
a
is
preference.
about
You got
boundaries.
men that like natural. I want all natural. I don't want you to shave. I like the underarm.
But that's
hair.
perfectly
I like
fine. But
right,
I'm
but
saying
I'm just saying
that.
that's a preference.
But
That's
wait,
a
hold on,
choice.
wait.
But when it
Right,
comes
but
to
that's fine.
transgender, it's
But
like
that's not.
you not that you.
But that's not the
that's
issue,
not
Luz.
something that you were born.
But that's
you
not
know,
the
that's not
issue. I'm
natural.
asking you though. Don't you think that it is a stretch? For you and Lush, don't y'all think it's a stretch though? Like, yes, it's fine for a man to have a preference of a natural woman, but y'all don't think that it's a stretch for a man to claim that a woman is being deceptive because she wears cosmetics or because she wears weave? Like, would y'all?
That would be
like,
his.
y'all
That's still his preference because some men like
but
it
I'm
bound up.
No. I'm not talking about the preference part. We accept people got their preference. I'm saying, don't you find it to be a stretch if a man defines women who wear weave and makeup as being deceptive and
feel like that's
being
the wrong
inauthentic?
word. That's what I'm saying. I feel like deceptive is the wrong word that's being
So it is
used.
a
I feel
stretch.
like it's a preference. I'm
So
sorry.
it's a
To answer
stretch.
your question, yes, I'm sorry. Yeah, it is a stretch because it's not a deceptive thing. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of women, some women look better without makeup. You know what I'm saying? So it's not really deceptive when it comes to makeup. Sometimes that could be a deal breaker, but once again, that's a preference.
But for some men like Marvin, get your ass back in the chat.
Where Marvin at?
But for men like Marvin, no, it's not about whether looking better or not. You are deceiving someone. If you look like anything other than what God gave to you, which ain't contouring, which ain't wigs and frontals and closures and weaves and long nail and blah blah blah, even with women who get cosmetic surgery, breast enhancements, ass enhancements, hips enhancements, a new nose, a new face, a chiseled jawline. Hold on, wait, but that ain't the argument. That ain't the argument, though. Yes, they do it. But what I'm saying is that, don't you think it would be a stretch for a man to say that to disqualify a woman or claim or say that she's that level of a deceiver because she is changing herself in ways from her natural.
And then look a hot mess when they take that hat off, or without a haircut.
Look. At the end of the day, it don't.
Get that haircut. Like, this is not the same guy. Like these haircuts.
Look, ladies. At the end of the day, it don't matter how much weave, goldfish tail eyelashes, doggone Jiffy popcorn bag. women wear on their head and all of that, none of that matters. At the end of the day, she's still a biological woman.
That's what I'm saying.
And
like
you are a biological man.
No, but
and
we
if you want a
arguing
biological
deception,
woman,
though,
that's
Leonard.
what it is.
We arguing deception, though, because the argument here has been deception.
But that's the
Deception has
thing.
been a
It's
running
a deception,
thing.
Conscious.
But once again, we see the selectiveness. It's okay to deceive me in this way, but not to so-called deceive me in that way. It's okay to lie to me in this way, but it ain't okay to lie to me in that way. But yet
everybody has their own boundaries.
Hear me out, Conscious. Hear me out on this.
You positive with something. It's like, yeah.
Okay,
that's totally different, though. But ain't no harm. But that's total.
Okay.
But it's hold on. Wait. Good. But that's a false equivalency. Ain't nothing happening to you because you was in love with a trans person. You ain't got no disease. You ain't dead. You ain't got no venereal disease. Your pussy didn't fall off. Ain't nothing happened to you because you was with a trans person.
But there are plenty of harms that happen to you. One,
you giving me is the same. That's what I mean. It's the same level of deception. It's just like a murderer. Like
it's not.
No, I don't know about that. I don't know why she's doing that. That's a bad argument.
Look, y'all go to the extreme. Y'all extreme as hell.
It's just like certain.
Y'all are extreme. That's extreme.
I'm not going to this.
Those are false equivalencies. Those are false equivalencies.
I'm not trying to
Okay. May I have a chance?
Like no matter how good of a person they are, no matter how much they can pay your bills, no matter how good they look, no matter how much you love them or they love you, no matter how good they can make you feel. Because they made this choice,
I'm sticking with them. I'm sticking with them.
It's like all that goes out the window when you go.
They ain't going out my window.
That you did. They don't.
He sure as hell going out of mine.
I care about the good. I care about the great. It ain't going out of my window. I ain't throwing it out. You been good to me. You good to me. If you made for me, you made for me. Any social construct I got to get over, I will dismantle in my mind to be with a person who works for me. If the only thing that determines that if the only thing that determines
man gets killed, they don't care about none of the positive he done did. They only care about the negative. That's the society we live in.
That totally.
That's what I'm saying.
Totally unfitting scenarios. If the only thing, hold on, no. What makes no. I get that, and we all know that. Like we all do understand that and know that. But the trans situation is unique because literally the only thing that happened is what you know. Boom. And what you know ain't even some nefarious knowledge. It's literally like you were deceived. You can say that, argue that, whatever. However, this scenario is not even comparable to really anything else. We ain't talking about an underage person.
I mean, that's how a lot of people look.
We ain't talking about somebody with AIDS who is recklessly infecting folk. We ain't talking about none of that. We talking about
it's still about what are your deal breakers for you.
Right,
that's a deal breaker for me.
We have all. I get deal breakers,
but their levels are different when it comes to deal breakers.
Hold on, we understand that this conversation is designed to explore and to challenge what we call our preferences and what we call our so-called orientation. And clearly there are some people on the panel who don't want to do the work, and that's perfectly fine. But this conversation is for those who understand that. How many of y'all on the panel are actually exploring your fucking preferences? Because I guarantee you that what it sounds like is most of y'all are taking what data your brain gives to you at face value. Even with reckless logic here, reckless logic likes to suck the dick of masculine men, but reckless logic is now working on being attracted to more, to maybe opening up to some effeminate qualities in men, because he likes his men masculine as hell, but he's doing the mind work to now also appreciate femininity on a man to some capacity. Because guess what? Because you know why we can do that? Because all this shit is in our fucking brains, and I can control what the fuck my brain sees a thing as.
I get that. I feel like a lot of people just don't. I don't want you to open that window for me. Let me want to go there.
it's really reductive to make this statement that we're not willing to do the mental work. I think there's plenty of examples.
That's not true.
Plenty of people have done the mental work. If you look at, for example, so the study, like, you're making a statement that people aren't willing to do the mental work because people just happen to be more strongly aligned with different preferences than you are. But your experience is something that's really typical amongst people like that of your sexuality. So if you look at the poll data, heterosexual people are like a completely trans exclusionary, like they're just not interested in any capacity, like in extreme, like hyper majority. But the same can't be said for homosexuals, though still the majority are not interested. The same way, there's significantly more people in the homosexual community who are willing to be with trans people. And then when you go into the bisexual community, even more so. In fact, I want to say one of them actually had a slight preference, it was like 51% towards trans people. So, like, it's not that some people aren't willing to do the mental work. It's that people have done the mental work and have determined.
No, they haven't, Fanatic. You know that. You know
I feel like I can say I don't think that I did. Listen,
and
I'm
that's
a person.
what people.
Hold on.
That's what people admit. Hold on, wait, because that's what people admit. Though we know that trans people are being fucked and sucked and plucked and found every day. So people fucking. So somebody with trans people, these motherfuckers is lying. That's what they presenting.
I've done. This isn't a matter of me having to try to like do something because of like optics or something. I live in my head. I know what mental work I've done, so I know decisively.
Then you know how much of a minority you are. Then you know that most people don't do what Fanatic does. You know.
Okay,
that.
I don't.
You know that, Fanatic.
I can only speak for what's in my head. But what I can also say is, I think that it's reasonable and rational for the average heterosexual person to make the decision that they are not interested in trans people the same way that they can make the decision that they're not interested in the same sex. And I don't think that it's fair it's almost dismissive of people's preference. It's dismissive of people's ideology in order to try to like phrase it as if they're failing someone or being mentally lazy. It would be the equivalent if I was to start trying to make statements towards you and tell you, I don't think you really know what sexuality. Hold on. I know. I'm a grown man. Of course I can. I'm saying it would be dismissive. It would be unfair.
It wouldn't be because I'm doing just that. It wouldn't be because I'm doing just that. I literally admitted on this panel that I'm exploring my sexuality as somebody who identifies as same gender loving, and I'm not even accepting my own surface brain data.
Of course, I hear you. I remember you saying that, but I think it's fair to say that the average gay person, and we've heard these statements and these complaints before, that especially directed at gay towards lesbians, specifically, where men will start making statements towards them like, "You're not really gay, you just haven't had good dick yet."
May
and
not
that's
be.
Always, and it's incredibly offensive to them when you say those kind of things because it almost implies like they're confused about their sexuality. In the same way that decent human beings, decent men know better than to be approaching lesbian women and telling them that they need good dick. I think it's just as rude of you, and I'm not trying to attack you. I'm just saying it's uncouth in a way, if we will, for you to be telling us we're being lazy for coming to the conclusion that we're not interested in trans people. That's not fair.
Okay, but I'm speaking. I am literally, as a spiritual advisor, as somebody who literally has to deal with people's problems every fucking day. I am aware of, generally speaking, how much people don't do the work. Even my platform is largely responsible for opening up so many people's minds because they had not did the things to their mind that I gave them a catalyst to do with their minds until I presented perception or ideas or information in a certain way. So people are literally changing their minds every fucking day because most people are not on their own individually making a personal incentive or initiative to get in their own heads and say, why am I this way? Who am I? What really is my capacity? And most people are not brave enough, especially when you attach social taboos and you attach violence and discrimination and you attach very severe social consequences to the unknown. Like if I explore the religion my family gave to me and find something else, that's going to come with social consequence. This is why most people are just remaining in some group hive mentality because there are 50,011,000 variables that contribute to why people will just go along to get along. Personally, I'm not that person. Personally, I find it fascinating, and I believe that our psyches and souls are a bit more complex than what we really understand. And
I feel like the issue is it's like basically.
I just want to get this one last example.
Go ahead.
I had a friend who, for a long time, he was a gay guy, and he was a top, and we would have conversations. He would get irritated with me because I would say, "You love topping men. You love being the so-called masculine dominant one in a relationship, and you also love a femininity on men. So what's the difference between you doing that and being with a whole woman? You could literally be in the same position." And he would get so fucking irritated with me. He would get so like, why I didn't like, and we would just have these conversations every now and again. And I would love fucking with him in this way. And then one day he met this guy, a very effeminate guy, because he loves him some feminine ass men. And they started dating. And then this guy disclosed to him that he was actually transitioning. And my friend sat back and was just like, okay. And then the guy started actually presenting as a woman. And I'm talking about like the dress, the weave, the makeup, the skirts, the heels, changing his whole aesthetic to fit what he felt was female. And my friend made an evolutionary leap from not only being a same gender loving male, but to also being trans attracted, and then even pushing the gas a little further and being like, I actually believe I can actually be with women. And he would have never, ever even considered a thing. First of all, had he not been in the situation, but had he also not had me priming his brain prior to him actually being in a physical situation where that opportunity was there. And so this is a prime example of what I mean by most people are not going to sit back and challenge their self. Most people don't even, because challenging is not for the faint of heart. Most people are not going to irritate their own brains. Most people are not going to irritate their own emotions, because to do that type of work just does require you to interface with a lot of personal frustration, because now you're trying to unpack shit that's glued to what you believe are the fundamentals about yourself. And so, no, that's not an easy road. That's how I know that most people are not personally doing the fucking work, because most people ain't trying to be bothered and inconvenienced. They ain't trying to be inconvenienced emotionally.
See, that's where I gotta stop you, because it's like I'm a
I am speaking generally. So that means that may not apply to Lush, that may not apply to Fanatic, that may not apply to Leonard, that may not apply to Purple Lover, that may not apply to Reckless, but it is a general statement, and my own anecdotal experience has consistently showed me enough to know that people ain't doing the damn work. Hell, most of y'all partners ain't gonna do the damn work until I just said alone. It's my anecdotal experience. Yes, I just said it's my anecdotal experience has informed me that way. And it ain't just me. I watch psychologists break people down every day and introduce them to a new life and to another attitude about themselves that they never ever considered. I watch this happen in therapy all the time. The people are having life breaking, paradigm shifting revelations about themselves. This I ain't talking no whimsical shit. This is reality.
To do with that. That's what I'm saying. It seems like as though you feel like if I say that I don't want to be with a trans man, that makes me I mean, I don't know. Like when we were
I ain't say homophobic, I ain't say nothing.
LGBT, you know, a pansexual is someone that loves anybody. I'm not a pansexual. You know what I'm saying? I'm a heterosexual woman. I like heterosexual men, you know. So if I'm dealing with a transgender man, it's different. That's not my preference. It has nothing to do with knowing his tribe, knowing what he's been through, knowing it. I mean, I get that as a human, you know, but as far as what I like, what I don't like, that's not going to change just because I have this certain connection with you, this one transgender. You see what I'm saying? Like, and I feel like that's the problem. It seems like, okay, so if you are not open to changing your sexuality, or, you know, open to trying something with a different preference that will go outside of your preference, then that makes you a bad person. Like
No,
if I want
did
to
I
stay
say
within
that?
my realm, then
No.
what's wrong with me wanting to stay within my realm?
I said I made no. I did not say nothing about being a bad person. I said nothing about being transphobic. What I literally have been saying consistently is I believe that most people generally are not. Don't
wait. Please don't.
don't.
Back up. You said lazy. You said mentally lazy.
And
Lazy is
hold on,
obviously
wait.
a
Hold
pejorative
on.
term. Please
Wait.
don't try to
Hold
walk
on, wait.
this back
Hold
around.
on.
Be
Hold on,
honest.
wait. Hold on. I'm not Michael Jackson. I don't do no moonwalking. I can say it again. And I will say it again. I believe, generally speaking, yes, most people are intellectually, emotionally lazy. That is my belief. And what I'm saying, that's my observation. People can make it a bad thing or whatever.
When is lazy ever not a good thing? When is lazy ever a good thing? It's always bad.
I just literally talked about therapy. I just literally talked about religious conversions. I just literally brought up. Hold on. I just literally brought up my friend who literally went from being same-sex attracted to being trans attracted to now being all damn attracted at this damn point. People are doing the work, but I also know that most people are not choosing to initiate. They're not the general population. If you look, I know this to be the facts about Christianity. Most people are participating in this country in Christianity because it's simply what was given to them. Most people have never even thought.
I'm not.
Most people have not even really ever sat back and been like, but see,
I'm not one of those people though.
Hold on, wait. But see, look, I'm not gonna keep correcting myself. If y'all don't keep understanding the difference between general, if you ain't a part of the general that I'm talking about, you ain't even no need for you to be. It's a general statement. Most people generally have not thought about where their beliefs come from. They have just accepted the culture. They've just accepted what their family have practiced. They've just taken information. Most of us don't understand what we read in our science books. We just assume these people know what the fuck they doing, and we just accept it as facts. Most of us don't know where the fuck any of the information comes from. We're just accepting the truth. We don't think twice about the papers. We read the paper, look at the news, we assume this is the state of the world. Like, we do it every fucking day. We just accept surface information about life, about ourselves, because
but that's not
just don't have, because it's a luxury and a preference and a choice to go deeper than that, and to ask yourself deeper questions than what's being posed to you.
So you're saying we're wrong if we don't want to deep dive deeper?
I ain't say nothing. Y'all keep making them out wrong. I'm just trying to have a challenging conversation. I'm doing the open your mind challenge. People can either take it or not take it. If you don't take it, you're not bad. You ain't going to hell.
No, you're not bad. You just lazy.
You're still a great person. You still a law-abiding citizen. You still are 100. You still deserve all that life has to offer to you. You still should be blessed by God. Jesus is still good. You still gonna get everything you want out of life.
Poor fanatical sitting in the corner like, what in the world?
We have a standard, and I feel like the LGBT community, of course, goes against that, and that's where the problem lies. Everybody isn't going to want to go outside of their box. It's like,
and they don't have to. It's not illegal. It's not illegal. It's not illegal to not go. You don't have to go.
Pushing this, go outside your box.
How is the LGBT?
They telling men.
Now the LGBT is pushing. How is the LGBT? How is the LGBT? Hold on, wait. I think it is so funny that I see you busting out of your seams, fanatic. I'm gonna let you have it, bro. I think it's so funny that y'all can get up on this panel and talk about pushing when religion been pushing gay people to believe that they fucking straight since the dawn of this country. When white people been pushing for niggas
that don't make it right.
Hold on, wait. Because we ain't talking about right or wrong. We're talking about the pushing part.
Oh, okay.
I think it's funny that the dominant society gets away with pushing shit every day. And the moment somebody challenges them, oh, now it's an agenda and we push it. Ain't nobody doing nothing different than what the dominant class has been doing the whole time, pushing Christianity down everybody's throat, pushing heteronormative shit down people's throat, pushing anti-blackness down people's throat, pushing patriarchy and toxic masculinity down motherfuckers' throat. And I ain't even and what the gag is that the real society is actually pushing toxic shit. I'm only asking for people to push their brains to explore themselves in a way that your mama never gonna tell you to, in a way that the church ain't gonna never tell you to, in a way that the other sheep who are just going along to get along ain't gonna tell you to. I'm just being the interrupter. I ain't even tell you to go off a damn cliff and to hurt yourself. I ain't telling you to necessarily conform. If anything, I'm telling you to challenge conformity. I'm telling you to challenge what may in fact be some other system puppeteering your perception and puppeteering your feelings and puppeteering what your own desires, and to just take the damn challenge. Hell, you may come out the same way. That's perfectly fucking fine. But at least you walked the way to find out and to reaffirm if who you are is who the fuck you truly say you are. But to just accept at face value that you just are what you are, I think that reduces and narrows the human experience. I just do. That's just.
And I can honestly say I've done the work, and
I'm exactly what I am. I'm exactly what I am.
I am attracted to men. I don't want nothing less than a man, a biological man. I've tried it with females. I'm attracted to females. I love beautiful women. If I'm in the club and a girl got a fat ass, she walked past me, I might just rub it. You know, I'm not ugly, so most girls, they, you know, may laugh or giggle at it, you know, but I'm not going to go home with her. I'm not going to bring her around my kids. I'm not going to marry her. I'm not going to spend the rest of my life with her, you know, because there's just certain things that she can't give me as a female, nor can a trans man. Just because you've tried to give me or show me those traits of a man, you're still not a man. It's like trans women and trans men, it's almost like they try to change the narrative that what you're born with is who you are. Like, that's what I mean when it comes to society. That's what our society is. Like, that's regardless if you're a Christian or a Muslim or whatever, you're born a boy, you're born a girl. That's what you're going to go, you know, that's what your parents are going to raise you as. Regardless of what traits you may show them, you're still going to be raised as the gender that you were born with. So at the same time, even though that, you know, we should challenge ourselves and be open-minded to exploring and possibly being able to be attracted to the same sex or someone that's not the same sex but possibly was the same sex once upon a time, it's like, I'm cool with knowing that I'm a female. I like men. I was groomed. I guess you could say that's what a lot of trans people say. I was groomed to like men, but even when I've tried to go against that, it hasn't worked for me. I like men. I love men. That's just what it is. I'm not against trans women, but I'm not against trans men, but you know, I'm going to stick to what I'm comfortable with or what, you know, makes me feel good. And that's just what it is. I feel like,
guess what? You ain't breaking no laws, Alush, by doing, and ain't nobody breaking no law.
Sticking to that, it's a problem.
It's not. Everybody is going to get off this live and go back to their jobs and their families and their music and their children and their sex and their masturbation and their porn and everything that makes up their everyday life just fine. If you ain't gonna do the work, you ain't gonna do the damn work. If you're fine the way you are, you're fine the way you are.
You keep on accusing people of not doing the work. There's a bunch of things you said
and that's not true.
Number one, hold on, let me get this real quick. Number one, you make a statement that nobody's trying to push anybody into anything, but they are trying to push anybody and push people all the time. So I'm pretty sure you guys all remember that situation on Big Brother with Genuine, or maybe not Big Brother, whatever that show was, with Genuine, in which there was a trans person that came on to Genuine. I know, yeah, it's crazy. There was a trans person that came on to Genuine in that scenario. Reckless, your mic is picking up.
Reckless.
Yeah. Okay. And during that time, they made an advancement on Genuine. Genuine obviously rejected the advancement after making it crystal clear that he wasn't interested in trans people, and then immediately then everyone started trying to label Genuine as transphobic and wanted to cancel him. I've had God knows how many conversations with different trans people where they've made the statement that, oh yeah, if you're a straight male who's unwilling to sleep with trans people, then that is inherently transphobic. Literally, the video I uploaded to my YouTube like two videos back was me debating with a trans person who was going completely ham on me, basically saying that yeah, any person that wouldn't sleep with a trans person is transphobic.
Are you a YouTuber? Are you a
yeah, I do content on YouTube and on Twitch. And they literally said it was transphobic for a heterosexual male not to sleep with a trans person. So that already happened. We see these kind of labels happening like all around, right? Like this isn't something brand new or just only on Twitch spaces. You see these sort of things pushing. They were literally trying to cancel Genuine on it. And another thing, I don't think that people are necessarily forcing people into heteronormativity. Like anybody that knows anything about numbers, we know this just that's basic math. Like if the average person is going to be a heterosexual, like that's just the way things are. Like even if we get to the most accepting, most inclusive societies, non-discriminatory societies, still the vast majority of people are going to be heterosexual. That is just the norm. Now, that doesn't mean that there's something like I'm not trying to demonize or attack anyone else for anyone that's an outlier, but we have the statistics on this. Trans people make up literally less than 1% of the population, less than 0.1% of the population. It's an extremely, extremely, extremely limited aberration. So then, like the idea that we're going to sit here and pretend as if that's like somebody pushing or forcing people into that, that's not true either. These are just it's just the way. As I said, it's just the math. It's just the math.
Here's the issue with what y'all.
Hold on for a minute.
Am I back? I think my.
Okay, yeah, I wonder what the hell happened. I'm like, that's
Chewbacca need to come on.
Okay, I'm back. So the issue with what y'all are saying, and see, this is how I know that y'all ain't really listening, and y'all damn sure ain't comprehending. It's because
I haven't had a chance to talk.
Okay, and you will. The issue here is that y'all are acting like I'm pushing y'all towards something specific. I'm pushing y'all toward exploration. I haven't determined what the fuck you will find on the other side of that exploration. I'm just pushing you toward questioning your reality, questioning the information, not only external to you, but the information that your fucking brain communicates to you as well. I don't know what the hell you will find if you were to actually challenge your beliefs. I don't know what the hell you would find if you were to challenge your religion. I don't know what the hell you would find if you were to challenge social norms and social conscience. I don't know what the fuck you would find. I don't know what the hell you would come out on. But what I do think you deserve is a chance to it's first of all permission to challenge it, because we don't get told enough that we have creative right over our own lives, and we don't have to accept information. We don't have to accept whatever that you actually can explore. I know as a Black American, as a Black male, as a Black queer motherfucking male, that nobody ever told me that it was okay for me to question unless it was to their convenience and there was a ulterior motive. I haven't presented a ulterior motive. I've presented the opportunity for you to simply question your reality. And as I said moments before, if you come out the same way that you came in, then you know, and you're fine. I'm not invested in what the fuck you come out on, because I ain't fucking none of y'all. I ain't in love with none of y'all. I ain't dating none of y'all. It ain't of no motherfucking personal benefit to me whether you do the work or don't motherfucking do the work. It's literally just an opportunity for you to either put your foot in the motherfucking pool or don't put your goddamn foot in the goddamn pool. I think that it would be interesting, and I can guarantee that you will find, if you truly go on that pilgrimage, you will definitely find shit that may surprise you about yourself. You may find information and find things that you love, that you like, things that you are, if you would give yourself permission to actually live instead of accepting all of this token information you've gotten and all the ways you've been informed externally by your reality, coupled with your brain processing that information and telling you that it's you. That if you were to just untangle some of that shit, you will find that you are a much more interesting, much more complex individual than you ever could fucking imagine. And I also ain't afraid to say that motherfuckers are lazy and not doing that work, generally speaking, even though that may not apply to no person on this panel.
Well, I mean,
Well,
I
I
feel
can-
like even if you do the work and you still come out the same, so what does that mean? Does
It
that
just
mean like
it
who's
means
to say that
it means
nobody else do the
amen to the
work?
braver heart. Amen to the braver heart. Amen that you have confirmed your suspicions, if you ever had them. If you ever wanted to know, am I really who the fuck I am? That you put yourself through these rites of passages to affirm what you believed always was your identity. And if you came out on the other side still who the hell you are, kudos. Now you know that you know that you know. And that's a wonderful thing to be able to carry with your life, to carry with you, instead of you thinking you know who you are and then bumping into some weird experiences that actually challenge who you are. Like, for instance, being with a fucking trans woman, and now you're like, wait, I experienced this and liked it, but I'm going to tell myself I don't, because I've just decided that my orientation is supposed to be this fucking way. But that's
Not supposed to. That's just what I've always
No, but here's the issue. If that's what your body really wanted, if that's what your heart really wanted, you would have never been in that position to begin with. So that experience did come natural to you. To feel that way, to get off that way, did come natural to you. The only thing that changes that is your brain will make you then turn the wheel to the left and to the right.
That is not the same thing.
So there's so many things wrong with what you're saying here. First off, look. This same sort of logic, this same sort of logic that you're talking about is the same stuff that like child molesters will use. They will literally.
Oh God, y'all love comparing everything that LGBT people say to some bestiality shit, to some pedophile shit. Y'all love wangling. Y'all love wangling all that shit together. Y'all can never do the critical.
Not what I'm doing.
Y'all can never do the critical work. This whole, yeah, and saying and literally said child molester when that ain't even the first time that word came out of the mouth of people on this panel. We literally had people up here talking about what is bestiality. We literally had people talking about underage shit, and we literally here talking about opening one's mind and one's orientation. And y'all always privileged heterosexual people love to go there. It's a trump card anytime that queer people are challenging privileged ass motherfuckers into wangle in bestiality and child molesting to shut the shit down, because y'all know how triggering and outrage and how close our people get immediately when y'all say certain shit. Y'all do the same shit that Karen does when she's ready to hang it up on a nigga.
What I was saying was,
and Reckless know exactly what I'm talking about as a same gender loving man himself. He knows exactly what I'm talking about.
So then you at least get to where I'm getting at really quick.
See, I'm prepared for this.
You didn't understand that I didn't make, and then assume that it's something worse from it instead of letting me actually make the thought. Someone earlier, Reckless wanted to finish his thought, and I shut the hell up and let him finish his thought.
Soon as you said child molester, it was a no.
So now you're saying the second I say that word that you're allowed all the bias and prejudice.
It done came up a billion.
My thoughts no longer matter.
It's a billion. Okay. The fact that that's your go-to, you think that that's just by whatever, when that's something that literally heterosexual folk do all the fucking time when it comes to around orientation.
Can I make one point? What I'm saying is,
okay, it's babies crying, it's Pampers running. Somebody needs to mute.
Okay, since everybody stop talking, I'll say, okay, so what I'm saying is, the point that I feel like the LGBT community doesn't understand, because obviously you all have a different psyche when it comes to being open-minded.
It's not all of us. We're not monolithic. It's not. We argue amongst each other. We don't agree on the same shit. It's not.
Okay, well, speaking for the general, the general people in the LGBT community are open-minded as far as
they're not. Most gay men think of themselves as gay. Most lesbian women think of themselves as lesbian. Most trans folks think of themselves as trans.
With who they're traditionally supposed to be with. That's what I mean. I'm speaking from.
They have the same traditional attitude about it that y'all have about y'all heterosexuality.
Perspective, like that's what I mean, because it starts from young. This isn't something that's just older. Like people don't just wake up and say, "Oh, I don't like this, I don't like that." This is something that's been conditioned. Like that's what I'm saying. So I feel like the issue is being young. We know that. Well, I'm not gonna say we know, but we feel that it's a wrong thing to do to go with the same sex. So being that when we get older, I mean, it's not that that's just something that we don't like, but it's more so that a lot of us are just born that way. Like we just like our same sex, I mean, we just like our same sex. And some people are, just like, the opposite sex. And I feel like I said, for the LGBT community, it's hard for them to comprehend that for people that like opposite sex.
It's not. I'm the only person having this. I'm the only person, Lush, having this conversation with y'all at 4 o'clock in the morning. Lil Nas X is not asking y'all to open up y'all minds to y'all own orientation. I'm the only nigga at 4 o'clock in the morning right now having this conversation with y'all. No. You conflating issues. What LGBT people are saying is the same thing that y'all saying to me. If I tell you that I'm gay or I tell you that I'm trans, don't fucking challenge me. Just like you don't want me to challenge your biology. Just like you don't want me to challenge whatever you identify with. So as a trans person, don't challenge me. As a queer person, as a lesbian person. Hold on. So what?
Relationship.
And what? Huh?
I'm saying in a relationship, like, I mean, basically going to the topic, like, you can't tell me that I'm going to have the same feelings for somebody because they all of a sudden tell me that they're the same sex as me, even though they've been telling me that they're, I mean, what?
Did I tell you that
they're
though?
Different sex. Like, it's almost like.
Did I tell you that though? Like, who told you that?
It's wrong for not wanting to be open-minded or open their box to be with another sex. It's like it's wrong almost to just want to stay within our box. Like society,
I literally have said, like, I literally echo that there is no wrong. I presented and
there's no wrong, but I'm saying the LGBT community.
The LGBT community is not. LGBT ain't talking to y'all about. I'm talking to y'all about this shit. LGBT ain't doing shit but being gay or being trans or being queer.
But they feel like we're wrong because we don't like what they're doing. Like if I like what I'm doing, I don't like what you're doing. What's wrong with me liking what I'm doing?
Okay, but that's what I said to you. That's where straight folks should be empathetic with queer people at, because queer people are telling. I mean, because straight people are telling queer people that they're not really trans.
Y'all got laws. We doing so much stuff.
Hold up.
Whoa. Now, I've been trying to make some points.
I got you. I've been trying to make some points for a minute. Leonard, please let me just say this so I can exit real quick. I've been in this panel. I started my stream an hour and 43 minutes shortly after I joined this panel. I've been in this panel for an hour and 43 minutes. I barely used a pedophile word 5 minutes ago. Don't talk about I started with pedophilia. That was not my point. That was not what I started with. I've been here for an hour and 43 minutes.
That word came out of all y'all mouth at some point.
Okay, well, I know.
It came out of yours.
I know for me.
It came out of yours 7 minutes ago. So now you had your turn with the word pedophile.
For the first hour and a half. If I can finish, please. For the first hour and a half, I never mentioned the word pedophilia once. So don't sit there and
you
talk
finally
about
did. Are you happy now?
Furthermore, secondly, you
finally did. Are you satisfied now?
Secondly, you don't even understand the point that I was making because you cut me off and didn't let me finish.
Okay, so what's your point with pedophiles?
I appreciate you guys having me on the panel. Clearly, it's gotten too toxic for me. I love y'all. I wish y'all the best. I'm out. Peace.
Okay. Good night. Who got the floor next? So we can continue on with this toxic conversation.
I hope it's me for a change. Go ahead,
take it away. Take this toxic conversation away, Leonard. Let's continue on.
Damn. Okay, now this is a 1-for-1. Me and you. Like ain't nobody else in here. It's just me and you talking. Conscious. All the rest of the
How can Ray
sidebar
Ray
stay on the
understood
side.
all of 2 seconds? People who
Okay.
don't want to
Me and
understand
you.
this conversation ain't don't want to understand it. People who do clearly do. Ray just executed it using 1 sentence. It ain't that complex what I'm saying and communicating. I've been very articulate
Exactly.
this entire time.
You're communicating from you. And that's what people are missing. Okay. Now I'm gonna communicate with you. I, for one, I do not have to doggone who eating potato chips. Sound like somebody eating potato chips. Anyway,
Laid the fuck out.
Now I don't have to go and do all of the, well, you know, open your mind, Craig. Expand your mind, Craig. You know, like on Friday. I don't have to do all that to know me, because I already know me. I know me. Okay. You know, I look at things like I said, and I've always said, I am a very, very simple person. I'm simple as hell. I know me. I know I'm not attracted to anything other than a heterosexual woman. I know this. Okay. Now hold on. Now hold on. I could roll that all the way back to 1968. Denise Joyner. Girl is in my kindergarten class. Now I didn't know anything about sex at the time, but it was something about her. I just could not be around her. Then we ran into each other again 30 years later. And she was like, you know, you used to follow me home from school and stuff. When I looked at her 30 years later, I'm like, man, I want to, she was married. So, you know, I couldn't get at her. But children know at a young age. Now, they don't understand all the mechanics behind it, behind their doggone sexual attraction. They don't understand the mechanics behind it, but they have a full understanding of their attraction. Now, people want to say, oh, nobody's born that way. They're taught that. They're conditioned to be that way. No, they are not. People are different. People have different desires and this and that. And it starts when people are young. They just don't understand all the mechanics of where they are. And that is a natural fact. Now, when it comes to the woman on woman with a men accepted thing, the reason heterosexual men have no problem with that, because heterosexual men do not consider 2 women getting it in with true penetration, because a woman was not born with a tallywhacker. Okay? So we don't consider that as being genuine. So we cool with it. But you have women that will find out their man was with another male, and they know, okay, well, I can't compete with it. If a man cheats on this woman with another woman, okay, they can compete with that. I can make myself prettier. I could do some more of this. I could do some that. Whatever goes through a woman's mind. I don't know, because I'm not a woman. But whatever goes through her mind. But in a situation like that, women cannot compete with that. And that goes all the way back to the thing when you were talking about people need to open their minds up and, you know, do some exploration to understand who they are. If you have a full understanding who you are, because experience is life's greatest teacher, you know who you are. I don't have to smoke crack to determine if being a crackhead is fucked up. I don't have to shoot heroin to understand that. I don't have to do it. It's very obvious. Okay. Same thing with being with someone of the same sex or someone that was born male and transitioned to female. I don't have to experience that to know that's just not my cup of tea. I drop the mic with that.
Okay, so let me jump in.
Before you jump into logic, and I just think it's funny that I have literally
you had some amazing arguments on this show,
but not even
to
amazing.
cut you off.
But not even
That's
amazing.
some amazing arguments I've listened to.
I literally put my foot in the shit and took this conversation somewhere. We use sexuality to get to overall being an introspective person who is curious about their own existence. And I think it's funny that y'all are still arguing y'all orientation and preference, but it still doesn't negate the fact that what I'm arguing is a right to be curious. But look, the reason why we don't really want that right to be curious is also, to my point, is because we've made a lot of assumptions about who the fuck we are and never really allowed ourselves or allowed our lives or allowed our truths or allowed our understanding to be determined by our actual experience versus our ideologies. This is why you have Black men who find themselves in trans-oriented experiences and didn't actually have a problem with their experience. They have a problem about what they've been taught to believe about their experience. You have plenty of people having Holy Ghost filled, plenty of Christian believers having Holy Ghost filled experiences in other religions and only have a conflict because of the way they've been taught to think about what feels good to them or what makes sense to them. And because, once again, we live in a hive-ass society where we literally like to appease people and please others, and we are attached to our culture and the sentiments and expectations of our families, of our churches, of our institutions, of all of the rules of social engagements when it comes to our society, that most people are willing to just live a life that can work alongside those expectations rather than do the innovative, ballsy, edgy ass thing and say, fuck the system. I'm aware that there are parts of me that don't make sense according to the expectations or according to what has been taught to me about myself, and my brain is saying judge this thing or feel this way, but my actual experience was really fucking nice and pleasing and pleasurable, but I rather choose the idea, and I rather choose appeasing my culture, and I rather appease my bros and the men's community or the women's community or the queer community or the whatever community, instead of people being ballsy enough to choose themselves. If there's anything that I learned from Iyanla Vanzant, it was to vote for my fucking self. This is why some people consider me to be a motherfucking rebel, because I don't look to any of y'all to give me permission about where I can go and be and explore and what I can have access to. I've given myself permission to do that. And I'm speaking as an experiencer that me taking that passage in my life has made me a much different person than the person that I started as, and I'm actually happy with the end result. And because people give me deep, nuanced access to their lives, to their minds, to their relationships, to all the shit that people come to me about every motherfucking day, to all the shit that's in my DMs, to all the shit that's in my emails, to all the shit that's in my spiritual work that people bring to me. That's why I was speaking anecdotally and saying that I've been able to see, even in my own individual life, that most people have not thought outside of the vacuum and box that they've chosen to live in, because they've been made to believe that that box and that information is all that there is. And your job, you've been taught, is to make that information work, to make that box work. You've never even been taught to see beyond it or to explore the corners and crevices or the outer borders of the reality that most of us been given. And we're all living in a social construct. America is an idea. America is an idea. Your patriotic attitude is an idea. Your religious ideas are. We all are living in ideas, and we're sitting here arguing like, no, all this is like the truth, and all of it is, and hold on. I totally get it, and what I'm saying is that I have heard from Lush that I'm disinterested, and that's fine. I've heard from Purple Lover that I'm disinterested, and that's fine. I ain't say I heard everything. I said I heard from Lush, and I heard from Purple Lover, and I heard from Leonard, and I heard from Marvin, and I heard from Fanatic that I'm not interested. I don't want to go there. And to your right, you have it. I'm not putting no lashes across your mother. I'm not putting no lashes across your motherfucking back because you ain't going there. It's literally an opportunity.
I did go there and it wasn't for me.
Okay, then it don't apply, Purple Lover. So now you're a part of a conversation that's irrelevant to you. You've done the work. So why are you here arguing a work you've done? You've been to the other side. You know who the fuck you are. So then why are you here with all the heat? For me, if you've done the work, if the shoe don't fit, it don't fit. I don't know why you're wearing it. The heel is not for you. The opportunity
I feel like
is
I'm not trying to wear the shoe. I'm just, like I said, I know I'm trying to speak for people that I know that are in my community that have.
I'm saying for people to have done the work. Where is?
I say it may seem like it's coming from me or how I believe, but a lot of it is from like just what I've seen coming down my timeline. Just the general. You know what I'm saying? Not saying that it's right. Not saying that that's what I believe. I'm just speaking on. The whole aspect of it, like just knowing how heterosexual people think, being that I am heterosexual, but
I know Reckless. I'm gonna let you go.
A lot of people, like I said, a lot of heterosexual people feel like the LGBT community is almost against us. It's like we
y'all have been against us. Well,
look at it, but can you look at it the way we look at it? Like. Maybe we don't.
Lush. We spent our whole existence looking.
Is idealistic. It's idealistic. That's the only word I can use. A lot of what I've heard is idealistic.
Okay, I want.
If we lived in a perfect world, idealistic. The world is not perfect. Life is not. But
nobody's talking about. Right, and we get it, but we didn't even talk about the world being perfect. Everybody here listening, everybody who's over the age of 18, who actually lives inside of their own body and lives inside of their own psyche, has permission to change their reality as they see fit. And I am the person giving everybody the green light to do just that because, like I said, nobody else is telling hardly anybody that they actually have a right to be who the fuck you want to be, and you don't have to accept face value information. You don't even have to accept the information that your own brain is communicating to you. And I've used plenty of anecdotal experiences and people's situations to talk about the reality of how moldable we are and how we can evolve. As I'm talking about evolution, y'all talking about, well, not even, I'm not gonna say y'all because Purple Lover says she's on that evolutionary journey. Wonderful. Lush is saying I'm good. Fine. Marvin is saying hell no, but I think this is entertaining. That's wonderful. Leonard is saying everything that you're saying, History Channel, and I'm saying, and I'm just, and
you ain't lying. You ain't lying,
right? And for Dora's point, I think that this is where some of the pushback is. It sounds like I'm recruiting because that's oftentimes the way that being challenged feels. It feels like something is being forced upon you, and when you feel, and see, and I'm okay with that pushback because see, when I was challenged and when I decided to initiate challenging my damn self and didn't look to somebody else to do it, I had to deal with that same feeling and that same vibration of frustration, which I spoke about deeply on this panel in the past 3.5 hours. So when somebody is telling you to pop your bubble, look, I come from a very Christian family. And when we get into conversations around the legitimacy of the Bible and the life of Jesus and where God can be and can't be and what's other religions, Christians will want to kill your ass for trying to bust their Christian bubble. People are so deeply addicted and attached to their security because these ideas have given people their navigation, have given people their vehicle. And so I know how addicted people are to what's been given to them. I know how people would die on the heel of what has already been carved out for them, whether it's true or not, real or not, regardless of what the facts are. People don't give a damn because you're talking about now people's mental security, and people fear letting that shit go because they fear insanity. They fear what they may even look like if they were to divorce and go into the unknown and go into the familiar. And I understand that fear, but I'm still not going to let my foot up off society's neck. I'm going to challenge folks to enter into that void, to enter into that unfamiliar place, and to really find your motherfucking self. And anybody who truly has found themselves knows the fucking joy of finding themselves, which is why they should be having my back and saying, absolutely, go find your motherfucking self. Go break your own patterns. Go fucking explore and figure out who you are as a woman, who you are as a man, who you are as a young person, who just go do that. You're not going to find who you really are by participating in the matrix and the path somebody else, some other systems, all these other rules have told you to. You're only going to do that by you letting it go and being true to thy own self. That's it.
And see, and that's the thing. Those that are dealing with that in their life, whereas they are uncertain and unsure, they need to go and explore it so they find where they fit so they can be happy. I mean, it's you have a lot of people. I'm like, if this is what you want to do, do you be great? Like my mother used to tell me when I was growing up, she was like, she used a whole different wording system, but I'll paraphrase it to modern times. If you're going to be a gay man, make sure that you're a good one.
Be the best at it. That's what she said.
And see, that's it.
Yeah,
that's it. So if this is your flavor, roll with your flavor and be good at what you do. There you go, and you will be happy. It's a lot of people out here. They trying to doggone flip pancakes. They don't know if they want strawberries on the top or chocolate morsels on the bottom. They don't know what the hell and then trying to lie themselves and fit into somebody else's doggone cookie cutter and all of that. That's too doggone complicated. I can't live my life in a cookie cutter.
But
all
Ray,
I could be is me. Because when I wake up in the morning, I know.
But you know that most people do live in a cookie cutter. Look, exactly. When
I wake up in the morning, and I got to use the bathroom, and I walk and I turn the light on, you know that mirror that's to your left-hand side of your toilet? And I look at that mirror, all I can see is me, just like Teddy Pendergrass said in this song we play, house music clubs, especially Chicago. You can't hide from yourself. Everywhere you go, there you are. Okay? There's a lot of wisdom in songs, like this other old song. It takes a fool to learn that love don't love nobody. Hello.
Understandable. I want to ask you this question, Leonard. Do you think somebody gave me permission to be a black man with a 16-inch weave, a green one at that?
No,
do you think that this system encouraged me as a black male to put a 16-inch emerald green weave in my head and to also shave the side off, to tattoo my body the fuck up and to love on men? Do you think that or to even go from Christianity to Christian mysticism to just universal spirituality, do you think that my culture gave me permission to do that? Do you think my mama raised me to be what you guys see here on this platform? Because I'm not gonna speak on your mom,
but I'm gonna
I'm
speak
asking you
on
too.
retro.
I'm asking you. No. I'm just asking you. Do you? I'm just asking you. Do you?
Hold on now. Hold on,
hold on. I'm the one asking. I'm the one asking you the question, Linda. I ain't got to hold you. I'm asking you. I just want you to answer yes or do you believe? Do you believe that the culture that me and your culture, well, today's culture, because your people might have been a little bit more open-minded, but do you believe that Black people, that my community encouraged me to do this? Do you think that they encouraged me to be everything that I am today? Just so you can just a wild guess. Just a wild guess.
Hold on. Can I answer? Can I answer?
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely no. Now that's one answer. Now to part two of that, with you having your hair and shaved head on one side, right? You know, that's retro salt and pepper from back in the day. They the ones that started that trend.
Women.
So it ain't like it's something new.
Women.
Okay.
But I said man. I didn't say women, because as a man, I can get away. You know,
didn't say
as a
women,
woman,
but I'm just
as
saying,
a woman, of course, I can. As a woman, of course, I can get away with.
You got.
Yeah,
that's
but
a salt and pepper. Push it.
We know that there's nothing new. We know that there's nothing new under the sun. That's why I said, as a Black man, do you think that my culture encouraged me to be the person y'all experience on this platform in all my mental, emotional, aesthetic glory?
Hold on. The Black male culture is foundated, if that's a word, is foundated in hyper masculinity.
Right.
How's that answer?
That's a perfect answer, because that goes to why I fight for people to bust their bubbles, because nobody gave me permission to actually be happy. People gave me permission to do what they told me to do and to follow their version of life and their version of, including not be gay. I wanted to kill myself as a gay man wrestling with same-sex affection because of how society, how the church, how the Black church informed me, how my Christian family reinforced those things and normalized those standards and ideologies. I had to fight for what was genuinely my identity and my happiness, and I had to let go of all of that shit. And there are people in this world suffering in the most micro of ways and macro of ways because they're entrapped in a system that nobody's giving them permission to be free in. What people are giving people permission to do is to do as I tell you to, is to get information, is to meet my expectations. All I want is for motherfuckers to go be free. And if your freedom is heterosexuality, if your freedom is queerness, if your freedom is eccentricness, if your freedom is everything under the motherfucking sun, like, I don't give a damn. I just want free, and freedom gonna look very different for each and every one of us. So y'all don't gotta talk to me and defend your sexuality, because there are heterosexual people. That's a thing. There are queer people. That's a thing. There are trans-attracted people. That's a thing. All I'm arguing is that
I feel like it starts like the reason why I said is because, you know, as children, we're always told you could be whatever you want to be. Do whatever you want, you know, that makes you happy, from our parents, from our teachers, you know. So it's kind of like, it's kind of a hypocrite at the same time, you know, because every child is told you can be whatever or whoever you want to be, you know, regardless of what or whoever that is.
And we
Follow
know
your dreams,
that
chase your dreams, you know?
Hold on, but to that point, Alush, but we know what people really mean by that. What they mean is follow everything that that the culture considers normal and acceptable. We know that what them parents don't mean is do something that's not in my worldview. That's not in my worldview.
I mean, and see, that's what I'm saying. That's a vague and broad statement, because if I was a criminal, I don't want my children to grow up.
Okay, but we ain't talking about criminal. I ain't even going to that extreme, y'all.
I know exactly what he means, because my daughter said the same thing.
No, of course not.
Why y'all always go to the extreme? But why is it the extreme? Like, I don't understand why.
I wasn't going to the extreme. I was about to make a point. if I can have a second. My daughter made the same point that Conscious made, that she knew at a young age that she liked girls and boys, but she also understood even at that age that there were certain things in society that just wasn't acceptable. And that was as a young kid that she recognized that. Even though I would never make her feel that way, because I've always encouraged my daughter to fully express herself and who she is, including her sexuality. Because when she told me she liked both, that was not an issue for me. But she knew enough as a young child. She said she knew from a really young age that even then, even though she couldn't exactly call it what it was, she knew it wasn't acceptable to what he would call normal society, the heterosexual community. Because I even asked my father one time, because we were looking at a show discussing sexuality, and I asked him because my father was a deacon in the church, and I was fortunate enough to have a father that encouraged me to think outside of the box. We did that often. And I simply asked him, I said, Dad, what would you do if I came out to you and told you that I was gay? And my daddy actually blew my mind in the kitchen because I was not expecting the response I got. He said, as long as you're happy, I'm happy. I don't give a damn who you love. As long as they make you happy, I'm good with it. And
the thing that trips me out about the black church is that's a gay straight allegiance right there. So I really don't understand it. I mean, I don't know why black folk be fronting like it ain't a lot of gay people in the black church. That always blew my mind. It's like, why
gay
are you
people
sitting
are
here
everywhere.
pretending?
They always been everywhere.
No. Hold on for a minute. Nah, these people are basing whatever they're basing on the book of whatever the hell they basing, which says what it says. But you know what? I got this one twist on it that doggone bangs them up. And then they're like, well, you know, you ain't even involved in the church and this and that. And I'm like, I know I'm not, but I read the book. And you know what? There's something in there that says in the end of days, God will pour his spirit on all flesh. It don't say on just heterosexual flesh. It says all flesh. So that's heterosexual and everybody else. So what's your answer for that? Oh, that's blasphemy. It don't call it blasphemy in the book that y'all doggone teaching out of. It don't say nothing about that. It says all flesh. All encompasses everybody. So how you gonna sit and preach somebody is gonna get damned to hell because they are in a same-sex relationship when it clearly says in the book that you're teaching out of, when it's all over and done with, the spirit is going to be poured on all flesh. And it doesn't doggone discriminate on what the flesh was doing with whoever. Hello.
The same way my aunt told me that
the Bible
that I shouldn't have had a tattoo because it was against the Bible. And I told her.
Well, that's in Deuteronomy. That's in Deuteronomy.
And I told her just the same way she did some things that the Bible said wasn't okay neither.
Yeah, you ever notice when you
houses can't afford to be throwing stones.
Yeah, you ever notice when you go into a church, you see a whole lot of doggone black women in there talking about they praying for the heterosexual black women. They praying for doggone Jesus or God, take your pick, to send them a man. Then you have a female come in there. She's pregnant. She ain't married. On one hand, they say sex before marriage is wrong. Having children out of wedlock, they got a scripture saying those children will not enter the kingdom of heaven. But then you got Sister Sarah Sue Abernathy telling this young girl, you know, all children are blessed from God. That don't say that nowhere in the Bible. Make it make sense to me.
Yeah, because I could never. I remember I tried to tell my grandma that Jesus was no white man. She had, Jesus white man on the wall. I was like, that ain't what Jesus really looked like. She almost wanted to pop me in my mouth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that was in the book of Revelation.
You really just can't argue when it comes to the church. The church are always right.
So,
even
so
though
I have a
they're
question,
not. Basically.
I have a question. So, do everybody on the panel at least understand what Conscious was saying the whole time?
Hell to the
I'm not gonna say no, Conscious. You can't say hell to the no, because I fully understand what you were saying. If nobody else understood what you were saying, I did.
I'm used to being misunderstood.
I understood fully
my normal.
what you were saying.
I completely understood what Conscious was saying.
And what do you understand about what I was saying? Oh, Reckless. Let's see if everybody agrees to what you took away from it.
Homework.
No, the whole thing is about being able to explore. The thing is, a lot of us, because I was one as well, and I still am a little bit, is that we get trapped in cycles or systems that tell us what we can and what we cannot do. And of course, we're not talking about the extreme of pedophilia, which is brought up multiple times, bestiality, which is brought up multiple times, and other things that were brought up multiple times. We're not talking about that. We're talking about going outside of what the quote-unquote the norm is and be able to find your true self. Because keep in mind, too, the same way that Conscious talked about me like a masculine man and only like a masculine man, until he challenged me, he said, I want you to, dig a little deep, start doing X, Y, and Z. And guess what happened? One of the very best people that I came across was very feminine. And I never would have known that if I didn't challenge.
Thank you for your testimony, honey. I put it in my book. All of my reviews going in my book.
I'm snapping.
About all the lives I've changed, about all the people I've helped to evolve, who just took the opportunity. But go ahead, I'm listening. Give me my roses.
But I think the thing is what people are getting mixed up at, which is the initial point, was the trans thing. Okay, so I'm gonna try to clarify it. I think the whole thing, people were so mixed up on the whole thing about the disclosure, all of those things. What Conscious was saying is that, yes, the trans person did not disclose because of a whole bunch of different factors. And yes, the person involved deserved to also have the information so they can have the opportunity to choose whether or not they still want to engage. But what Conscious was really, really keying in on is that what has changed from you knowing that information, because guess what? The person is not, this is a human being. This is not someone that's killing. This is not somebody that's doing X, Y, and Z. You get what I'm saying? It is that this person made you the happiest in your life. But however, since other systems are in place that keeps us in mental bondage, want to be completely honest, I'm still in that place as well, keeps us in mental bondage. Instead of us choosing our happiness, we choose to just fall in line instead of being true to who we are. Instead of saying that, what? Even though, before I was like, I am with that trans, I'm just, keep in mind, y'all, I'm using that as an example. Don't get caught up in the trans thing. But just saying the whole thing, okay, I said I wasn't going to, be with that trans shit. But however, you know what? I actually enjoyed it, even not saying that you can't have time to think about it or even be mad. But at the same time, I think another thing that I paid attention to, every single time we made the comparison to trans people or the experience or the exploration of sexuality, everything negative came out of that. And that is a part of the system that we are talking about. Because you're not looking at this person as a human, you're looking at it as something bad, as in pedophilia, as in bestiality.
That was my point.
That's the stuff that he's referring to.
But my point with that I wasn't looking at none of that. I was looking at the fact that if you lied about,
hold on, it's two people. Hold on, it's two people. I'm gonna let the lady go first, and then
all I was saying is that I was not looking at that. When I held to the no, it was because for me and what I've been through and what I know about me, once he made that big lie to me, I can't trust you anymore. And if I can't trust you, I can't love you. So that for me would be a deal breaker. And it had nothing to do with the fact that I was trans. It has to do with the fact that you held back something that was extremely important. And instead of coming to me and being honest about it with me. Now you're pulling this out on me as a grand surprise when you think I'm emotionally enough with you to not go back. That's the issue I was having with that. It doesn't matter if it was a trans, it doesn't matter if it was a straight man that did that. Once that situation has occurred, because of me and where I've been and my experiences, I will no longer allow somebody to do that to me. That's where that was coming from.
And that's what I mean. It wasn't negative when we were saying that. That's what we mean when we was speaking on deception. Like, we were trying to give examples of deception that would kind of equate to.
But the reason why it got challenged is because both things got said. It was being argued that it's deception, and then people just flat out like, I'm not dating no trans. It's not a real man. It's not a real woman. So fine, somebody lied to you. But then I wanted to deal with the exploring what is it about a trans woman or a trans man, especially if you've already had a wonderful experience with them that changes the situation. Even if you take the lying off of the table, now we're talking about just your experience, as Reckless was saying, was a beautiful one. Kind of like how a lot of people will demonize whatever they see in their mind when they think about LGBTQIA. Oh, it's wrong, it's ungodly, it's unnatural, blah, 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 blah. But they actually don't consider, or a better example, people who believe in a gay agenda. They believe in a gay agenda. They believe that it's some agenda, that queer people pushing some agenda. But they don't even think about the proximity they have to the actual two-spirited people in their own lives, and don't see no agenda there. They just see they gay cousin, or just see they gay brother, or just see they gay sister, or just see they trans auntie, or they're trans, and they don't even see none of that nefarious shit. But yet, and so they will choose a perception based upon fear or ignorance or whatever the fuck it is, instead of actually looking at their actual experience of queer people and allowing that to inform them versus whatever the fuck is happening externally. And so my question, even beyond the trans shit, is why are we willing as a people to be loyal to ideas rather than experiences, especially when we live in a world where we know that coming across experiences that really make you feel enriched, experiences that make you feel joy, and when we're talking about things like love, and we're talking about things like human bonding, I don't know how we can just reduce that to an identity when the experience itself should, and as far as I'm concerned, should have transcended that.
I feel like that's people's emotional, like people just like, people can throw shit away over the smallest thing. Like, that's basically like what we trying to say. Like, you may feel connected to something that you feel like you can never get rid of, but somebody else may feel like, oh, it don't mean me no good. It's all right. I can get rid of it. I can find something better tomorrow. You know, so it's just,
and that's why I'm hurt, Lush, because I watch people, like, we have a disabled woman in this chat who actually tried to come up on the stream, but she said that her refrigerator was giving her some issues, and her name is Varia, I believe. Here it is. Travavia D. Green. She's been sharing all night how her disability has disqualified her from people affirming her growing up, telling her that she can't do this and she can't become that and she'll never have access to this and to that, and to basically just get in line with being a disabled person. She shared hours ago how even her dating experience has been wrecked with people not finding her valuable, men not finding her valuable because of her disability, which for me is comparable to the trans experience, because all of it is rooted in dehumanizing people based upon what, at the end of the day, and like when we really, really think about it, based upon what it really, what, like, and really, like, really what, like, is there really that much substance and gunk in the what that is motivating us to reduce and to divorce and to isolate and to reject human beings based upon whatever we're using as a whether it's a so-called preference allegedly, whether it's whatever the hell
a
that
lot
it
of
is.
people miss out on their soulmate because of those same reasons.
That's my
because
point.
They're
That's
transgender, because they're
Lush.
disabled,
Lush. I could make heterosexual love to you right now because that's all that I'm saying. That's all that I've been saying all night.
I'm trying to speak for the people, like I said, that aren't on the panel that I know kind of have this same opinion, like of what I'm speaking on. Like that doesn't mean that's how I feel, but yeah, like. A lot of people, like you said, she has a problem finding love simply because people just disqualify her as a human being, specifically off the fact that she's disabled, not even considering the fact that she could be the best thing that happened to them. You know, despite the fact that she's disabled, you don't know anything. Like we really don't know anything. So.
And that's all I want to do is I just want to give people the opportunity to question. Like, if we all human, the only thing that we all actually have in common, regardless of our disabilities, regardless of our orientations, regardless of our genders, our sexes, is we all are unanimously having a human experience. Right. And we are all here together as humans together. And I cannot help but believe that the Creator expected us to have enough divinity within all of us to just be a little bit of a deeper people in the earth. Right. To just be a little bit more deeper than that. To be a little bit more expanded than what we have accepted as
the norm.
As life, as ourselves, as the way things should be. And
yeah, because I'm always questioning things for myself personally. Because I found out for me to actually be interested in sex, I have to be emotionally and mentally involved with the person. If you're stupid, it's a turn off. if I can't just be casual with it. I can do it, but I don't enjoy it the same way I do when I'm emotionally and mentally connected to the person. So if I'm not in a relationship, I'm not active at all, period. And I found that out about myself, just like I found out that my preference in women is a hell of a lot different than it is when I deal with men. For me, I like skinny dudes. Women that I tend to find really, really attractive tend to be heavier women, which was fascinating to me that you would think, well, if I like skinny over here, I would like it over there. And it didn't turn out that way. Because like I have like a lady on TikTok that I call my gay crush, and she's a heavier woman. That was surprising to me, but it was interesting to me that her aesthetic was appealing, because I find everybody attractive, including even some transsexual men I have found attractive, but it wouldn't be anything that I would want to date or to be in a long-term relationship with. For me, that's just what I found out to be true for me at this point.
And you know, a purple lover, I know that you came on here mad as hell and challenged and ready to chop my head off. But I want you to know. But I want
it's
you
the
to
Aries
know.
in me instead of fire, baby.
I want you to know that I love that you love dick. And if you ever need help finding any, you just let me know. I'll help you find all the men that got dicks. It's okay. I still love you. It's okay. So I guess rounding. So
we've been everywhere.
I don't.
Around the world.
Look at the wallet. Why everybody? What do I want to bring it? Well, first of all, a reckless. Because I know that you have been rather quiet. Is there anything that you heard that you wanna, or anything that you wanna? Is there?
Girl, we done went completely off the fucking conversation. Bitch, we talking about goddamn fucking Hope Giselle and goddamn Flat
Hold on, but
Monroe.
but you know what though? This all, but it's all on the spectrum. It's all a part of the same thing, because it's all a part of the same thing. I mean,
this one whole book, we just went through all them different chapters. Just
because you know what? Because to Dave Chappelle's point in his special.
Oh yeah, how you feel about that?
I did a whole video. To Dave Chappelle's
okay,
point,
I gotta go see
and his turn me out in the background, Mr. Wiley.
Oh yeah, how you feel about that?
I did a whole video.
Hold on.
I hear his turn me.
I'm sorry. My apologies.
Hi, Wiley.
I can't sleep. I got some chicken drumsticks in the air fryer.
You know what?
But I just really want to speak about this, about Hope. I don't know if y'all spoke about. I just watched the video, and I'm on Flame's side, because number one, I don't understand the outrage. I'm a comedian. I'm a sit-down comedian. I'm not a stand-up comedian. I'm a sit-down comedian. We have to stop being outraged over jokes on a stage. It's comedy, and it's on Netflix. Either you watch it and you learn from it and you laugh and move on. Talking about he needs to be canceled. Shut up. I've just like Bernie Mac. Do y'all watch the Bernie Mac show? If he was alive today, they would be marching and want him to be canceled.
Not too much on home.
Sure would.
Bernie Mac had a lot of jokes that wasn't LGBT friendly. So, but that's just comedy. That's their give, and I don't think we should want to cancel that. I in the gay community, I was raised under a lot of people that use the F word, saying "girl, you cook," or "girl," we use a lot of disrespectful terms towards each other in this LGBT community. So I don't understand the outrage. I really don't. I think it's fake news. I think it's weird, and I think the transgenders that they should support their sisters that's in comedy and let them do something and drag the straight community, quote unquote. But I don't see a problem with it at all. I feel like
So what did you watch that you said that
Hope, Giselle, and Flame, they were going at it, and Hope was like, "You're not really real, and you do this, and you pander towards the straight community, and you do all this."
That,
see, that's what I said.
And you don't feel that way?
I don't feel the way.
The heterosexual people wrong.
She's been a trans woman for 30 years. So her experience is different than any other trans woman that's coming up today. So why would she have be offended by it? That's her brother in comedy. And also Dave Chappelle gave an opportunity to a transgender stand-up comedian. So he just doing comedy, and he make you think. Like, if you really get into his special, he really made you think. Like, you can say the N-word, you can kill a black man, but as soon as you say some sort of trans,
right? That's why I say it's like a push.
You got to go. And right. I don't understand the outrage. If we have the outrage, then we need to stop calling women bitches. Stop calling them hoes. Okay, I don't see the outrage for that, but we use that when we talk about each other. But as soon as we say trans women, they need to be canceled. Oh, shut them down. Cut a check. Stop. No. Like, I don't. It's freedom. I'm all about freedom of speech. I'm about freedom of expression. And if we start to censor Dave Chappelle, we're going to be censoring everybody. You ain't going to be able to say hello and goodbye. Oh, I'm offended. I don't like to say hello.
See, and that's the same. That's the same thing I said about.
That was the point.
That's the same thing I said about that movie Halloween. The same thing.
Right. In general, the LGBT community make it seem like we're wrong for the way we feel about it, or the way we express it. It's like, how are we wrong? That doesn't mean
y'all are.
That's just how we feel.
No. Before you go into the right and the wrong thing, right? Now they wrote the new Halloween movie, right? Halloween Kills. Okay, you've got all of the LBG inclusion. Like I said, I don't know all the letters. I'm a simple man. You have all of the inclusion. So you had two guys that were a couple, and they were included. And not only were they included, they owned the original Michael Myers house. And they were killed by Michael Myers in the house, and the LGBT community snapped talking about Michael Myers is homophobic. You see, he killed that same-sex couple. And I'm like, will you all get out of here with that? Everybody gets killed in Halloween, except Jamie Lee Curtis. Y'all going too far with it.
No, because I'm actually glad that you said it, because it reminded me to come back and fix what you said. Okay, here's the thing. I don't know why y'all think that just because someone's LGBT or a group within the LGBT, whatever, that we all think alike. As you saw from the video of Hope, Giselle, and Flame, we don't think alike. We all have different experiences, different opinions. So
no, I didn't say everybody thinks alike. I was like the loud minority that has the press. The loud minority. Hold on. Give me 15 seconds. 15 seconds is all I need. 15. You can count them down. The loud minority that has the press contacts. Oh, and they make it bad for the whole rest of the community in a little hurt ass field.
I just want to add this, and then I want you to speak. Oh, reckless. I love the straight folk on this panel, because it just, power and privilege comes so second nature that it is totally in y'all blind spot. Because even here, what Lush just said, it's funny that y'all think that this is about the outrage and the defensiveness is toward the way y'all feel. The problem is, as the dominant class, y'all use the way y'all feel and what y'all think to create the segregations and lines of demarcations that queer people experience in this country. And what queer people are pushing back against is y'all weaponizing y'all feelings and turning those things into laws, turning those things into social norms that actually injure the lives and the minds of LGBT folk across the board. So nobody really cares how y'all feel. The issue is what the power y'all have had alongside y'all feelings, that y'all have been able to turn y'all feelings into realities for queer people that queer people don't appreciate. That y'all have been able to turn and create religions and create social norms in ways, create social dynamics in ways that have queer people living in fear, that have queer people being killed, being harassed, being bullied, being kicked out of their homes simply because of their inner truth, that queer people are having to intersect with all of these injuries in their life because of the privileged power that the dominant class as so-called heterosexual folk have. And we don't have that power.
But you do. Everybody can
I
speak up against LGBT.
I think so
that's
too.
his point. Y'all have now,
I think so too.
in today's society.
But that was hold on, Lush. Hold on, because hold on. But that was my whole point, and why I was not going to join in on the social lynching of Dave Chappelle, because what he was calling out in Sticks and Stones and calling out, definitely calling out in The Closer, was when y'all talk about the privilege and the legislation, y'all talking about the mayonnaise section of the queer community. Y'all talking about white LGBTQIA folk. Black queer folk have no access to any of those resources. None of what the Supreme Court or Trump administration or Clinton's administration
but
or
Obama
Obama's or Obama's administration actually benefits. The only general thing that did benefit was obviously legalizing queer marriage. But that is it. And we know this because I've had trans people all over this platform this year alone who done been cyberbullied, done been outed, but because they've been Black, there was no nonprofit organization, there was no place in the law that actually could provide justice because of their melanated queer intersection. So when y'all talk about all that shit, I just want y'all to know, y'all talking about white LGBT folk, not Black folk. And that's who Dave Chappelle was calling out in The Closer, because white mayonnaise LGBT people know how to be queer until it's time for them to conveniently be white again. That's why he was even using the illustrations of a black gay dude would have never called the police on me, because a black gay dude knows that he's just another nigger just like me in the system. But that white gay dude knew to weaponize 911 because he knew that the police would be completely distinct in who was the victim and who was the perpetrator in this situation. But a lot of folk miss
So you
that
speaking
part.
on the black LGBT community, not just the LGBT community as a whole.
Yes, I have
The
no
black.
association with the white section of the LGBT
Okay, see, that's the
community
thing.
at
In
all.
general, we bunch y'all as a whole. You see what I'm saying? Like, we always don't look at it as black, white, Chinese, Latino. It's like that's what you want to consider yourself as. That's what you are. Like, we not always looking at it as a race thing.
That's the problem.
But the thing
That is the problem. See, that's the blind. That's the blind people. I see it for what it is.
LGBT community, not by race. Like, that's what I mean.
No, I see it for what it is. No, come on now.
Honey,
Let's just be real.
All you got
Let's just be
right
real.
here in Virginia, and you will see the biggest difference between the black LGBT community and the white LGBT community.
See there?
One of my friends, he does drag and he is also gay. And he talks about, Hunty, you haven't seen a racist until you seen a gay racist.
See, that's just like the non-lynching
Well, I feel
act.
like you will be
That's
a
been on the
racist
books
whether you
for
was
damn
straight.
ever.
A racist is a racist. I feel like a racist, you it don't matter if you gay, straight, transgender, whatever.
That was Dave Chappelle's point. He was
Right.
he was
Like,
really
it don't matter
chasing
if you
down
just a sexual
racism. It just came through
that's the
the
problem.
LGBT.
People try to generalize things too much, and we got to stay within the definition of what something is. Like,
see, he was talking about the power structure. And see, this is the fucked up thing with black people. Black people, a lot of don't understand. The only way to change a system is to change it from within. Now we have this organization called the Congressional Black Caucus. They've been in the doggone Senate on Capitol Hill for 50 years and ain't done shit for Black America yet. But they sitting up in there, do you have any Grey Poupon? Being all bougie and shit. It's like, man, miss me with that. We need to stop trying to lighten up and start trying to tighten up. I mean, that's just a Leonardism.
Right.
Take it for what it's worth. Stop trying to lighten up and start to tighten up.
But I do want to say, Flame do be pandering to straight people.
That's from a vet now.
Say that again, Reckless.
Oh, I do want to say, Flame do be pandering to straight people like a motherfucker. I'm on that whole ass.
Here come Wiley, honey.
Actually, I respect
Reckless
But
allowed
I mean,
on his
I
own
feel
Flame's
like
ass.
Flame Monroe is
Because Consciouztv done into Flame one time or two. I done seen some of everybody dig into that poor man's ass.
Flame Monroe is not a slave to labels. So again, it don't offend her if you call her man. It is, she's a father to children, got children that's going on to college. So her experience is different. And I like that she bring up that to let you know that we don't all think the same. Everybody have a different opinion. And I agree with Flame. I'm the same way. I don't believe in the labels. I don't wear a label. I'm human.
But my question to you, then we can say the same thing about our label as black people, because we're not a slave to labels either. And we also have the very much anger that happens when we be called niggers. Like, we're not a slave to labels. So we can do the same thing. But yet,
honestly, if a white person call a black man an N-word, don't get offended if they knock your ass out. Okay? Because you got a freedom to say what you want to say.
But you...
It's different.
I have friends that have white friends that say the N-word with each other. They say, "Oh, what up, nigga?" They listen to rap, etc., etc. So again, if we talk about this council culture, we ain't gonna be able to listen to nothing. It's gonna be a boring world.
Right.
If you didn't like what Dave Chappelle
Well,
had
the
to say,
N word, the
if
N word
My
is
mama
never
said that this
the N
generation
word
is
is
just
never
too sensitive.
appropriate.
Like everybody.
But
well,
okay,
or if
but
you say that,
it's
then we should say the N word when rap music is on. If
No,
that's
hold on.
Hold on now. Hold on now. The N word is never appropriate. Whenever I'm on a panel and somebody would use the N word in reference to me that was black, I'd be like, hold on, let me pump your brakes right quick.
Well, my mama called me.
I ain't nobody's
N-word
nigga. I'm a black man, and you will address me as a black man. Otherwise, we will cease to communicate. Because I never was a nigga, and I ain't nobody's nigga. That offends me. Coming from somebody black
I heard that word
or any other nationality.
You got some good dick. I hear that term a lot, so it really don't bother me.
I like the term.
It bothers me. I'm like, no, you won't address me like that. No. Do that to somebody else. I'm a black man.
I'm also okay with respecting people's pronouns and what they want to be called. But I
literally prove my point.
Okay. Reckless. No, you can't just say like what do you mean? like
yeah, I mean, if somebody wants me to address them in a certain pronoun, I will address them as such because that's how they want to be addressed. But I'm not going to use the F word. Y'all know the F word. I'm not going to say it because you know how YouTube is. You know what they used to call the F word?
Yeah. It rhymes with maggot.
I'm not going to address somebody. Thank you. Well, you said it. I didn't. I'm not going to address somebody as that because I know that word is offensive. Along with the women, I've noticed some women, the D word, gets them upset. Huh?
Oh, the B word? You talking about bitch?
No. What? D, the fourth letter alphabet.
Here's the definition of dude.
He said D, like Ike.
Oh, okay, got it.
Because what's been attached to that word is they have very poor hygiene and such, and they're cheap.
Really?
And you have
that's the information that I got. What? The information I got is that they have poor hygiene. This is just the information I got from studs in the Metro Atlanta area down here. Said that they're cheap. I'm in the Metro Atlanta area. Yes.
Me too.
Okay, beautiful thing. I've been told they have poor personal hygiene. They're hyper masculine, and they're cheap as hell. They'll go up to Lenox Mall. They go to Lenox Mall and don't spend no damn money.
But that's how men are. Cheap,
and then hold on now. Hold on. Now hold on now. Hold on now. And then they walk around with their little unit on all the damn time.
That's a lie. I don't know who
I'm not gonna lie.
No. Now this look, I can't speak
I
from
have
experience.
heard some of those things. I have heard some of those things. That stereotype.
I can only speak on what has been,
But you know what? I'm not surprised.
I done been in the gay club here, and ain't no stud walking around with no dildo on her. Like
that's a stud. Studs and D's are different. Studs and D's are different.
No,
this information I'm getting from studs. No, it's not. A stud and a film and a D, those are three completely different.
Okay, hold on, wait. Hold on. Let me see if I can understand it. So are you saying, Leonard, that from what you understand, the D word is like referring to those same gender loving women that other same gender loving women consider to be like the derogatory, dusty section of the lesbian community?
Bottom of the barrel.
Kind of like how in the gay community, gay men consider the maggots to be the dusties and the problematic or the ratchet
I guess that's different for men
section
and
of
women.
the, or kind of like I've heard this, like even in the women's community, that there's a difference between a lady and a bitch. That the bitches are a part of the dusty category of the women's community, or in the black men's community, the difference between men and the niggas. That niggas are a part of the dusty clique of
No, because
the
that's what I'm saying.
men's
We in a
community.
generation now where it's all collective.
No.
Like, you can be somebody, you can love
Oh,
somebody and call them your bitch. You can love somebody and call them your
no,
nigga.
whoa.
That doesn't automatically make it derogatory.
Oh,
No, but that's why I'm asking. But that's why I was asking.
Let Conscious and I make this connect right
but
here.
this why
I'm not trying to discount anybody. I'm letting them know the information that I've been getting from studs
according to
that
him.
are married to femmes, studs that are married to femmes, and they get offended when people say because they would dress in a masculine way or semi-masculine or as a guy fashions. They get offended when guys call them the D word because they're like, no, I'm not that. I have no problem with my doggone hygiene. And I have very close friends. I mean, if this is a situation where if I knew how to change pictures up on my avatar here like everyone else, I could post up a picture of a friend of mine that I'm talking about, and she looks like the little brother I never had. We look damn near alike. We damn near look like twins. And that's my roadie. You know, we ride or die. And you know, she's one giving me this information. I'm like, really?
Somebody got some crackling.
That's my point.
Somebody got some crackling. Somebody got some crackling going on.
That's what I said. Somebody been sounding like they eat potato chip.
It might be. Is it you, Logic? Because I know that sometimes your mic be giving.
No, I was
somebody. No? Okay, it's somebody. It ain't Wilder because he on mute, eating like the biggest bitch in the world, and it ain't.
It's not me.
Okay, well, it's quiet now. Okay, but that's to TB's point. So what I'm trying to understand is from what you understand, Leonard,
what I was told,
is that there's a difference between stud and the D word, and that the D word is supposed to be the dusty section of the lesbian community.
The doggone potato chips crunching again.
Okay, so now we have a same gender loving woman who's about to come up on the pan. Wait, hold on. What are your pronouns, Q? Are you?
I'm a she, but I'm a stud.
Okay, stud. Same gender loving woman who is the masculine.
Okay, it sounds like they eating potato chips.
Okay, yes. We want everybody to go mute. We want everybody to go to, well, not everybody, but whoever. Let's figure out this crackling. Okay, see, it's gone now. Okay, so Q.
There you go. Because you know it's not me. Because I've never been on mute.
So I want to ask you a QI. Leonard just said in Atlanta, from what he understands about the L community, is that the D word is a reference to the dusty part of the lesbian community. Is that? Do you have any?
That's incorrect. That's incorrect. The D word.
Thank you.
The D word actually applied to, more or less like lipstick type lesbians and things of that nature back in its original meaning. The reason why the D word, he is saying that, and the reason why most people think the D word applies to, studs, is because you have to think that studs are the most visible. Like, a lot of people don't know a femme lesbian, out in public, and, the D word is a derogatory term. So, like, a lot of times when people have been called the D word, it has been a recognizable lesbian, which, in most cases is going to be a stud, soft stud, something of that nature.
Right, but the studs are the ones that have been telling me that the D word females are the ones with poor personal hygiene, and they are cheap as hell and don't want to doggone pay for their own dates.
They got poor personal hygiene. You got femmes that got poor personal hygiene.
Okay, I'm not saying that it doesn't happen. Now hold on.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm not saying it doesn't happen. I'm saying the information that I've been getting.
Well, whomever that was, I don't know. I don't know what age range. what age range they are. But next time somebody tells you something like that, that sounds
they're in their late 40s and some are in their 50s.
But listen
I'm not
to
a young
me.
guy.
I got you. Listen to me. Next time. All right, listen to me. Next time somebody tells you something that sounds as crazy as that, first of all, ask them what does the gay flag represent. Ask them some other, historical questions dealing with, like anything dealing with the LGBTQ community. Even ask them what the acronyms of LGBTQ refers to, and I guarantee a person like that won't be able to answer those questions.
Boy, I really wish I could doggone have some of the people that I know on the panel.
I'm gonna try to
so that they can speak for
I'm
themselves.
gonna try to help you out, Elena. I think Leonard is talking about like the really, really ghetto sections of our society, because I even know like in South Carolina when I was coming up, like gay boys, we literally had a category for like what we consider a homosexual man and a F word. That there was a distinct difference between a gay guy and that. And that the F word represented the messy, ratchet, pushing themselves on straight men, arrogant, just narcissistic, banshee, ratchet. Wiley, you in Texas, you are from Detroit. Like, have you heard of us, our community, kind of making those distinctions and categories? Okay, no, I ain't talking about.
I don't want you to be no bull dagger.
Okay, I ain't asking you that. I'm asking
that's
you
derogatory as well.
Yes, as a black same gender man in the urban community, did you not hear black gays making the distinction between what they call regular gay men and the Fs of the community?
Oh, absolutely, almost definitely.
Okay, so I'm saying that I think that's what Leonard. That's who may be informing is like.
That's probably what he is,
Not what Leonard is. I'm saying whoever the fringe same gender loving group of same gender loving women that he interacts with probably do have those systems. Like they probably do have that distinction in Atlanta, because I know Atlanta and South Carolina and North Carolina, all the things.
We ain't gonna do Atlanta like that. No.
Leonard is from Leonard is in Atlanta.
See, now I gotta cam up. Oh my God. I'm drinking Budweiser at 7 a.m. Don't judge me.
Oh, baby, I'm drinking this.
Now I'll tell you about Atlanta. Look, I'm from Chicago.
I'm up to date.
Okay. I'm from Chicago. I moved to the
what part of Chicago?
South side, Inglewood. Straight hood, no chaser. Now, yeah, all right, 60621, you dig? Now,
okay, so
what I done seen in Atlanta, they think it's all that. Atlanta is ratchet as hell. I only go to Atlanta to get my Chicago food favorites, which is Nancy's Pizza and Harold's Chicken. Now I'm gonna be there next weekend.
I love me some Harold.
Over in the West End because somebody having a birthday party. Other than that, you ain't gonna catch me in Atlanta. Hell no. They ratchet as hell.
You talking about the not all of Atlanta.
A lot of people look at Atlanta as how it is today. This ain't Atlanta. This the new Atlanta. It's been so many people that done integrated here, that done moved here, that done heard that Atlanta is popping and hot. At Hurricane Katrina, people came up here. They thought they were just gonna come up here for refuge and go back. They never went back home. Like Atlanta been getting full.
And that's the new Atlanta. The new Atlanta is ratchet as hell.
A lot of people here, right? People graduated college and said, "I know I'm going straight to Atlanta when
and
I
not
shut up,
and not all of the LGBT.
Hey, Conscious, I'm not trying to take over your show.
No, I'm listening.
The first time I lived in Atlanta. Hold on, because I think there's somebody that's a native Atlantean. Now, the first time I moved to Atlanta, temporarily before I joined the military. I was staying at Peyton Estates. That's right by the Hightower Station, MARTA line. Okay. And I was working at the Georgia World Congress Center. No, it wasn't that. It was an art museum. I was working security. And then I started working for Children's Construction. That were building houses some damn where. I don't remember. Right down the street. I live right down the street from Allen Temple Project. And they had a club in the front of it that was called TS1. And I DJ'd there. Now, that was in 1986. When I got back down here 4 years ago, because my son wanted to go to school here because he got hurt in the military, and I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, cool, right? Now, I'm in Decatur. They say Decatur where it's greater. I'm like,
absolutely.
I can't tell. Maybe where I'm living at, but I can't tell.
Okay.
Because I can go right up the street and I can buy all the dope and prostitution I want 3 miles away from my door. You dig?
Yep, that's our block.
What city is it that you can't go 3 miles up the road and find that? What city?
Exactly, especially in the metropolitan.
Oh, Savannah, Georgia. Savannah, Georgia.
Oh, now Savannah got some ratchetness. Savannah got some ratchetness too.
Hold on, I can explain.
And not all of the LGBT community is ratchet in Atlanta, just like Conscious was saying.
I'm not saying just.
But let me just say this. Let me just say this,
bro.
Yeah, just let me say this. Just like Conscious was saying, you like in all areas, you have like, you know, the uppity types of, you know, LGBTQ, and then you got the ratchet types. Like in Atlanta, the ratchet types will probably hang at the Sleazy Queasy, the Marquette.
Right. You go.
There's a whole lot of ratchet to go around in Atlanta.
You got Mary's. That's a gay club, and it stay popping, man.
What
and
club?
So many different bars and clubs. East Atlanta, right here on Moreland and Glenwood Ave. Right here off 20 West.
Glenwood? Oh, hell no. You won't catch me on Glenwood.
That's
I like
East
my
Atlanta.
Mercedes.
It's East Atlanta.
I know. I like my
Atlanta,
Mercedes.
Atlanta.
I ain't trying to get carjacked. You ain't going to catch me on no damn
Well, you
Glenwood.
get carjacked in Buckhead. Atlanta ain't sweet.
So
No matter where you at.
So I have some questions for the same gender-loving woman on the panel. Q.
Yes.
Okay. Wiley.
What?
That chicken is about to take. That chicken about to take your entire life. It's about to take your life.
I'm not finna reach down and grab that thing, but I keep that thing within arm's reach of me wherever I'm at in my house, because I don't know who's gonna try to do something down here in this metro Atlanta area.
So QI, tell me what goes on in the L community. Like what as far as from what you know, what do L's think about gay men? Like what's the real attitude that lesbians have about gay men?
Well, you know, for the most part, like when we're out in public, you can find, well, you have two types. Normally, the classier types of gay men are cool with lesbians. Most of their friends are going to be lesbians, you know. But you know, we call them flaming, you know, the flaming or more flamboyant, gay guys are generally going to be the ones that are messy and start up mess. And generally those are the ones we don't like being friends with because they break up relationships and start fights and all kinds of stuff.
And in our community, we would call those the Fs. Those would be the Fs. Not necessarily marked by femininity, but marked by messiness. Just messy
and way out there.
I just totally disagree. I had bad.
Why do you disagree? Why?
I had bad experience with lesbians. You know, because I tried to holler at them, I can take their women and stuff like that, and they get mad. But this is my thing. I have a real dick. I don't have to use equipment.
Wiley you messy, and you want even though you don't look or act flamboyant. Yeah, you messy.
I say nothing towards you, girl. So keep it cute.
This is cute and truthful.
I'm not messy.
Why are you trying to say you disagree? Because you can't really disagree on that because it's not a matter of fact. That's why I said there are several types.
It's my opinion. It's my opinion. You can't get mad with my opinion. And I said what I said.
Well, I'm about to say what I'm gonna say, and I said what I said. You cannot say not all
I'm not gonna argue with you. Just mad because I slept with your girl. It's okay.
Shut the
Wiley, you ain't sleep with nobody, and that ain't even
now, he probably did literally sleep in the bed with your girls.
Nah, he didn't sleep. He didn't even do that.
In the bed. He ain't sleep inside of her, but in the bed.
No, he didn't even do that.
Now, my experience of lesbians has been really like every masculine, same gender loving woman I ever met always wanted to plunge me in my pussy. All of them. I ain't never had no problems. I ain't never had to fight one. Hey, I even told a story the other day of how one was so attracted to me that she let me feel on her poor nanny in the lunchroom of the old folks' home that we used to work at.
Yeah, of course, because it's like there are some very beautiful. There's some very beautiful, trans women, or trans women, or gay guys that dress like women. They're very beautiful, whichever way they fall, whether they're trans or they haven't gone through everything, or they just like dressing that way. There are some very beautiful ones, and it's like some that I have been attracted to, not to the point where maybe I wanted to date them, but to the point where I'm like, oh, you look good, but. And yes, and generally a lot of times we are,
you question
cool.
your sexuality.
Yeah, we cool with, we are cool with, we're cool with, we're a lot of times the trans women are the coolest with women. With studs or whomever, they're the coolest with lesbians because of the simple, they're the coolest with lesbians, in a lot of cases. Now you do have, some who, for whatever reason, have their little issues, but for the most part, like a lot of the trans women are pretty cool.
I think I bring out the straight side in gay women.
Absolutely.
They still a woman, so that natural desire if the right man come along, they're gonna wake up that natural desire. It is what it is. You got a real.
I disagree.
I don't believe in that.
I disagree. That's discriminating.
A lot of these studs. Why you see a lot of these studs pregnant? How you think they got pregnant? Okay?
Right, I'm saying depending on what pull you.
At all.
No.
Miss me with that.
No, you
a lot of studs may have gotten
that's just like you can have a woman, you can have a woman that loves women, and just like, look, I'm a hell of a man. I know this. I got confidence drips out my ears. Okay, now
I see it a little bit.
I get. Thank you. Now, I get with this woman that likes women just because she got with Leonard Remix Roy, who is me, and she got a little taste of Russell, the love muscle. That ain't gonna just make her straight.
Listen.
Yeah, more or less that would make
a lot of studs that got pregnant. They took some dick, and I said, "What is? No, baby, I missed that real dick. I just missed
that." That would make them. That would make those studs bisexual, not straight. Okay, bisexual, and they were bi, and actually they were bi, and they were probably bi from the beginning. They were probably bisexual from the beginning.
It's
so
right.
You can't.
If a big man come in with some big muscles, with some oil running down his chest, looking handsome, fresh cut. I mean, even if she like women, she might be like, okay, let me see what
I'm
you
gonna
got.
give him a piece.
Yeah, that's just.
But you can't. You can't stereotype
and turn it off.
You can't stereotype or general.
Bachelorette party.
Stop playing.
I can do it. So the women.
But one of the things that y'all are doing are the same things that Black people don't like to do. Don't stereotype, generalize, and put all people in the same box. You can't put all studs or all anybody in the same box.
I'm just talking about the women that I came in contact with. I was just talking about the studs that was pregnant with triplets, and I just said that.
But that, you know what? Those are those studs. That's not every stud. That stud are those studs don't represent every stud.
The stud that you was with, she wanted a piece of this dick, so it is what it is.
She done gone. You can you can have that because it don't bother me, but you can have that gone because you know what you think affects somebody. Because you know, Wiley, you have issues, and you know your issues are like you're a self-hating abusive individual, and you're very anti. For you to be gay, you discriminate on gay people.
I don't give a damn what you say. I help a lot of gay people. Okay, I give them plenty dick. So at the end of the day,
are you gay? Are you gay, Wiley? Wiley, are you gay?
No, I don't give myself. I'm human.
See what I mean? You have issues and no. I'm serious though. You have issues and you try to project your issues onto other people.
I'm not trying to project nothing to your life.
You do. And that's the honest to God. It's the honest to God truth.
Lady, please.
And you're a misogynist.
I don't give a damn what you think about me. I have my own opinion. You just mad because your women that you was with.
I'm not mad about nothing. I'm not mad about nothing. I'm just telling you the truth. You should just get with that instead of always thinking you're making somebody mad or somebody's mad about something.
You address me first.
I did not know that there was contention between QI and Marquise Wiley, the third show. Can we do some healing work? Can we?
Well, there's no contention with me. It's like he wants there to be contention with me, but there's no contention. It's like once a person lets me know who they are, that's just what it is. But you know, in terms of it ain't like that. But he wants it there to be contention.
And Wiley, why do you want to have an issue with QI? Why?
This woman was mad because her ex VS left her at the hotel to come pick me up so we can get it in, and she been mad ever since.
She not mad.
This sound personal. Okay, yeah.
But she don't seem to be mad.
So Wiley, you want me to call VS on the phone right now to confirm that?
Call her all you want, honey.
You want me to get it? You want?
I know what happened in Virginia, and you can't tell me you can bring whoever you want to bring up on that.
Okay, so Wiley, you're saying that you slept with VS in Virginia, huh?
What I said, I ain't taking it back. Okay,
liar. Because you forget that I was there the whole time.
You was not there the whole time. You was left at the hotel when you were trying to get you some coffee.
Oh, you mean when you was with Rico? No, the person that you...
Can we ask QI the same question that you had asked us at the beginning as far as, so if you got with a girl and you felt like
Wiley
that
are blowing my mind right now.
But look,
it's okay, Conscious. He's going to be all right.
Okay, but
he's going to be all right.
With a girl and you assume that she was born a biological woman and come to find out she was a transgender woman, how would you feel about that? Would you just feel like everything is cool and just move past it? Or would you feel like there was like a deal breaker for you in that relationship?
At this point in time, I would probably say a deal breaker because that would probably be, and I'm assuming that that's...
And you in the same community, so you kind of get where the heterosexuals are coming from when we say that's a deal breaker. Because that was kind of the biggest topic of the conversation.
Hold up. What you're not gonna do is try to use a flame Monroe type of tactic. Baby girl, we already explained that 45 minutes ago.
Oh wait, okay. Well, I mean, I was really trying to deflate. I was really trying to get them off of what they was on. Really,
good job.
I'm sorry, I really wasn't trying to get no smoke.
Okay, so let me ask Q because I got a question for QI and for Marquise now. Marquise, Well, I don't know because Marquise claimed that he's into women, honey, and the jury is still out on that.
Well, you can have
Amen.
You can have, you know what, QI, just because I don't want to fuck you, don't mean I'm not into women, okay?
I'm so glad. I am so glad that you don't want to.
Another thing.
I am so happy. That was one of the best things I've heard you say tonight.
You brought this up. You came to address me, honey, and I'm responding.
I didn't come to address you, Wiley. They were asking a question. Look, they were. Let's get back on topic, Wiley. Let's get back on topic.
We gotta
you ain't about damn, mama. I gotta listen to shit you got.
Let's get back on topic, Flaming. Can we get back on topic, Flaming?
No, I'm not gonna get on topic, you big fat nasty looking thing.
Whatever. Whatever.
Okay, y'all supposed to be on the same team here in this combo. Like we just got way.
I'm not bothered by him. Let's keep it going.
Wiley, you are letting these straight folk know that we're not making a lot of progress as a community.
It ain't no same thing.
In the morning and say I'm part of. Let me tell you, I don't
no
wake up in the morning and say that I'm on the LGBT community. I don't wear a rainbow flag. I don't go to gay pride. I don't believe in all those labels. I am human. I am a black man first. So at the end of the day, that stuff doesn't bother me. Them labels doesn't bother me. And I stand with Flame.
I want to know why does Q I
stand with
That's
Flame.
you, but a lot of other people.
Because he a hater.
No,
because he's a hater.
I'm not a hater. You just mad because you tried to move to Virginia to get Section 8 and got rejected, and she told your ass to go back.
Ain't nothing wrong with Section 8, baby, because I wish I could get Section 8. I wish I had to pay $48.
You got rejected. You wanted to live into a homeless section to live with somebody that you didn't hardly know owe you to. That is a fact.
And you look, first of all, you don't even know. First of all, you believe lies and you don't even know what you're talking about. Okay. So there you go.
VS told me that. So you can say what it is.
And VS lied to you.
No, she did not.
Well,
believe
QI, when you get Section 8, let me know when you get approved, baby, because I'm trying to get something too in my home.
She didn't get approved. She got a rejection letter. They said, nah.
Oh, well,
he don't look at him. He don't like he lying. He lying. He don't even know what he talking about. But anyway, since he know more about my business than me.
No, you did.
What?
You didn't get it. You didn't get the Section 8 voucher.
I don't need a Section 8 voucher.
Exactly, because you're so educated. Okay.
No, because I own a home.
I can use it. These girls out here on the Section 8 voucher getting lace fronts and everything. I wish I could pay $28 a month on my rent. You tripping?
And the only reason I was thinking about that at that time was because of the simple fact of the cost of living and the fact that I was moving. So I was looking at, okay, well, I can get some security.
Section 8. Ain't nothing wrong with it. I pay enough taxes to pay my way on Section 8 anyway. The hell?
I think that Wiley was the one who was really. I think that Wiley is the one who was actually really in love. That's why Wiley 10.
Yeah.
That's why Wiley 10.
Right. Eat that chicken. That's common.
This is what I want to say, and this is what I tell women. I had a female, and she had a friend with a gay guy, and they was drinking. They was in the bed together, and they fucked. And she was like, man, I'm so shy. I thought he was gay. I said, you still a woman, he's still a man. So what do you mean? Like, I don't understand it. So that's why I'm not 100% believing in all these labels. And I damn sure don't believe it's an outrage. Because there was only like 10 people at that protest. They were supposed to be protesting against Dave Chappelle. It was only about 10 folks. And one of the ladies only doing it to be famous. She had on a whole trench coat, looked a hot mess. And at the end of the day, Dave Chappelle's special still on Netflix, and I still watch it. And I still support it. And I don't see why the outrage. And just like Hope Giselle, she's only doing that to get a platform because she want to be the next big transgender woman. And at the end of the day, Flame Monroe doing something right. She did a special. She also on another special. He was on the Breakfast Club twice. She did $10,000 to do stand-up, to do comedy gigs. Y'all can't get mad at that. She getting her paper.
No, not too much on I don't see it. We should bring Flame. Call Flame. Get Flame. Send this to Flame and call and hit the link.
Don't send a damn thing because the link ain't dropping damn well.
Send it to Flame.
Wiley.
I really hope you like phone.
Wiley.
How is Flame Monroe a sellout when she said that she is not on the front lines? That's not
her cup of tea. It's positions for trans women that want to be on the front lines. Everybody's not on the design. Even back to the civil rights era, every black person was not doing marching during that time. So everybody had their own position. Y'all want everybody out here protesting with a sign talking about this and that. Everybody's not gonna do that. And Conscious, I know damn sure you ain't out there protesting. Would have said, was you at that Netflix protest? When they was out there protesting Dave Chappelle?
Why would I participate when
sisters when you out there protesting?
No, because it ain't our black sisters out there. It's our white male.
And I damn sure did not see T.S. Madison out there protesting.
I'm finna be at the next one, baby. I'm gonna be up there.
Okay, first of all, let me hold on. Let me just make this statement about this whole situation right here. Okay, to Hope Giselle's point. See the whole gag is Miss Monroe can talk all that shit she wants, but to Hope Giselle's point, her whole point is that, Flame, have you ever questioned why you the only bitch in your position amongst those people? See, if the world was actually inclusive and feel good and black trans women could pull themselves up by their bootstraps, as Monroe would like motherfuckers to believe, why has the door been on? How has she been the only one to make it through the goddamn door when it took T.S. Madison? When it took T.S. Madison, hold on, when it took T.S. Madison, damn near 50 million, 11 trillion goddamn years in social media, who had 3 times the following that Flame did before she could even land on syndicated television. See, the fact what about RuPaul? Hold on, RuPaul ain't no damn trans woman. RuPaul is a gay man who does drag as a brand. We're talking about black trans women. If see what Flame does is the all lives matter mayo rhetoric that all you gotta do in this country, darlings, is just to work hard, not give a fuck, believe in yourself, make good grades, and you'll have access to the American dream. And that is bullshit rhetoric to Hope Giselle's point, okay? Because if it was all good and gravy, there should be lots of flames in the industry. And she ain't even in mainstream industry. She on the outer crux of mainstream industry. I would consider T.S. Madison to be more goddamn mainstream at this fucking point than Flame Monroe. But to my point, why are they the minority if all you have to do as a black trans woman in this country is just do you?
But how many black trans women want to do stand-up comedy? You know what I'm saying?
But I ain't just talking about stand-up comedy. It could be just in the industry and mainstream success, period. This is what I want. I'm talking about as leading actresses. I'm talking about as top models. I'm talking about as pop stars. I'm talking about as all of those things.
Because we need more black people in those spaces that with those decisions. And again, if you don't see that, do what Tyler Perry did in Atlanta.
You're talking about black
in Atlanta and create
So Wiley. So now the black community is so queer friendly now. So now the black community is so it's so gay loving now.
It's better than the one.
No.
What would that mean?
Community is the worst.
What would that mean for the black community for black people to be in those positions when we know that black people don't even see it for queer people?
Let me say this: if you don't see that as a queer person, right? You need to have organizations and build up an infrastructure to build your own outlets to make a space comfortable for you and your sister.
Queer people have always done that. It's the ballroom scene. Queer people have all. Queer people have.
I'm talking about queer people outside the ballroom. I'm talking about movies, about television, etc.
Hold on.
Can I say something?
This is literally the problem. Okay.
Yes. Can I say? And I want to say something after you do.
Go ahead, Aq.
Well, you're You're absolutely right. See, like in other communities that like, and I'm not just going to say all, I'm just going to say in America and in other communities, they're more accepting. The problem with us as Black people is that, you know, Black people are the worst when it comes down to discriminating against other Black or Black LGBTQs, even LGBTQ versus LGBTQ. We're the most discriminatory it is out here. And that's one of the reasons we can't make progress within, you know, like our own community, like other communities.
Yeah, and a Wiley,
but you have
if you
white,
want,
you have black
hold on,
cis,
a Wiley,
you have white
if you,
men
hold on,
that hate
hold on,
transgender white men.
a Wiley, if you want the receipts on that, look at how many of those same Black people that you claim should be in those spaces are under the interviews of Little Boosie sounding off to his homophobic and transphobic rhetoric about Lil Nas X. Look at the comment sections under Malik Yoba's interviews with The Root and with the Breakfast Club, and see how many of your Black and brown people are sounding the fuck off to anti-queerness or are openly crucifying trans-attracted Black men. And you talking about Black people need to be in those spaces as if they have any interest in giving. Why would they give us?
Like
hold on. Why would they give any of us an opportunity when we're the ones, if you let them tell it, influencing their kids to be gay, to grow up to be like Lil Nas X, when we the ones pushing a gay ass agenda, when we are the ones when we are the ones when we are the ones feminizing Black men. Why and I ain't even finished with them. I ain't even put a period on the point yet. Why would your Black and brown folk be interested, Wiley, and putting you and I up before the community for us to be a what example?
There's not too many Black and brown people in a position of power to even give them.
That ain't just a problem.
Can I address this?
So let me also say this. And this is where the community have to realize, soon as you say something that they don't like, they were like, oh my gosh, you homophobic. But let's have the conversation. Dave Chappelle said, listen, I'm willing to have a conversation with the trans community. And they don't want to make that happen. So again, if you want to complain, if you want to protest, if this man willing to sit down and have a conversation, then sit down and have a conversation.
That's what Boosie did with
a point of
Flame.
understanding.
But let me tell you where that comes. Can I tell y'all where that comes from? It's like I'm my real sector is the conscious Black sector, and I ain't talking about the Black sector that be beefing and acting crazy. I'm talking about the real conscious sector.
You used to be,
and in the real conscious sector.
You, Wiley, hush.
And in the real conscious, come on now, come on, because I'm trying to educate. Okay, in the real conscious sector, come on, look,
Wiley.
You see how disrespectful you are. But in the real conscious community, yes, they do teach that this is eugenics. In the real conscious community, they believe that society as a whole, the government, is trying to effeminize men. In the real conscious community, they believe in family, that it's like the family structure. And they think that, you know, because they don't like Black Lives Matter because it was founded by two lesbians, you know, because they think that basically they're trying to pull, you know, the Black man out the home. In the real conscious community, they believe that, you know, like welfare took the Black man out the home, you know, and although none of those statistics are true, this is just propaganda that's that's been educated or, you know, taught to, you know, uneducated or people who are not critical thinkers, you know, and basically what it is it's a group of misogynists that don't like, because a lot of the conscious community, and, you know, although, you know, it's strange that they're religious minded, they are. And we have to say that a lot of the anti-LGBTQ and, you know, even in terms of, you know, anti-woman or misogynist frames of thinking comes from Black religions or come from religions in general.
Amen.
Well, so my question is, so after all of that, Wiley, so what do you think is going to happen to our black gay asses once the black heterosexuals are in power.
Extinction, termination.
Again, no, it's not. No, it's not. Again, what I'm saying is black gay people need to aspire to be in those positions. I'm not a victim. I don't even consider myself LGBT. I don't. I don't even put out there, oh yeah, I'm LGBT. Please respect me. Don't hurt my little feelings. I'm not.
Wiley, you still waiting on Jesus to convert you to straight.
I don't have that type of responsibility. But what I will say, me as a person in this business, I will hire a trans woman. I will hire a bisexual, lesbian, or whatever. Just like Tyler Perry have hired gay people to work with his organization and to work with his shows and movies. We have to create opportunities. We keep begging folks to do for what we should do for ourselves. Like, come on. Like,
oh my God, Wiley, you literally sound like a mayonnaise Republican right now. Like,
yes, and that's exactly what it is.
You have mayonnaise Republican talking point.
A lot of people that believe, no, it's not.
I am shook up right now, Wiley. I was rooting for you, Wiley.
Let me say this.
You are too black and brown to be talking like that.
Let me tell you this, and I was watching this series that Minister Farrakhan was doing. He was like, because everybody kept begging for jobs and they want justice. He said we have to stop begging white people to do for us what we can do for ourselves. The same thing with the gay community. If you want to see more representation, then create your own damn Netflix, create your own damn outlets. And we have that. Signal 23 TV is an outlet with gays and trans and all that.
It's called Logo. It's called Logo. It's called a whole lot of things.
There's so many black outlets that you can support. And don't be offended. Why watch Netflix and get offended and then protest say it should be off Netflix? No, unsubscribe and create your own shit.
Right, because y'all numbers are powerful.
It's not black people that are boycotting Dave Chappelle.
But that ain't.
Like, if
what are we going to understand? It's not the black community boycotting Dave Chappelle trying to cancel.
There was a black woman out there.
Everything would be different. It ain't
one black woman. Whoop the fucking dude. One black woman.
Protesting.
Oh, there's a couple of black people.
It wasn't a lot of people in the first place.
Dude.
It wasn't a lot of people out there. The first one, about 10 folks out there. So again, a lot of
it's 10.
A lot of this is just.
Are you gonna keep increasing the numbers?
A lot of this is just fake outrage.
Yeah, you know what?
Why trying to get canceled?
Keep this out.
Oh, why did you want to be canceled?
Black Lives Matter protests. Look, you look at them Black Lives Matter protests, and you know what you see? You know what? You can't talk and listen at the same time, Wiley. Nah, you look at the Black Lives Matter protests that they was doing. You see more white folk than anything. And then when they looked into it with all of the burning of businesses and this and that, it wasn't black folk doing that. Just like when that dude got killed at the Wendy's and they burnt the Wendy's down. That wasn't nobody black in Atlanta that burnt that Wendy's. That was a white person.
I agree.
Right, that was what anarchists and racist Republicans
getting all that money, and then the founders was buying up mansions and not doing for the community. It's a scam.
Hold on. You ain't telling me nothing now. Wiley, you're not telling me nothing I don't already know. Now you got these doggone Democrats that are supposed to be the friends of black Americans and ain't doing jack squat for black America. You got a lot of black women that are complaining all they men are locked up, but they don't look at the fact that Joe Biden is the one that wrote that doggone crime bill that Democrat President Bill Clinton put into effect during the crack era that caused the mass incarceration of black folk. Okay? Let's look at it for what the fuck it is.
I agree with you 100%.
Can we do that?
People should be independent instead of being on the Democratic presentation. I agree with you.
Thank you. We need to doggone think for ourselves and go. Hold on. Now remember, last year this time, didn't doggone Joe Biden and Heels Up Harris say they was going to have a sit down with the rapper Ice Cube about a 10-point black agenda, which included reparations for slavery? That was a year ago this month, and they ain't talked to that brother yet. Stop me when I lie, goddammit.
Wiley.
It's facts.
Exactly. So I mean, I understand what I'm here trying to listen to. Like I told Conscious, I'm not the most whatever man when it comes to the somebody echoing.
Pardon me.
Somebody echoing. When it comes to the LG with the letters and shit, okay, I don't. It's the letters. I just say other folk. I just call it other folk outside of heterosexual America. Other folk.
Okay, right. All that.
I'm tuning in so that I could get educated on that, right? Getting information from those that are living that lifestyle or a variant thereof from the horse's mouth. I'm not going to listen to doggone heterosexual people telling me stuff about a lifestyle that they are not remotely familiar with, because that's going to be misinformation at best, and I'm not going to get the full picture. I do better getting the full picture from individuals that are in the lifestyle. You see what I'm saying? It's all about being transparent and honest and asking questions in a non-disrespectful way. You see what I'm saying?
I hear what you're saying. I just disagree with you about the crime bill, because if you understand, crime was extremely high back in the early 90s.
No. You can't disagree with me about the crime bill. All you have to do is look it up.
The Congressional Black Caucus actually wanted it, as well as a lot of black mayors, because gangbangers out there shooting and killing a lot of people. So again, it was a lot of black folks that wanted that crime bill.
And I could talk about the Congressional Black Caucus. It got established 50 years ago by Shirley Chisholm, and they ain't done shit for Black America yet. Stop me when I lie.
You're exactly right, Leonard. And I'm gonna tell you why. Because this is one thing, like I'm very active when it comes down to politics, in terms of working, especially with local government.
Me too.
And see, here's the thing. This is one of the things that we don't realize. And it's in Carter G. Woodson, The Miseducation of the Negro. All right. A lot of our black people have gone to school, yet, and we elect them, into offices and things of this nature. And we think that they're up, very well knowledgeable about law and politics. They're not. Just like the majority of black people are not that well knowledgeable about how law and politics actually work. And this is why we're in our current position, because we do have progressive black people like the pro-black community or whatever, but see, they're ignorant to law and politics as well. And they're actually misleading people in several different ways. For one, they're telling, they focus more on the federal election, or the federal election. Federal election means nothing. Whether we vote for a Democratic or Republican president, it means nothing. The thing that matters the most is your local government, because your local representatives, because that's who brings things to the actual Congress on your behalf as well. A lot of them, because like with Karen Bass is the president of the Black Caucus community, and I have contact with her. And during the time of Breonna Taylor and during the time of George Floyd, I realized that a lot of black people did not realize that we don't really have an anti-discrimination law specifically to blacks. They thought that because there was an anti-hate bill, that served for us, but it doesn't. And that bill only protects us in federal locations or federal
federal situations, right? Not locally.
Right. So I had to go. I Karen Bass had a live, and I went on her live, and I went to her live, and I explained to her that we don't have an anti-hate crime bill specifically to blacks, just like another law, antiquated law. Because a lot of our problems is a lot of the old laws need to be taken off the books. Like right now, the 3/5 of a human amendment is still on the Constitution. That needs to be removed, because that right there basically classifies people who classify as black as property. So, that's the thing. A lot of them are not that knowledgeable about law. And, in general, Black people need to be more, educate themselves or be more educated when it comes down to, law and politics.
Yeah, now let me pull your coattail on some stuff, because you mentioned Carter G. Woodson, okay? Mm-hmm. You would be amazed at how many people are from Chicago and do not know the Carter G. Woodson Library is on 95th and Halsted on the south side. They don't know. It's a lot of people from Chicago. You could ask them, what street is Emmett Till Boulevard? They couldn't tell you.
Is that 63rd?
No, that's 71st Street.
Oh, okay.
No, it's 71st. Okay. Now, you also have Black people with Obama. They do not understand. Okay, Obama was selected, not elected. And I'll tell you how. I'll tell you how.
I would like to hear your explanation.
Okay. There was a woman. Her name is Alice Palmer. No relationship to the Black journalist Lou Palmer in Chicago. Alice Palmer was retiring before her Senate position was over with. She selected Barack Obama to take her seat in the Illinois Senate. He wasn't voted into the Senate. He replaced Alice Palmer. Look it up. I'm from Chicago. I know this to be true. Like I always say, stop me when I lie. They talk about Obama being such a community activist. Where's all of the doggone press release stuff with him activating in Chicago? There is none, because he was not one. He was set to represent Hyde Park, the bougie Black area of Chicago, and Inglewood, the ghetto area that I'm from. I am telling you all no lies. You can look it up for yourself.
Yeah, I see it right here. I see it right here. Chicago communities of Hyde Park, South Shore, and Inglewood.
Mm-hmm.
I want to say he was elected, and he helped a lot of people.
He wasn't. I just gave you proof. Look it up.
He was appointed. I want to say this. He was okay. He was elected to be our first Black president. And number one,
he was elected to be the president.
And what it helped a lot of Black people, it helped a lot of Black people to know that you can't be president. But I want to speak about the Democrats, right? Chicago was run by Democrats, and Chicago is one of the dangerous, nastiest cities in the country. People are getting robbed, they're getting shot and killed, and they're being run by Democrats. It is time for us as Black people to get off that Democratic plantation, stop eating all this fried chicken and watermelon, and voting these people in office, and they're not doing shit for us as Black people. That should be the outrage instead of this Dave Chappelle special on Netflix. The outrage should be how our cities and all across the country in the hood is being run down by Democrats. That should be outrage.
Mm-hmm. And that's one of the most ignorant things that's one of the most ignorant things that we can say. And I'm gonna tell you why. And this is no shot at you, Wiley. So don't go there. What I'm trying to say is that, like a lot of people, they're saying all these things about Democrats, but not realizing what the Republicans did during the last 8 years that Trump was in office. For one, they tried to take away Amendment 14, which gives women the rights to vote. They tried to take away women's rights. Republicans are primarily the ones who want to take away Black people's right to vote. As well as I think something with Byron Allen. It was an amendment with Byron Allen that they tried. So they basically, when you look up, I did some lives on this. Basically, when you look up, amendments that the Republicans tried to take away. Republicans tried to take away a lot of our civil rights during the last 8 years. Y'all have to look them up. They just kept that stuff real quiet. And so while everybody's out here, basically trying to, add shine to the Republicans, y'all not realizing that, basically they're slipping up under our noses and trying to take away our civil rights.
What you have to look at is this. You vote for what puts something on your plate, your interest. That's what you do. I know some people that work for the Veterans Administration that got raises every year during the Trump administration, and they only got one raise during the Obama administration. And because they was in their feelings, they voted for Joe. And now everything that went, is as it is. Now, due to everything being screwed up right now, there's a 6.2 cost of living allowance that the disabled veterans like myself, we're going to get it, Social Security recipients, thus and so. The VA is not going to get a pay bump plus a cost of living allowance. All they're going to get is the cost of living allowance. That's all. See?
I want to say this, even in Chicago, it's been run by Democrats from the governor all the way down to the state. We need law and order, and the gangs are taking over. And until we get this crime on a handle, it's going to continue. This is why a lot of people is leaving Chicago. That city, it is crazy. People are getting robbed. A 91-year-old cab driver was shot because they was stealing. Try to take they got the car and still shot a 91-year-old man. We need law and order in Chicago. And until we get a strong, that Lightfoot, that lesbian is a terrible mayor. She needs to go out and eat her wife cootie cat and resign as the mayor of the city of Chicago. She is a terrible mayor. And she
what's his name? Romney was no better.
Was a terrible mayor too.
Exactly.
He was terrible. We need a strong law and order mayor.
Chicago's problem is not Democrat or Republican. Chicago's problem is that it is gang filled. And when I say gang filled, a lot of the people in politics, in high office in Chicago are a part of gangs, whether you want to say Italian gangs, whether you want to say Polish gangs, whether you want to say black gangs, they are gang affiliated. So Chicago is just a big city, and whatever color you want to look at it, they're gang affiliated, and they've gotten into these political spaces and they act on behalf of their people.
Wrong, and I can give you the facts.
I was gonna say that too, but go ahead, Ray. All right.
Now, Chicago, they blame it on gang affiliation. As I go get another beer, it's going to get kind of dark. Now, it's blamed on gang affiliation. That's not the problem. The problem is family mediation. You have families that are upset with families that go all the way back to 1960. Okay, somebody did something to somebody's family member. Somebody grew up big enough whereas they could take revenge for what happened to their family member, and they take revenge, and then the other family member, and it's just been going on for generations. And this is no lie, I tell you. And it's just like people would say, man, why are you single? Be like, okay, I have an easy answer for that. There was someone, her name is Kaylin Pryor. Look her up on YouTube. Her mother was supposed to be my wife. Her mother died 5 years ago on the 15th of this month due to grief after her daughter was murdered in Inglewood, just going to the bus stop to get on the bus and go back out to the suburbs. Now, she won a modeling contest, and she went by her grandparents' house, still live in Inglewood, why I don't know, saying, look, they got me signing these contracts. This is millions of dollars that's going to be in my pocket. I'm going to buy mama this. I'm going to buy daddy that. I'm going to do all of this other stuff. Now, something that wasn't in the press was she's walking down the street. She's on the phone with Michelle, her mom. They're talking. She hung up the phone at 6:22 p.m. I remember it just like it was yesterday. She hung up at 6:22. The first 911 call happened at 6:23. Within that 60 seconds, her daughter was shot. Now, she didn't die from the gunshot. She was so scared that 20-year-old died from a heart attack.
Well, I understand.
I disagree. It is the gangs. I go back and visit my family. Listen, I have all of my family pretty much is moving to the suburbs because the gangs are taking over, not just on the south side in Inglewood, but downtown Chicago, the Gulf, all over the city. The crime is up, and Lori Lightfoot, she's too busy eating out her woman Cootie Cat and not running the city of Chicago. She needs to resign. And
so gangs were not there during the last.
That J. Ball Green to run to be.
Gangs
I 100% believe that J. Ball Green should run to be the next mayor of Chicago.
The problem with Chicago,
gangs have been in Chicago since way back when. And now, my first childhood memory. Hold on, lady. I ain't trying to overtalk you nothing. I'm speaking about Chicago and the real. My first childhood memory is the 4th of July, 1966. I was 3 years old. It was a mass shooting. My brother, one of his female friends, and one of his male friends managed to run to my mother's house. They're in the kitchen, bleeding all over the place, right? They went through the court case. They got the guy that did it, okay? After that, time went by, I was cool. I'm in Iraq. I seen this A&E special called Stone to the Bone, and he was the first person featured on there. And I'm like, oh, okay. And I wanted to get him from right then. Fortunately, for my sake, he passed away before I could do what I wanted to do, because I'm military trained and all of this. I can get it in now. I'm not a 3-year-old boy anymore. I can get it the fuck in. You see what I'm saying?
Since 2000, but look, since 2000.
So that's why I was saying family mediation. People have hurt people. They've scarred children. They've scarred children's lives. And when these children grow up, they want some payback.
But listen, okay, since 2010, it's been drill rap and the music industry promoting it because of the simple fact you had Chief Keef. They got his stardom. He dissed the GDs. Okay, once he dissed the GDs, JoJo, JoJo came out and made a song. Okay, so then JoJo gets killed, and from little JoJo got killed on Parnell down the street from my family's house. From there, you had a war between basically two blocks that are only about a block or so apart from each other.
Right.
And so you've lost a lot of lives. Just dealing with that alone. And my thing is, the music industry promotes it. Because the music industry promotes it because the only way that they're getting signed or contracts or even that they have fame is the fact that they have to be what they call, in the trenches, meaning that they got to have bodies, meaning that they have to, show that they actually about their life.
Exactly. The music industry is the right hand of doggone white supremacy. Because see, when I was doing mixtapes back in the day, it was this house music remix that Bulu Master played on Power 92. And it was of Jill Scott's song, He Loves Me. I'm the one that did that remix. He played that. It wasn't 2 weeks before the Cook County Sheriff Police and the RIAA showed up at Alsip Flea Market, taking my narrow ass to jail, talking about copyright infringement. You dig?
I understand that, but people keep talking about this drill music. The crime has been high way before they started doing this drill music. Again, it's because of the failed leadership of the Democratic Party. And again, we need strong conservative values in the city of Chicago. We need law and order. They need the National Guard to come on out and deploy and to get law and order in it, because grandmothers cannot walk the street. We have kids that cannot walk the street. We just lost some people a couple of weeks ago, maybe a couple of months ago. 2 students were shot and killed from Simeon High School. The violence is out of control in the city of Chicago. I speak to Lori Lightfoot that she needs to resign. She is one of the worst disgusting mayors ever. This was going
on before Lori
Lightfoot. Exactly. See, there was some people. There was some people. Remember, remember that basketball player? I'm trying to remember his name. Simeon, class of 1982. He's supposed to have been the next Michael Jordan. Not Len Bias was the one that died smoking crack.
I think I know who you're talking about. I can't think of his name.
I can't remember his name. Now, okay, I'm at Calumet High School. There was some students from Calumet High School that went to Simeon and shot him in that store and killed him. Then they came to Calumet and shot Calumet High School up. Matter of fact, it was a sock hop going on at the time. I'm DJing for it. They had to shut the dance down because they shot up the outside of the school. So this has been going on for the longest. Look at the murder rate in Chicago. 1974, Chicago had 970 murders in one calendar year. So this ain't nothing new. This has been going on for years. And where does the failure lie? The breakdown of the Black American family and Democrat leadership turning into a welfare state.
I agree. I agree about the welfare.
Let me tell you what's been going on recently, right? Okay, not even recently. What's been going on is a lot of times they will arrest, like someone who's murdered someone, or they will arrest someone, someone that murdered someone. And I forget her name. I think her last name is Scott, but she's the DA of Chicago. And what the police department is complaining about is the fact that they do arrest these people. They do get these people off the street, and the DA ends up releasing them back onto the streets.
You talk about Kim Fox.
I think that's her name. I'm not 100% sure, but yes, that's what they've been. That's what they've been talking about. And right now, if you're well versed on it, pretty much the federal government, the FBI has taken over the Chicago Police Department.
Yeah, they're trying to get everybody on racketeering charges now, instead of just murders.
Kim Fox is a terrible black woman. She's one of the terrible, nastiest black women I've ever seen in my life. She is weak on crime. She is allowing criminals to run free. It was a guy that just got released from 26 in California. A car pulled up and shot him dead, and an innocent bystander was shot. It is time for strong law and order prosecutors and law and order mayors and law and order governors to clean up the city of Chicago.
Yeah, right now,
it's at that point that it has to happen, because the parents are not controlling their children's behavior.
Right now, I think
it didn't get to that point. It shouldn't have never gotten to that point. See, when I grew up, we be running around the block. If we did anything out of pocket, you had that one old woman that either sat on the porch or in her front window. And when she saw kids get out of pocket, she called your mother. And when you came home, you got your ass whooped over that phone call. We were thinking that our doggone mothers had ESP. They could see us when we think we had, but it was a community there. Because see, Inglewood wasn't always a ghetto. Inglewood became a ghetto after LBJ did that, what he called Fair Housing Initiative, issued out all that Section 8 and blah, 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 which afforded people to move and live in Inglewood who otherwise could not afford to live there before. And that's when Inglewood went to shit. I remember a time when you had nothing but black businesses and doggone bars and clubs from doggone 64th and Halsted all the way to the corner of 80th and Halsted. And that was the party strip. You look now, you don't see nothing.
And see, we have two epidemics that's going on. Okay. So, like basically the Chicago area police and stuff like that, they came out with they got a bill that is going to block, the relaxing or relaxed charging decisions by Cook County State's Attorney Kim Fox. But here on the other side, we also have pro-black people you know, who are, you know, they're against incarceration. And then on the other end, what we have to realize too is that a lot of Black people, as well as a lot of people, are also, you know, now, you know, you can invest in the prison system. So you can be an investor. So you would be able to get money, you know, based off of, because, you know, they basically sell labor, you know, so you would be able to get.
That's been going on since Roosevelt was in office. That's when it started. You got to go back to President Roosevelt, the privatization of prisons.
Right. And so that's the biggest problem. You have a lot of Black, all races of people who are invested in the prison system. And so, you know, these people, they, you know, like they care more about their money than anything. And as well. Mm-hmm. So you got that. And then you got, and so so, you know, Black people are going to have a problem when it comes down to, you know, not being relaxed, because, you know, at the same token, Black people, they don't like the incarceration rates. So we have, you know, we have like sort of like, you know, like I want to say an oxymoron, where you got, you know, you know, you got, you know, we have to make a decision. What do we want? Do we want crime to be, do we want the crime rate and the murder rate to go down? Or do you want to see a lot of these young, you know, we talking about like anywhere from 13 all the way up to, you know, and I want to say even younger than that, 13 all the way up to like, you know, 26, 27, 28.
Yeah. Robert Sandoval, known as Yummy.
Yeah, locked up in jail. Right. Yeah, I know about the Yummy story.
Mm-hmm. And see, that's the thing that kills me politically, because all these Black women running around with their doggone signs talking about all they men locked up, but 90% of Black women vote for Democrats. I'm like, okay, you can't have it both ways.
Absolutely. And it's a lot of violent crime that's been increased. I think we should implement the National Guard, lock them up, a curfew, and we need a strong Republican to run the city.
But you're not gonna like that though. You're not.
We will love that. Many people
now hold on.
Many activists is requesting that the National Guard be implemented. The governor even said, I want to do it. But Lloyd Lightfoot, trashy ass, don't want to do it. He didn't say trashy. I'm calling her trashy ass.
I understand.
She don't want to do it.
But the thing about that, now this is my point on that.
Wait, I gotta shoot back at the hip, because I'm tired of this Negro up here trying to, you know, shoot shots at lesbians. First of all, her being a lesbian has nothing to do with it. And as I stated before, and the statistic states before, basically most people are going at her based on the fact that she's a lesbian. Because if you look back, Romney or Raman or whatever his name was, the previous mayor of Chicago, the crime rate was no better. So stop it, Wiley. It's not because she's a lesbian. It's not because none of that stuff.
Very weak. The both of them were equally.
That is very discriminatory, and that's exactly.
She need to resign. Only reason why she got it there because she played on that she was a lesbian.
People like you wanted Trump in office when he talking about grab him by the pee. People like you wanted Trump in office after he said grab him by the pee. People like you wanted Trump in office after he said grab him by the pee.
Listen. If Donald Trump was running the city of Chicago, the crime would not be that high, and that's a fact.
But you would want him in office after he's sitting up there talking about grab him by the pee.
Chicago, I'd rather him talking about that and cleaning up our city so we can make sure we check our daughters and our sons to school and that they be protected. It is what it is. The crime is too high in the city of Chicago. The crime is too high in the city of Chicago. It is up there. We need a strong conservative Republican to run the city.
And that's exactly why I say you're a misogynist, you're anti-LGBTQ,
right, listen, you can say and you're anti-black,
and you're
anti-black. I'm anti-black because I said we need order. You're anti-black.
You're a self-hating person. You're a self-hating person going against everything that
I feel like this is a prime example to just show that everyone's personal experience always comes into play when we always try to speak about something in general. Like no matter how bad we try to speak about a general topic, like some way it always turns into someone directly, you know, personal beliefs.
Right, exactly.
Now let me touch on the point he was trying to make as of the National Guard. Okay, me being a veteran, I don't believe that should happen. And my reasons why, one is personal. Black folk are anti-military than a fuck. That's one point. Point number two is if you suspend habeas corpus, look, Black America does not need that in the neighborhood. Because I tell you what, I could get a doggone a platoon of my boys right here that wear that there. Them 101st Airborne Troopers and air out of community. But what does that help? You're gonna have a whole bunch of dead black people. A whole bunch of dead black people.
Not true. No, not true. It would be order. If you see them soldiers coming down the street, crime will go down. We need this.
No, it won't.
Dying. Yes, it
no,
will.
it won't.
Yes, it will.
No, it won't. It will not.
It will. Yes, it will.
No, it won't.
Absolutely, it will.
Dope boys ain't gonna
no, it won't.
Absolutely, it will. Lock them up if they're doing crime.
Sell dope down the street. Well, not down the street where I am slick down the street, but right here downtown Atlanta, 5 Points, like Broad Street, Marietta Street, like it was known for that. But now, you know, they not playing. Like they will walk down on you, they will send you to jail, like for a nick of weed on you. Like they not playing. So people not, you know, trying it. He is absolutely right. If people see those uniforms come around more often, people will not be doing the same thing that they doing, and that's just period. That's in a black neighborhood.
Chicago, they gonna test. Chicago, they gonna test the waters.
No,
well, Chicago, they do.
If they test the waters,
gang members in Chicago do shoot back at police. But here's the thing that's gonna help Chicago right now. What they're doing is they're implementing RICO. Okay, RICO and racketeering, which means that,
I know that's the feds, not local.
But listen for the audience though, which means that a lot of these people who do simple crimes and end up going to jail under RICO and racketeering, it could be something as simple as having something on you. You're gonna go down. They're giving these people life. They're giving these people life in jail, no
for non-violent crimes.
And so that's gonna bring down the crime rate, because before, people were going to jail, you know, for murder, and they were getting out within 7 years.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Due to doggone,
you know, to them, anybody,
you
know, like
they giving life to people
lawmakers,
that
the people they vote in office.
People
in Illinois
have theft on their record, and they getting life, 45 to life and stuff. Like it's crazy.
Right. And see, once they hear about those charges, because you got to keep in mind, most gang affiliated people, they look at going to jail as like a badge of honor.
Right.
Okay, you know, because you know that's like a badge of honor. You got.
They feel like it's going to the jungle. I made it through the jungle, right? And
right.
Out,
But exactly. See, it's a whole different story when you talking about 50 years to life.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Now, see, what I'm looking at is this.
Right.
This is what I'm looking at. Since the feds has jumped in to take over, and the convictions are extreme, maybe, just maybe, the community will get behind the federal government opposed to being witnesses for cases with Chicago police, because they know, okay, this guy could end up getting doggone 6 years. I'm still here. I haven't moved yet. Then what? People are scared, and I can't blame them for being in fear of their lives by testifying against somebody, because they ain't gonna be in that long.
See what happened?
And they still gonna be mad.
Biden just came in. Biden just came in, and he offered, and Mayor Lightfoot agreed to get federal resources. And so because of the simple fact that Chicago had a problem, because they were trying to defund the police department in Chicago. And what a lot of people don't realize, or black people that don't realize, is when you're talking about defunding the city police department, the next up, it doesn't mean that you're not going to have law enforcement. The next up in line is the FBI, the federal Bureau of Investigation. So they did not realize that. So right now, basically, most of the Chicago is under investigation, you know, in terms of, you know, the policing, as well as it is, you know, the FBI has now taken over the Chicago Police Department. So that means that we're talking about RICO and racketeering for everything pretty much you get locked up for.
And it's a
that
good
happened down
thing
here in Atlanta not too
because
long ago. The DeKalb County police officer, he was caught being a GD. He was still down with his GD folks, regardless
and
of
doing
him going in the
hits.
blue collar, you know, and regardless of him being a police officer, he was letting them know any information that the police department had on him, and you know, oh, you know, this spot hot, don't go over here, you know, giving them all kind of tips. Man, all them folks got about 45 years plus. Like,
yeah,
exactly.
And
he was doing hits.
Yeah,
he was
doing
hits.
them out, right? He was giving them names. You know, he had police database, so he had addresses, he had phone numbers, he had real connects within the system outside of what the gang members had. But because he still was a gang member in heart, like he still rocked with them, and you know, that came before anything. So it's a lot of these white officers that have their own gangs within themselves, and it's like, I mean, it's really only so much we can do when it comes to policing. Like, police are police. Like, they ordinary people. They, you know, one and the same. They just like us. It's just, only difference is the choice of line of career they chose. You know what I'm saying? But these are still ordinary people. Like, these are still our cousins, our brothers.
Some of them are
we
criminals.
Went to school with, you know, so.
Some of them are. Because if they was gang affiliated, but clean enough, that, I mean, that goes all the way back.
So it's like, it's really nothing we can say that's really going to exactly change that, because it's like, it's almost like a mentality, you know. And
but see, that goes back to 1986 when Jeff Ford, they had a lot of the brothers joining the military, going infantry, learning combat skills, coming back to Chicago, giving that knowledge and instruction at the fort, right? They talk about Al Qaeda and all of that. That's the reason Jeff Fort went to jail for the length of time that he went, because they were going to pull a 911 type situation on the city of Chicago back in 1987. And it's, you know, nobody ever made a big deal, talk much loud about that. And that goes right into the other group, 21st Century Vote. So, you know, and it's a shame, so to speak, you had more gang members that learned about political power and getting in the system to change it from within, when you're a common, regular citizen, they just listening to doggone red and bling bling in the church. Yeah, we gonna vote for this one because they came to our church.
It's between all three extremes. Although, like, most churches or religious organizations that are 501c3 are not supposed to have political affiliations, they do. They are influencing. They give people whole pages with everybody that they need to vote for.
Make sure you register to vote. Are you registered to vote? Okay, let's go ahead and register you.
As well as
that's like what's going on with Hills Up Harris with them doggone commercials that the commercials they was running in churches with her trying to get the doggone Democrat in Virginia elected. It's like, you ever heard of separation of church and state? Well, I'm like, come on now.
Now,
what
here's
are you
one of
really
the conspiracies. Here's what I am going to say about Mayor Lightfoot. Okay, now the conspiracy is, like I said, most of these politicians have gang affiliations because gang affiliations come through neighborhoods. Okay, so if you grew up in a certain neighborhood, then you know, even whether you're, you know, actually in a gang, you know, you sort of have like that gang affiliation. Right. You have that because all your people that you know, all your family that you know are from this area. So basically, they're accusing Mayor Lightfoot of being, you know, down with the BDs. You know what I'm saying? You know, they think, you know, so that's one of the things that they're looking at her with, because it's like they're looking at her, and I can't confirm that in any kind of way, because on top of that, like I said, you got Kim Fox letting people out the door. You know what I'm saying?
You got the both of them fighting. You got the both of them fighting against each other. And that's even when they went into that thing talking about Beetlejuice was cheating on her wife. And I'm sitting here like, Oh my God.
But see, that's one thing that Black people have to stop thinking about. Like, like people's love interest has nothing to do with politics. That has nothing to do with politics. What we have to start doing is we have to start like I'm so sick of like pro-Blacks always complaining about, because 4 years when Hillary ran, they was telling people not to vote. Okay, then when Trump comes up, because he's a misogynist, and most of them are misogynists, they trying to get people on the Republicans. So they propagate. Let me finish. They're propagating for now all of a sudden it to switch from not voting to voting for Trump. Okay, but they keep saying that we need to start our own political party. And yes, I think that is a good idea for Black people. And it's like, when are we going to do that? When are we going to start our own political party?
I personally believe
when we can all get along.
I personally believe that Black people should be independent, and whoever have the best plans, the best ideas that actually have a history of helping us, that's who we should bring.
That's what every Black activist done ever said.
Right, and I think,
but you're pushing Republican.
I think the issue is with a lot of Black people is that we don't protest and do enough to apply pressure to these elected officials. Honestly, like Lori Lightfoot, she's a terrible woman, very nasty woman, by the way, one of the worst women I've seen, period, in politics. I think that Black people just voted her in because she was a Black lesbian, and a lot of the lesbian community just voted her in office. You may not want to hear that, QI, but I believe that that's a fact.
No.
It's more than you can go back to prior elections.
Whether you want to believe it or not.
Didn't we just tell you that gangs also have a big political influence in Chicago and always has? Back in the days, most of the people Black people got in office through either GDs or the BDs. Come on, and that's you can Google that.
The GDs and the BDs do not have a long
Google it, Riley. Google it.
On politics.
Google it.
It's the weakness of the Democratic Party, and they need strong Republicans in office that's going to get that city in order. That's what I'm preaching right now. I don't hate Lightfoot. I think she's a very nasty woman. I did think that she needs to resign. And if I want Jamal Green, he's an activist in Chicago, to run to be the next mayor of the city of Chicago. So if he run, I will help him. I will knock on doors. I will get petitions signed, because we need a new mayor that's going to get
at the end of the day, what we
criminals
have seen
off
through
the street.
history, that it don't matter who our leader is, who we feel like is the best fit, we always end up with the same pot to piss in. Like, nothing.
That's because everybody always votes for Democrats. The Democrats have been running.
Looking for.
It's not a Democrat. Right, it's not a Democrat or Republican thing. What you have to do is know about politics, and you have to know about lobbying. It's just like they can say one thing out of their mouth once, when they want to get elected. Once they get elected, and get to the
everything go out the window.
They don't even know. Once they get to the White House or whatever, whether you talk about Congress or whatever, you got lobbyists out there. You got people, filling other people's pockets. They get paid to vote on certain things. They get paid to go certain ways. So that's the thing. The thing is, it's not a Republican or a Democrat thing. It's like these people are out here selling out for that coin.
Okay, let's just go back over the history of Chicago.
The Constitution and the white man. Everything is set up for the white man. Like, that's something we all know. So everything is automatically set up against us. We never gonna find salvation in the white man. Like, we have to do something for ourselves. And it's like,
exactly, I agree.
Well, yeah, that much is true. But Chicago,
all y'all older generations talk about what we need to do as the younger generation. It's like, what did y'all do? Y'all didn't sit around and
what did we do? Hold on.
What
did we do?
They followed the church and religion.
Like, how we gonna figure this
out?
Go ahead.
They followed the church and religion. Whatever.
No, what did we do? Nah, it's a whole lot that I know from my generation. They didn't do shit but become serial baby daddies. I'm not one of them.
Black people hadn't effectively made any major moves since the civil rights era.
Exactly. I think
because this is what happened. Well, now hold on.
Right.
This is what happened. the people that were born in the 60s, that were babies in the 60s, after the civil rights movement was over with, they started walking around like they was privileged and they was entitled and dropped the freaking ball.
As they should.
And became serial baby daddies. You can't blame that one on the women because the men are supposed to be the leaders. They became serial baby daddies that wasn't there for their doggone children. And now look at what we got today.
Amen.
Then you got the handful of us that didn't do that. And it's a whole different doggone environment within the family dynamics. But if you're talking as of things politically, Chicago been a Democrat city since the cow kicked over the lantern and Chicago burned down.
When did they get rid of the house?
Man, see, the problem is we done gave men the torch. We thought y'all was gonna lead the way. We thought y'all was gonna set us free as a black people, and y'all, dropped the ball. Like, we gave y'all the ball, and y'all kind of like, in a way failed us. And I feel like that's where
Jesse Jackson was the ringleader.
Real black leaders like Martin Luther King.
We know Jesse Jackson is a sellout. We know Jesse
Jackson. Messy Jesse.
We know Jesse.
Well, I mean, y'all the ones who believed in him. We didn't believe it. I don't know Jesse.
Oh no, I didn't never believe in him. No. I didn't vote for him.
Just like Al Sharpton, people around here believing in him too.
It wasn't my generation who put him in power or gave him a name.
I know.
So
that's the same thing. Right now, what y'all got in the new gen? Hold on, what you got in the new generation? Sound like a damn sharecropper. Benjamin Crump, non-talking sharecropper, Elmer Fudd sounding ass. That's gonna be the next one.
We're not making any moves in this new generation because for one thing, we have on one end, we have pro-blacks out here telling people not to do nothing, to be anti-government. Then on the other hand, and not all pro-blacks, by the way, but you got pro-blacks out here telling people to be anti-government and not make any moves. Then on the other hand, and then going against any civil rights leader that did make a difference, like Martin Luther King. They so tripped out about, their biggest thing with Martin Luther King is the fact that, they feel like he slept with a white woman. Cheated on
and the thing that needs to happen
was with Trump. When Kanye West was with Trump, that made y'all don't understand how that make the younger generation like look at y'all look at the older generation as like fools. It's like, how you expect me to believe that you pro-black, you for us, but then you turn around and smile in this man's face? It's like that's what the generation has to look up to. We don't like the
after
generation
he said
have.
That's because the generation before has been misguided.
Because
that's my point. We have nobody to really look up to that are, of value to look up to.
That are strong.
They're supposed to be looking
about the people. That's for and about the people. Because you got to go back into Trump's history.
They only hear Trump's
history. Trump, you remember the what was it, the Brooklyn Five or whatever, when he was trying to get
it's the Central Park Five.
It was the Central Park Five. And I was living in New York at the time that crime went down. My ex is a very high profile person, and we were invited to Trump's parties because he liked to have famous people around him for photo ops. Right. He took out full page ads wanting to get these young boys executed even before they had been tried for anything. And to this day, he has never apologized. He's never said I was wrong about them.
And he's not going to.
And for anyone who thinks that Republicans are going to do anything, they'll make George Floyd's death look like a fucking party because they'll have nothing but race soldiers out there. One thing I feel
like people need to understand as black people, they are never going to let a black person that came from our struggle, our strife, our problems, be up in the White House, be up in a city hall or anywhere. Like, we have to do our own thing. I don't understand.
That's what I agree. I have listened, and I've heard.
They not gonna do do it. They haven't
And
done
I
it
have
for
heard
400 years.
I've heard
Like no matter how much we try to fight, it's like
what is
why
troubling
keep
about
trying to fight
the
and fight that
Black
you not go win?
so-called community is that it truly doesn't exist. I have gotten over Black people talking about what somebody is going to do for us. We have the
Right.
power to do it for
We
ourselves.
got too
If
many
we can
numbers.
spend $500 billion on hair, we could do something within our
And it
community.
goes back to the
And
LGBT community. They have numbers. It's no reason why they can't start doing their own
Well,
thing.
no, I wouldn't say that they have numbers
They
because
got
they're
look at the cancel
substantially.
culture.
No,
The
no, no,
cancel
no,
culture
no, no,
shows
no,
their
no, no,
numbers.
no, no.
How?
No, you can't go. You can't go there because it's exponentially more heterosexual people in the United States
It don't
than
matter.
anybody else.
It don't
well, I
matter.
don't know about
They
all
still have a
No,
states,
voice.
it
My
does
point is
matter.
they have a voice. My point is they have
If
an
someone
opinion.
says
They
that
have
Biden
room.
won't
That's
get
my
his
point.
vote again, the man has been in office for a little over 200 days. He came in on a fucking mess. This man
He's a
came
weak
in,
president.
for all the things that
like
we
how
know.
did we as Americans
about
allow Trump to be in the White House?
Can I say this?
for
Can I
all
say this?
the
Can I
things
say this
that
about?
we know,
Exactly.
you have to understand that
Oh,
there's a whole
because
lot of
Obama wasn't shit.
Sleepy Joe Biden is one of the worst presidents that ever been in the White House. He is
They all the worst.
He
Oh
is
my
been in there for
God.
200 days.
Oh my God.
How you
And
gonna
you
say
think
that when
someone who's
he
a
hadn't been in there
traitor
for
is going to
200
be
days?
better?
He is a
You think a traitor? Trump was an asshole in New York, and he was our asshole. And no one thought for a moment that he was going to ever win president. He didn't think he was going to get nominated. He was looking for a way to start a new
That
reality
just shows
show.
how sad
So
America
he
has
down
gotten. We
Trump,
don't give a fuck who
he
in the
has
White House.
never ever done anything that he didn't benefit from.
We don't
He
give a
doesn't
damn
do
who in
anything
the
because
White
he
House.
gives a shit. He does things because it'll benefit him. He does
No,
things
that's not
because
true.
it
I
puts
That's
don't
him
not
feel
true,
like Trump
ma'am.
any
That's not
different
true.
from
That's
any
not
oh,
other
true.
yes, it is.
president
But
I
it's
that
know
not.
has
it is.
just voiced
You
it.
talking about what you have heard. I know
What a
that.
nasty
I
woman to
know
come up
it
with that
very,
title.
very well. And he
Every
will
president before Trump
It
would
is
felt the
true.
same way
He
Trump
admitted
felt. They
it.
just didn't say it.
Because
He
he's
just
not
said
even
what
a
every
true
president before
Republican.
him wanted to say.
Like
Trump
this is
came
like
out and
this.
said the
First of
reason
all,
why
what
he
happens within black
hold on for a
neighborhoods
second.
lies with us.
First
It
of all,
lies
when
absolutely.
Obama was in office, black people didn't go sit down at the table. We asked for nothing, therefore we got nothing. With most of these
Thank
people,
you.
civil rights, we
Have
asked
you?
for
I
nothing,
mean,
We
therefore
always
we get
ask.
nothing.
keep
So
talking
it's
about
time
what
for us
happened.
We
to
always
stop
ask.
blaming this
Why
on
don't you Google
politicians,
We
what
whether
always
it's
Barack
ask.
Republican or
Hussein Obama
Democrat, and
did?
start standing up for something.
We
Yeah,
asked
well,
we
we need to stop
asked
talking about what he didn't do.
for
He
Sleepy
was
Joe
up against
Biden, and he's
a
and he's
racist
too
House
busy
and a
studying.
racist Senate.
We already
He had
said
to do
people will
everything
say
he
what
did
they'll
by
do and then get in
executive
office
order.
and then switch.
Oh my
Like
God.
that's what they do. They'll
Well, let me
tell us
tell
they
you this.
gonna do
Let me
one
tell you
thing, we
this.
vote
Let
for
me
them,
tell
and
you
then they
this.
don't
The
do nothing.
Democrats in the Senate do not respect Sleepy Joe Biden. If he was President Trump will get bills passed. We haven't seen
President
anything
Trump
from
is
this
an
terrible
asshole and he'll
president.
get
And
bills passed
Kamala
that
Harris,
won't benefit
Kamala
you.
Harris is a
They
very
won't benefit
nasty,
you.
is a very
They
nasty
won't
woman.
benefit
And
you.
we expect that
They
from an
won't benefit
anti-black,
President Trump
you.
They
benefited
never gonna
me.
bend
Obama
an
was had a
anything.
anti
That's
racist
the
an
problem. They're never
anti-woman
gonna do
person.
nothing
We
for
expect
us.
that from you, Wiley. We
It's
expect that
amazing that he
sentiments from
got
you
anything
because
done.
you're
You know,
misogynist.
he was
Therefore,
bagging
you
on
don't
him.
like any woman in leadership. You're anti-gay.
We
You're
need
anti-black.
And black men,
we need
black
President
men
Trump
who
in office.
stand with Trump are, to me, nothing more than misogynists themselves. Trump doesn't give a
Well, I'm
shit
not. I'm
about
not any of the
anybody.
No
above.
And
But you
president
know
And
ever
what?
that's
gave
why,
a
he
shit
and
treated
that
though.
is
What
everybody
exactly
president
why
well.
gave a
Wiley
shit?
and
I'm not
the
any of the
majority
Name
of
above.
one
other
president
leadership.
that
Trump
done ever
policies
gave a
work for
shit in
me.
American history. No
Trump
president ever
policies
gave
have
a
worked
shit
for
for black
people.
people. Tell me something
Trump
new.
policies work
Y'all
for
been
me.
voting for these same white men that ain't never gave a shit. What made Trump so different? Why y'all so mad
Trump
at
done
Trump?
a
He
lot.
ain't
Trump
doing
Again,
nothing
policies
but
Trump
work
what
done
the
a
for
lot.
same
me.
other
He gave
presidents
us
been doing.
check.
This man
He
been
have
fighting
better
with
Y'all done with
What's the
that.
No
problem? Why y'all
disrespect.
so mad? Everybody
Y'all
No
go
voted
on with that
disrespect,
Trump
Leonard, but
bullshit.
we
all
expect
because
that from
they
you as
support
well, because
Hillary.
most
They rather
Republicans
vote
are
for Trump
most
than Hillary.
Republicans
Now we
give
got
all the
Trump.
money
Now
over
everybody
to the
Okay,
veterans.
crying.
Give all
I
the
can't
money
hear
over
two
to,
different people at the same time.
and we expect that from you as well, Leonard, because you know most of the army or the veterans, they vote for the Republicans because the
Because
Republicans
he have done
allocate
something.
money
Because they
to
got something from the
these
table.
veterans.
Let me hear her out. Let me hear her out.
Right. The Republicans are the ones that give a lot of money over to the veterans and to the military. So we expect that from you as well.
Right.
Okay,
That's why
thank you.
He's a strong Republican. And again,
Man, they work for it.
Kamala Harris is a very nasty woman. When I saw her at Howard University with a rat infested university, this is a bad leadership on Kamala Harris. She should be calling out the people at Howard University. It's so sad that those
But you
students
know
have to
she
be in a
not.
rat infested
That's
state.
my
She's a
point.
very
We know once these
nasty,
people
nasty
get up
woman.
there, they not gonna say
And
shit.
you
They
act
not
like
gonna do
Kamala
shit.
Harris has all the power in the world. First of all, a president nor a vice president actually has any power. Who votes
No,
on things
exactly.
where you blaming it
why do
on the
people keep
president
looking
and
for
the
these
vice
people to do
president is
something?
the Congress and the Senate. And this is exactly why I say your local votes count more than the federal votes.
That's
Because
right.
Kamala does not have, or Biden has any power up under the Senate and the House.
Well,
the
in the
House
city of Atlanta, ain't shit changed since Shirley Franklin been been mayor, and that was about 15 years ago. It don't matter who the mayor, who the Senate, who the governor. It don't matter. Everything is still the same. That's my point. It don't matter who we put in office. Like at the end of the day, these people have to confine under a certain order in certain, a certain. Like they can't give a fuck about us for real. Of course, they're gonna say it to get the vote. They're gonna say it so that they can get in the house.
Money
But
talks.
yeah,
One of the things that we
he
have to
did
realize
he
is
did
that
a lot.
money
He
talks.
fucked it up real good. That's what he did.
Everybody
he
talk
did.
until they get in the house and then they change.
Look
That's
at how
what I'm
many
saying.
people
Like,
have
I don't understand
died.
why we keep
Look at how
believing
many people
that
have
it
died
depends
as a
on who we
result
vote
of Trump's
inside
decision.
anywhere. These folks ain't gonna give a fuck.
He didn't do anything. He didn't do anything for this country except
Yes, he
fill
did.
his pockets. No, he didn't.
No, yes, he did.
Got,
Ma'am,
what he did was
Nobody
what
ever
he did was
gave.
fill his
Name one
pockets
mayor in
and
how
his
many
America that
people
people
did
who
and his
have
anything
daughter
died
great
as
for
a
their
and his
result of
city.
people and
Trump.
his
Name
sons
one
and his
governor.
and his
Name
and
one
his, and his
Senate.
honey,
Name one
his
anybody that done did
son-in-law.
anything special for
That's
their state, for their
President
city, for their
Jackson.
county. They all do the same thing. We all keep getting the shit in of the stick. We all keep getting the same.
I agree, but the reason why we
it
all
don't
keep
matter
getting
who
the
we
same.
vote. It don't matter who we vote. Like we gotta
But
do
see,
our
the
own
reason
thing,
being is because we're not active like they were back during the civil rights. We don't push anything.
We got more
we're
rights
not.
than they did
We're
in the
not
civil
going.
rights.
We're not standing. We're not standing on anything. And see, we cannot do anything under a government on our own without law. We have to follow laws.
We can't. We ain't gonna have
President,
to do
can I
anything
say
under
something?
the
law of the
government.
land
President Trump
stand.
done a lot for the black man and
He
woman,
didn't
and
do
this
shit
is
for the
why
black
he
man.
yes, he did, man. What a nasty woman.
You
There
didn't
he
do
go with the
for
black
you
man,
very
like the
nasty,
black
by the way.
man is the
black
You very
only.
nasty,
men
by the way.
voted for him
What I
because
feel,
they
I
told
feel
him
like our
he
biggest
was
problem as
competent
black
to
people
do
is
it.
we want to be incorporated in this white man society and this white man's, neighborhood.
He
We
didn't do
want to
jack
be
for black
accepted,
men,
and it's
black
not gonna
people.
happen. Like it's just not gonna happen. No matter how bad we feel like it should happen, no matter how bad we would wish it. One day, I wish my kids can be next to white kids and everything will be okay. Like no matter how bad we want that, that's what
Oh,
our
you gotta
ancestors wanted 400 years ago.
look, no,
Like it's a lot of things that we just can't change
stop.
unless we do something different. We can't rely in
That's
this
true.
government
I
that
agree
we
with
get
that.
in
We
the
have
house.
to do something
We're
different.
not
It's not
helpless
them,
people.
it's
We
us.
act helpless. There's enough money within the black community that we could do something for ourselves. I'm just so
My
sick of us
point.
looking,
And that's our
acting
problem.
like
It's
we
not
don't
the
have any power.
Exactly. We want to
If
be
a
with
black,
them so
if
bad. They
a
don't want us with
community,
them.
if we
They don't
were to
want to
hold
fuck with
back
us.
money on anything, if we were to hold back, because we are the largest consumers in this country, if we were to stop, if we were to hold back money more than a day, hold back money for a month, 2 months, you could bring a corporation to its knees. We
And
don't act like we have power, and we do. We do. We act
have a
right.
lot of
And if we
power,
started
and this
supporting,
is-
and if we
and
started
this-
supporting each other like we did
and
back
this is
during
why we should-
segregation, when we didn't have any choice, if
Absolutely.
we started supporting each other like we did back during segregation because we had no choice, we would be okay. But no, these days we have a lot of self-hating black people who will not support their own.
No, that's not true.
But a lot of black people, we don't know who to go to.
One thing about President Trump,
We
he
don't
said
know
your
who to look
schools are no
for.
good, the crimes is out of control, and I voted for
And
President
he wasn't
Trump.
gonna do
And
shit
again,
about
President
it.
Trump have
We
done a
let
lot
the
for this
generation
country.
got to look
You're
up
a
to. They
nasty
don't have
woman.
The
no
crime was
idea.
out of
You're
control
nasty, by the
with
way.
Trump.
You're very
Crime
nasty, by
was
the
out
way.
of control
What's
with
wrong with
Trump.
you women? Y'all
Look,
don't allow a man to
encouraged
talk. Y'all don't allow
Trump
a man to
hoping I
talk.
encouraged the
could chime
crime.
in.
Y'all
I'm
don't
hoping I
allow
could
a man.
chime
What a
in on my
nasty. You're
laptop because
very
my phone
nasty,
only
by the
got
way,
down to
Q. You are
7%.
very
I
nasty.
done plugged my charger in. It's saying
This
7%.
conversation
I
would be
don't
good
want to
if it
miss
all
any of
moved
this
over.
conversation, and I might miss it because my phone has a whole lot of low juice right now. But man, if I could
If
chime
anybody
in
thinks that Trump
and get
cares
on
of
my
black people
laptop,
and
I
killing
could
black
continue
people,
listening
you are
and everything
Trump
be
delusional.
cares
everything.
about black people, and
He
I
does
want him
not
back
give
in
a
office.
shit.
It was a terrible mistake to get sleepy Joe Biden in office. He's a terrible man. And
It don't matter who we put in office. It's gonna be the same result. That's my point.
That's
Like,
that monolithic black
Trump
thinking.
molested,
That's what that
Trump
is right there.
molested a
Monolithic
13-year-old
black
girl.
thinking.
Yes.
Trump
Black
molested a
women don't like to listen.
13-year-old girl.
Thinking that Trump got his shit together. He does not. He does not own half the shit he says he owns. He owns a brand. He can get somebody to build a building and put his fucking name on it.
and
It
I can
doesn't
really
mean
say
he
he was
owns the
the only
property.
man that should have been president, because they always said, we always thought the president was the most wealthiest man in America, but come to find out, like, he's like almost average. Like, at least Trump really had some money, you know, like he did
No,
something
Trump was
outside
broke.
of presidency.
No, it
He
wasn't.
didn't have any money.
Trump is not
He
broke.
didn't
Trump
start
is not
having
broke. You're
money
a
until
terrible
he
woman.
became president.
You
Right.
are
But my point is, before he became president, he really did something with himself to become president. He did nothing in politics.
I'm sorry, can I jump in here? I don't have a lot of time. I just came here.
I'm sorry.
Oh, okay, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm enjoying the panel. Hey, CTV, baby daddy, how you doing? And Wiley, I love your show. I catch it sometimes when I can catch it.
Thank you.
I wanted to say briefly that I think that the panel today is indicative of what goes on within our community. We are not a monolith. I know a lot of people would look on the outside and think that we all vote Democrat, and that's not just not accurate. You know, we can see that as visibly on a panel, but I think that I don't want us to fall into the trap of arguing over these white people, because honestly, you know, neither one of them really looking out for us.
Facts.
What we have to do is try to figure out, like we was talking about earlier. We'll leave that to the white folks. They can fight over who's best, Trump and Biden. But what often happens is that we're left in the middle. I mean, I think that thinking about, I think I was saying in the comments that we've had, the civil rights movement, if you kind of think about it, was not originally intended for us to really integrate in the first place.
It was
I think James Baldwin talks about how that became the goal because it became more of a political issue. But both parties have always made our right to vote a political thing when it's a human rights thing. It's something that we should have had. We should have had in the first place. But so I got on here to say that, and thinking about the Black agenda, one of the things that I believe the Biden-Harris administration need to do from the jump, since they've already passed the Asian crime hate bill and have virtually made them a protected class, is that we, descendants of chattel slavery, and I'm making a difference between us and Black immigrants, like, people that come over here from all over the world.
Right.
I'm talking about descendants of slavery, not and to be quite frank, neither Harris or Obama, neither of them have, blood of slaves here, American slaves here. So no, they're not. Their agenda or their focus is not going to be on us. And
So
I'm watching a lot
over. I think that Black people should get over slavery and move forward with our lives. I'm not a slave,
but
that's
just like the Hispanics.
And we should continue to vote in the Great White Hope, President Donald J. Trump.
Oh, the Great White Hope. I listen to your show, but like some of your opinions on the platform today, I'm really surprised about. And I'm not a person that try to get anybody to try to, I don't vote Democrat or Republican.
Tell me what
but
have President
we don't need a
Sleepy
great
Joe
white
Biden
hope.
done for
No,
black
we
people?
don't. We
Tell me
absolutely don't.
tell
We
me
are
what
not a
Kamala,
powerless people.
tell me what
But we
Kamala Harris,
actively, we
a very
are.
nasty woman, have done for black people.
Oh,
She has
God.
done
Can I say
absolutely
You know
something
nothing.
real
what?
quick?
It doesn't
I
have
want
to be either or. Just because it don't have
right.
to be either or. I mean,
Right.
if you don't like
undecided.
Kamala, if you don't like Obama, if you
Vote
don't
for
like
who
Trump,
you
you can
want to
choose
vote
somebody
for.
else. You can choose another black
But
leader or
see,
another leader.
can I say something? I want to educate. Can I just give me a minute, you all, to educate? Because I hear a lot of stuff that,
You say? Okay.
Let me tell you, there were a lot of black slave masters. If you don't believe me, look it up.
It was.
Okay.
Yeah.
Every black person in America, in fact, a lot of us are not descendants of, slavery.
Hello.
Okay, a lot of us. All right. There were black people here in America before Columbus. Okay. A lot of us are indigenous to America. Okay. So, schools are indoctrination tools. And, as we say in the black conscious or the black community, colonization through indoctrination. They taught us a lot of lies or a lot of fake history. You have to actually do a lot of research yourself. Just like when I'm talking about politics and
black
how
That's the whole purpose of this
people
topic.
and making white
Educate
people feel
yourself.
bad for
real
being
quick.
white.
I'm gonna try to be short. I'm gonna try to be short. Let me just finish
Let her
because this
finish.
is important. And that's one of our problems when it comes down to a lot of things. The fact that we don't have our information straight. And that's a lot of the reasons why, we're not able to get things. Because just like reparations, they're asking for reparations, but they're not asking for the right thing. First of all, when you say an American descendant of a slave, people have to realize that America is North, South, and Central America. So, people are trying to say that Kamala is not American. Jamaica, her father's from Jamaica. She's from Jamaica. That is America. So, basically by saying American descendant of slaves, you're talking about the entire continent.
I want to say
America
this.
is a continent.
No, I'm
not talking about you. I'm not talking about you. And this is the United
States. To get over slavery. It happened 300 years ago, and we are free black people right now. So think free and build up ourselves.
Every other race every other people except us has received reparations for their wrongdoing, and you
don't need to get a free check from the government. We need to build our own institutions up. We don't need to be doing
we only care about ourselves. Once we get the
free check from the government,
we just care about ourselves.
You get a free check from the government now.
Look at the prosperity
you get a free check from the government now.
Wall Street. Look at the prosperity of communities that thrive during the when it was the restoration. Look at those examples. Those communities were thriving.
Black people are thriving too. Y'all think
but I feel like the problem is black people. We don't believe in ourselves anymore. Like I feel like we just as a people like kind of gave up on ourselves. Like we don't like that's what I mean when I go back to what I said when I said we don't have any real. But look, we don't have any real leaders we can really look to that have a real decisive plan. What we can do. We're looking for the white. We're looking at the white man.
Moses
I know,
is
but
in
we're looking
you.
at the white man. Y'all arguing about Democrats and Republicans. Like, what make you think that y'all gonna find anything that you need in these people? You're never gonna find it. We've been trying to find it for the past 400 years. There's a society that's not
we
included.
veterans. We got ours.
Okay, well that's
ours.
it, but they not worrying about black people that ain't veterans. They don't care about the Mexicans. They don't care about the Chinese. They only care about the white people. I know, but I mean
Trump
the
have put investments in place for the black community.
That's a little cute. That's a little cute. That's a little cute. But what has that done for me and my kids? That ain't did nothing for me and my kids.
Great white hope.
Okay,
bring back Trump.
No, we don't need nobody that's on that side. They're not gonna.
I was gonna say that we don't need leaders. I think what happened during the civil rights era that a lot of those leaders that the movement was grassroots, but a lot of those leaders took the clout that they got from that movement, and now you got people like, I forget the Congressional Black Caucus is a huge example of the old black generation that's really out of touch of what we want now, and they vote for
right. Well, they're not for
political interests.
Well, they
are like black royalty in our community. Like nobody can really.
And that's the problem.
Their interests are their own, and not for all black people.
They're not looking. They're not looking at the new generation as this is the future. Like, these are the ones that you need to get in line. These are the ones you need to talk to and tap into.
I
Y'all
agree with
dissing them
that.
off like
I
them
agree
somebody
with
else
that.
kids. They mama need to teach them. Like, no, like this, they need somebody to look up to look at. And all these, like you said,
But it's
you a
not in
vet,
their interest
but we
because
don't
they
even
getting
have
them. They
that.
got to
But I'm
spend their
saying we
money
don't
now.
even have. Can I finish my point? But we don't even have
fathers.
that. But look, we don't even have vets to look up to because a lot of vets in our Black community are alcoholics and, you know, on the streets and stuff. Like,
They
we really
need
don't have
fathers.
anybody to look up to.
Fathers.
They have fathers,
Fathers.
but the fathers are alcoholics.
Fathers.
The fathers are molesters.
Nobody
The fathers are
is
abusers.
born,
The
no one
fathers
is born
are
without a
everything.
father.
Like,
No one is
Fathers.
born
right,
without a father, and a father
right.
does
The
not have
father
to be in the
chooses
home
Okay,
not to
to
be
be a
there.
parent.
okay.
And it
Let's
comes from
kick the
your
ballistics
generation,
here.
Mr. Leonard.
Let's get hold
Uh-huh.
on. Let's kick the ballistics here. Why is this veteran father that is sitting here at 8:45 a.m. East Coast time,
That
sipping
drunk
on
like
a
3 beers.
Budweiser,
About 4 beers.
provided his son a private school education his entire life, and he is a graduate of Mount Carmel High School in Chicago. Explain to me how that happened.
Because
I mean, that's cute. But look at the statistics.
You're not the only black father out here. You're not the only black father out here. You're not the only black veteran out here.
We have too many Black homeless male veterans, period. I don't care what you say. It's too many Black men
looking
at
at
these
a
veteran
collective.
hospitals that have no help, that are homeless, that ain't did nothing for their kids.
Thank you,
So
Tavia.
you're a token. So you're what they call a token. Okay,
So
and what a
you're a
token
nasty
is,
black woman.
what a
A very
token
nasty, bitter black
is a few
lesbian
Black
woman.
people that they give opportunities
Wally,
to. A few Black
Wally,
people that
I mean,
they
we can
allow
have.
to
Can I
make
say
it,
something real quick?
and
We
they
can
try
have a
to
discussion, but
use
you're not
Not
going to
in
disrespect
panel,
black women
not
on this panel.
responsible for the crime in our communities. We are responsible for the crime in our communities. We are not a powerless people. And I'm over us acting as if we are. Everybody on this panel has the ability to become a leader. We are all leaders.
Exactly.
So
everybody except Wally. We do not want Wally to go leader.
There were strong black
folks that came before. I was called a token.
You was called a
token.
token.
Wait a minute. I'll be a token.
What does that mean?
Nah, don't get
What does that
offended.
mean?
I'll be a token.
Look, Leonard,
I'll
don't
be
get
a
offended.
token.
No, Leonard.
Hello. I'll be a token.
Well, you got a lot of your comrades that's sitting on the side of Broad Street downtown at 5 Points that's homeless. Maybe you should help them out
Because
to
they
figure
want to
out
be
why
homeless.
they became
Man, because they
They
want
need
to
to
be
go
homeless.
down to the
And because
VA
they
and
want to
do
be
what they
homeless.
need to do.
Because they want to be homeless.
Instead of being hooked on
Hold
dope,
up.
they need to go
Wait a damn
down.
minute. I come from a military community. People who are homeless are not wanting to be homeless. You don't
But
understand what
that's my
these black
point.
folks
Like,
think
everybody not like you.
Because
So
they want to be
don't
homeless.
talk about
They need to go
They
and do
need to
their
go to
thing.
the
Just wanna be
VA and
homeless.
take care of their business and everything like that. And one thing about
Listen
President
to
But
that
my
Donald
point
Trump,
is,
he had to
just
help
because you a
homeless people.
veteran don't mean nothing. That don't mean
It
that
means
you're
a
gonna have
lot.
a white
It
picket
means
Oh,
a
it don't
certain
mean
at
perspective.
nothing
your house
now.
and everything.
And
Just
let
because
me
you a veteran.
clarify token. Can I please
Being a
clarify
vet don't
token?
mean
That
nothing.
wasn't a shot at you.
Do.
That wasn't a shot at you when I said a
I
token.
know what a shot at me. I'm just
Shut
saying.
up, Wiley. But what I'm saying
I'm
is
just
they
saying.
consider no. They
Very
consider that
nasty
a
brother.
token. They consider it a token because what they do is they will allow a few black people opportunities to be successful in order to use y'all as an example for everyone else. Like they say, pull them up.
Ain't nobody allowed me shit. I'm from Inglewood.
Like,
I'm from Inglewood. I went to Paul Robeson High School. I'm from Inglewood. Ain't nobody allowed me shit. Ain't nobody allowed
And when
me
I said
shit.
that, I wasn't calling you a
I'm
token.
from
I
where
was saying
real rap started.
I'm sorry, can I say
Ain't
something really quick?
nobody allowed me shit. Okay,
wow,
I'm
that
just
is
gonna
so
keep it real with
disgusting.
you. I'm gonna keep it a buck, as young folks say. Ain't
So what
nobody
being a veteran gave you?
afforded me shit. Say again. What's different about
So
me?
what
Because
does
I
being a
had the
veteran?
intestinal
No, I said what being
fortitude.
a veteran did for you. What being
Being
a
a
veteran
veteran did for me.
Yeah, since
Oh.
since the statistics show that,
Okay, all right.
that a
Check
lot
this
of
out.
y'all are homeless
I'll let you
and
know. I'll
alcoholics.
sum it all up. I'll sum it up all quickly, and it ain't gonna take long. I got a house in Georgetown in Savannah that's not on the east or the west side, the hood, that I'm renting to a military family that's stationed on Hunter Army Airfield. I'm living in Metro Atlanta while my son goes on his next level of education doing what he's doing. My credit score is high as a crackhead, and oh, wait a minute. Hold on.
I'm saying, but that has nothing to do with you being a veteran.
Let me go to the good part.
That has nothing to do with you being a veteran. That's you being.
Yes, it does. Oh, yes, the hell it does.
No, it don't.
You see that woman right there?
People
You
that
see that
aren't
woman
veterans
right
that
there?
have the same thing.
Do you see that woman right there?
It's men with credits
see that
that's
woman
high
right
as
there? I'm
crackheads that
asking
never
you a question.
deserved a day.
Single?
I'm asking
Classy Queen, he's still here.
Do you see that woman right there?
Every now and again.
Okay. Simple question. Do you see that woman right there? That's my daughter. She is the first Black American female to ever receive a Purple Heart for being wounded in combat from the 101st Airborne Division. So if we work this out right, she got a movie deal as that
So
first
that's because
Black
you was
woman.
a vet though. But that's because you was a vet. I'm talking about
She's
what
a
happened
vet
to you
too.
because. But what
you mean what
in
happened
your
to
life
me?
that
She
been
got
different
wounded in combat. I never got
That ain't
wounded in
got nothing to do
combat.
with you
My
being the
daughter
vet.
did.
That ain't got nothing to do with you being the vet. I'm talking about what does being the vet do for you as a Black man?
I already
in today's
said what it
society?
has to do with me
What?
being a vet.
What?
I've been sitting. Look. Okay, now as y'all
But you
seen,
got people that never went into the military that's doing better than
Can
you.
I finish?
So okay,
Can
go
I
ahead.
finish?
Go ahead.
Can I finish?
Mhm.
As you all seen, I'm not swole up. You can tell from my neckline. Okay, I'm a small pair of drawers. I got like 9 ounces of ass. So what that did for my little 9 ounces of ass.
Not 9 ounces of ass. Is it clean?
9 ounces of ass. I waited. Now, what it did for me is it afforded me the ability to send my son to private school his entire life. And then the woman that I showed you on there, that's my daughter. She's my daughter because she had no body and I cuffed her up. That was one of my soldiers. I'm like,
ask you a question. Is your daughter single? Let me finish. Is your daughter single? Did she vote for Kamala Harris and Sleepy Joe Biden?
Hold on now. Hold on. Now, I cuffed her up. I was like, okay, your mom and your dad, your biological parents are dead. I got you. And I've been there for her. Like the air that we both breathe.
I'm gonna tell you this. I just looked at Lori Lightfoot today, and she looked very nasty this morning. And then I'm like, you don't need to resign.
Well, I'm not here.
Okay, but being mature.
I'm not on to beat up the Lori Lightfoot. I'm not trying to beat that woman up. I'm not trying to beat that woman up.
Day in the military. So what does you going to the military? What has that done for you that was so significant that another man can achieve by not going to the military? That's my point. Because you see, you know.
I'll tell you why. Because a lot of Black people are anti-friggin' military and they won't go.
Yes,
but why do you think so?
That's not true at all.
What you mean that's not true at all?
It's not true because a lot of us have Black families. I'm sorry, can I jump in here yet?
Them not to go. I got people that got grandparents that went and said, "Don't join the military."
I come from a military, generations of military families. As a matter of fact, a lot of Black people, in order to go to school, in order to have the opportunities that they had during segregation, went to the military. So that's not true. That's not true that Black people are anti-military. They're pro-Black. Right. They wanted the same rights that the whites had when they came home.
I'm just saying because you throw that
no. Hold on now.
Something. So I'm saying, what did that hat do for you differently than it did for a regular Black man that never went to the military? You the same as anybody else.
I'm not a regular Black man. I'm a combat vet.
So what make you different?
And us Indians don't appreciate that slogan, "Make America Great Again," because these immigrants like Trump.
And then a lot of them don't feel like that.
Look, let me explain something real
A lot of them feel like the military don't mean nothing because you fighting for something for a country that's not for you. You supposed to be a warrior when you fight for you and yours. You fighting for somebody just because you want to check, just because you want the benefits. A lot of people do it so they can
what's somebody doing on Section 8 then? What's somebody doing on Section 8?
I pay taxes.
What's somebody doing on Section 8?
Because I pay taxes. They take the taxes out of my check every goddamn 7 days. I should be able to get some Section 8. I should be able to get some help from the government.
Country.
And
yeah.
So my point is, but what makes him different from me? Because he fought for the country. That's what I mean. I'm just a person that lives in the country.
He's getting Section 8 too.
Let me explain to you. Let me explain.
Yeah, they get Section 8 too. They do. And home loans.
Who?
But I can't get one.
Comes from the federal government, but it comes from the
I can't get a home loan, but a veteran
and no
can.
different from anybody else. They work and they take out
taxes, they get benefits, they get insurance, they get a lot of stuff that us regular black people
a whole hell of a lot.
Right.
And your money comes from
but a
the
lot of them never went on the front line.
Well.
They stayed right here down the street, or not down the street, but they stayed, in Savannah or somewhere on the training facility. They really didn't do nothing. Yeah, they got free trips to go out the country. They brag about this. They say, yeah, I was able to go to Japan and whoop the whoop.
I respect our veterans. I mean, I don't.
But that's what I'm
talking about Savannah, Georgia.
And everybody is joining the military to the point
No.
They letting anybody be a police.
Stop.
You can become a police officer. It's like it's no real.
Look.
What?
You see what this is? That's the Falcon Flyer. You know what that was from? Savannah, Georgia, Hunter Army Airfield, deploying to Afghanistan. I was also at Fort Stewart, Georgia. And I went to Iraq, and I was also with the 101st Air Force. Do not ever say that people that are on Hunter Army Airfield do not go to war because they do. Don't even try that.
Really, the point
Don't
is
even try that.
The point is that when veterans think like you, like you're different from the rest of the collective black people, because a lot of us, just like me, I own a house, I own some land, okay, and so like I'm an heir, I inherited stuff, all right, so but at the same time, I care about collective, I care about other black people who may not have that same, who didn't have the same opportunity that I have, and the problem that she's speaking of is the fact that when a veteran has an ideology or a frame of mind like yours, like everybody can follow that same path or everybody has that same opportunity, that's wrong. You can't look at it like
it's not.
That. Yes,
that's my point. That's my point. They speak about it like they so above regular people.
Right.
Like
it's called get up off your ass and get something.
And that's the same thing.
Hold on. I could have been a Chicago police officer. Now hold on. I got 2 brothers and 2 sisters. All of them are retired Chicago police officers. They thought that was going to be my doggone plan of life. Go with the family doggone plan. I'm like, no, get the fuck out of Chicago. You dig?
You basically did the same thing. You joined the military.
Ass and get something. That's what it's called. Get up off your ass and get something.
Most of
or join the police department or whatever the hell you gotta do. Whatever you gotta do legally to get up off your ass and get it.
My dad is a veteran.
And the military ain't always the way to get it.
I have a lot of family that's veterans, so I'm not anti-veteran.
A lot of people leaving now because they making them get a vaccine. They like, I ain't gonna get a vaccine.
So what's the difference?
No, they're not leaving. They're not leaving out the military because they're not going to get the vaccine. Let me break that down. Hold on. Let me break that down to you. No. Let me break that down. See, you talking out the side of your neck right now. I can give you
No,
the
that's
facts.
TikTok.
You're talking
You can
out
go
the
on
side of your neck.
YouTube. Look, you can look on YouTube. There are videos of young people in the military saying, "No, I'm not getting no vaccine. What the hell? You trying me? What the fuck I look like?" And they saying if they
And
have
you know
to get
what?
it, they gonna
And
leave.
you know
That's
what?
real.
Let
Just
me
like
explain.
doctors are leaving their job
It
because
ain't got
they
nothing to
not
do
trying to
with
get the
doctors.
vaccine.
Let me explain something. See, you don't want to
What?
listen. You know,
What you say?
people that don't
Just like
want to
me, don't
listen
like
are not willing to learn. Now, if you do not want to get the vaccine and you're in the military, you get put out. Not they
Period.
just, well, okay,
But that's a
fine. If
choice.
you don't want the vaccine, you can go on about your business.
Right.
You get an other than honorable discharge, and you gotta live with that for the rest of your life and try to make stuff happen. Did you know if you are a person and you just can't fulfill the physical requirements anymore, and they put you out the military on that, and you're in the state of Georgia, you can't even get unemployment? Did you know that?
I don't know.
No, you didn't know that.
No,
You didn't
because we're
know
not
that.
veterans.
You're
You
talking to
got
a
a lot of
former.
felons that got that problem, and they don't give a damn about going back to jail.
Did you vote for
They don't give a
Trump?
damn about not being able to get a job.
You are talking to a former non-commissioned officer. You are talking to a former non-commissioned officer,
I
not
went to
some
Fort Benning. I
private.
joined the Army. I was in Fort Benning, Georgia to train and stuff like that. So I thank you for serving our country. Most women on this panel are Democrats, and they voted for Kamala Harris because she was a black woman, and they voted for Sleepy Joe Biden. And so
Sounds like a
what
kindergarten. A talking point of a kindergarten.
Well, you know, Wiley, he said something about our bloody draws earlier, which was really.
I didn't say nothing about no bloody draws.
You know what? And the thing of the matter is, if Conscious keeps this live up, sir, I am going to clip it out. You are very disrespectful to the black women on this panel. And when I came on here, I was talking about how I watch your show. I must not watch it enough because some of the stuff you said on the black women on this panel today, sir, you better be glad it's Conscious.
Hold on. Can I say something as the host? I'm probably not as on my safeguard because we've been at this for 8 hours now. So if
I just got here,
if I wasn't able to drop kick people how I should, discharge it to the tiredness of it all. But I'm letting y'all rock. But I will I will make a separate video and drag the hell out of Wiley if
you can make a separate video and I'll make a response video. I'll make a response video with this black woman VS when she said what she said, and I'll play the clip. So we're gonna do some video. Let's do some videos, Conscious. You know, I don't matter.
Conscious, I'm not a YouTuber. I'm not doing no videos, but I came on this panel thinking that it was gonna be a discussion, a good discussion, which it was, but I'm not gonna come here to be disrespected. I mean, I understand making jokes, but that's not a joke, sir.
That wasn't towards
that's not a joke at all.
That wasn't towards you.
I don't care if it was toward me. See, I like it. I don't care if you said who you said it to. I don't care who you said it to.
You don't know that pain.
I have not disrespected any women or anyone due to their sexual orientation, yada yada yada.
Well, you don't want to.
I haven't done any of that. I'm sticking strictly with the facts.
You started with me.
I know. I'm not your sis. I'm not your sis.
Well, you don't have to. Whatever you want to be then.
Exactly. See, I mean, the toxic masculinity on this panel today is it's rich. But the bloody draws comment, that was way out of line.
That we gotta get to in order to get past all the bullshit. Because this is bullshit compared to the bigger picture at the end of the day, you know.
That's what I came on here to say. Like, I mean, yeah, like we're talking about this, but neither one of them care about
nowhere. Like, and that's what I'm saying. Y'all talking about who we voted and play. Like,
that's sad to say. Black people are thriving in this world. Black entrepreneurship is thriving. Black women are getting BBWs, getting their ass done, titties done, selling eyelashes.
And you know what? See, these are the men who get killed by the police, and then they want black men to march for them. So next time you get stopped by the police, don't have black women march for you when you get killed by the police. 80% of the people at the marches are black women. Are black women.
Listen, I love black women.
We march for y'all when y'all don't march for yourselves.
I'm very intimate with black women that cook some amazing fried chicken and pot roast. I love black women.
You sound like a white man. You sound like a white man. We make some
really?
amazing fried chicken.
Really? Because I said a
You
black
sound
woman
what plantation you
some
came off
amazing
of,
fried
Wiley?
chicken and pot roast. You voted for Sleepy Joe Biden, correct? So don't dare go try to correct me.
I was a Trump supporter before I voted for Sleepy Joe Biden. But here's the I'm gonna keep it real with you. I did not vote against Joe Biden. I voted against the Trump administration. I didn't mind having Trump as the president. I didn't like the people around him. So not everybody voted the same for the same reasons. Like when I said when I came on here, black people are not a monolith. We don't all eat chicken.
Donald J.
We
Trump,
don't all are Section 8.
He made sure
All
people
of us,
get on
some of
Section
we
8
don't aren't all
He made
fatherless.
sure that black people got loans. He took care of our
Okay, and I
veterans.
want to say,
and he
L
was
in the
one of the
Don't care
comments,
nothing
black
about you,
black
Wiley. You don't
nobody
even know
hating
who
on
you are.
veterans. My only
You don't
point
know
was
nothing
that
about you. You don't
how
know nothing
veterans
about
look
You don't
down on
know
regular
what he
people.
like. He have black
Just
women.
like when I was
Angela
talking about
Santini
Section
has
8.
made sure that black women were chained to the bed. President Donald Trump stopped that policy. Again, what is Sleepy Joe Biden doing? He's stuttering. He's not doing nothing for black people. Only thing is wasting our time and putting us to sleep.
I want to clarify something because somebody made a comment about why they have to be killed by black people. I did not say they have to be killed by black people. What I said is that what happens, just like LGBT gay black men, you go and black women, we go out here marching for these black men who getting killed by the police, and then they get on panels like this, and then they disrespect us.
We
say
march
shit
for
like
black
that.
women that
You know,
get
that's
killed
Why
by
do
the
people in the
police.
comments
I
say
never
that we
said
hate
that
we
black
hate
men
the
got to be
veterans?
killed by the police.
Hold on, y'all. I do wanna make a point too, because Wiley did say he don't even belong to the damn. He said he don't even belong to the damn community. He said he ain't LGBT. He ain't nothing.
I am human. They never. When I went to DMV, they don't ask me. Are
He
you
just tired and
LGBT?
trifling. That's all.
You're black, a man, and actually you're pound of your height. Again, I'm not a victim, and I will never claim to be one. I want to say this
Who
to
said
anybody
we're
that's listening. Anybody that's listening out there, we should continue to vote for President Joe Biden because he's done a lot for us black people. Do your research. HBCUs got billions of dollars under the Trump administration. Under President Biden, HBCU funding was cut. We need President Biden out of office, and we need President Donald Trump back in office, and that's what I believe in.
And
I
Trump
guarantee
and,
you
and
that
Trump
he
cut
will go
billions.
into the next
Build
election.
back
Cut
better.
billions from
You know
housing.
what you're
Trump
talking
cut
about.
billions
There's billions of
from
dollars
women.
going to HBCUs under the Build Back Better plan. If you read it, you know it.
All lives matter because again,
The
I want to say it too.
HBCUs
There's a
don't
lot
need
of
people
See,
people.
there we go, talking some
Nothing
all
on
lives
this
matter.
show.
There we go.
All
that
lives
got
matter.
There it
money that
is.
can
That
pay
is
for
the
all
There it
these
reality
is.
of
kids'
it.
tuition
All
in
lives
There it
matter.
is.
school. We don't need nobody to pay the worry about cutting no HBCU whatever. Like it's enough black rappers that could pay for these folks' tuition.
Well, tell them
It's
to make
our
sure they get their
problem. That's
rats
my
out of
point. We
that
looking
school
for a
that
white
Kamala
man
Harris was at,
to solve
dancing
our
and
problems, and
parading
it's not
around,
gonna
and those
happen.
schools were getting eat up by mice and rats. When are they
Can we
going to
get
clean up the
Can we get back to
Howard
What's
University?
Can
What's
we get back to
new? They
solution
never
based?
gave a fuck about us. What's new? That's the black folks'
Can we
problem.
get back to solution based instead of
Why
finger
the black
pointing?
rappers ain't been putting no money in these schools? Like this where they kids going to. This where they little cousins and friends kids going to. We can't look at Biden and expect Biden to give a fuck. That's my point. Like since when have they ever gave a fuck?
And my point is, if you were a person my size with 9 ounces of ass, get off that 9 ounces of ass and go get yours.
Is it clean? That's what I want to know.
Right.
There you go with that gay stuff.
I just said,
I ain't going there. I'm just giving. I'm giving
my
dog
point
a weight
as far as the
reference.
veterans. But look,
That's
that was
all
my
I'm
point as
giving
the
is a
veterans.
weight
Why they were saying
reference.
we trying to say F the veterans.
Get up
It's
off
not that.
your
It's just that once
ass
upon a time,
and get it
a
cracking.
veteran was
Get
a
off
man
the
who
glory
joined the military
dildos
for a
and the
certain reason.
master
He was a
vibrators
patriarch.
and
He didn't just join the
and
military for
help
the
build this
benefits.
nation.
He didn't just join the military so that he could be better than the other black people in the community he came from. That's what I mean. That's the problem with the new people, the new black people that's joining the military.
Right, the black
They're not
elitists.
doing it for respect.
What,
They're
the
not
new?
doing it to fight for their country. They
I
doing
ain't
it
close to new.
simply for the
It's the black
benefits.
elitist.
That's
Baby,
because they
hold
have
on,
the best
baby
of the
girl.
elite.
I'm not
mind
close
frame.
to new. I'm not close to new. I was born in 1963. I ain't close to new. What new you talking about?
No, what she's saying is basically, let me sum it up, because we call it the black elitist type. Okay, just like we're
Hold on,
talking
no
about
L in the comments, baby. I don't need no help. You maybe need help.
You know, it's like Was she like people who like black people who think just because they have a little something that they're different from the rest of the black people?
Right, but they look at you just like us.
Or during segregation. During segregation, we all work together.
Never said I am different. I never said I am different.
I didn't say
I
you.
said
I'm
I
speaking
got
on
up off my
in general, the
ass
ones I've seen.
and got what I feel I deserve from this great country we live
But
in.
when you're
If everybody else that's black did the same, you would have the same outcome.
And then as soon as they 4 years was over with, they hopped out just so they can get the veteran benefit, just so their kids.
And just like those people who grow up in Chicago.
I wasn't speaking directly on you. I'm speaking in general from.
And just
well, I'm speaking in general too. That's like these doggone chicks. That's like these chicks that end up getting with these serial baby daddies. That's just like these black women that get with these serial baby daddies, and then they gonna get, and it's the hustle. They'll get their Section 8 in Chicago, and then they'll try to get it in Joliet, and then they'll try to move someplace else so they can get someplace decent in Chicago off Section 8 instead of getting off their ass.
My taxes go to Section 8. What's wrong?
And all people don't stay on. Some people get on Section 8 and they don't stay on it. Some people build up from Section 8
and don't even supposed to be on Section 8. They lie on their check statements, their bank statements. They say they don't have a job when they own the business. Like this, what people do to get ahead, just like what you did. And
that's called a hustle. That ain't getting ahead. That's a hustle. That's like all them folks that got them PPP loans and they got caught up.
Okay, but
that's like them folks with them PPP loans and got caught up.
For Section 8, what's wrong with me wanting to get Section 8? Is that really
think
help,
that
or is that we get back what I put in?
Build our own institutions and use it temporarily, right? If you have to get on food stamps,
that's
don't
just
live on food stamps for generations to generations to come and having about 15 baby daddies and don't even know who your child baby daddy is really in reality, and you on food stamps in Section 8. Don't be on it on generation. Use it temporarily and make sure you get an education so you can
who are we
get a
blaming
good
for single
quality job.
Who are we blaming for what they call the so-called single mothers? Are we going to
Sleepy
blame
the serial baby daddies? The serial baby daddies. Let me break down the serial baby daddies for you. Hold on. Let me break the serial baby daddies down for you. You know, I grew up in Englewood. Okay, for those from Chicago, they know what it is. All right. He a lame ass nigga. He ain't hard. He ain't hood.
They wanted to be hood.
So they don't want nothing like me.
They don't want you to go to school and be intelligent.
But then after that, when I go to the 10-year high school class reunion and they see me rolling, and it's like, ooh, he got a nice car. Ooh, they pay you like that in the military? Oh, now your ass is all interested. Well, baby, it's too late. You should have got with me when I wanted you, but you wanted he cute though that was slanging rock.
Right.
Miss me, bitch.
Just take the deal with the vibrator and have a good day.
You know what? And that's exactly why you all do not need to lead or dictate, because you got to understand the plight of what happened to a lot of those black women who are in those
positions. They don't give a fuck about us.
They made fucked up choices. They picked the he's so cute though.
A lot of them men it might be generations of abuse and cycles of abuse.
It could be a whole lot of shit. Basically, they picked a zero instead of a hero. They picked a zero instead of a hero. They picked a zero instead of a hero.
That's all we got.
And
that's all y'all raising. That's all y'all men raising is zeros. So that's all we got left to pick from.
How the hell we raising zeros? Excuse me, black woman. Excuse me, black woman. My son walked into a $30 an hour job because he's got a top secret security clearance. Okay?
Wow.
Because he had a man that raised him.
Legal?
And I don't, yes, it's legal. And I don't
they
even
say we pick the losers,
where
but
he
there ain't nothing
works.
losers to pick from. Who else we supposed to pick? The white man then?
Exactly.
The white man then? You wrong.
Let's look at the statistics.
What do you mean pick the white man? You got a bunch of black men in the neighborhood. You got a bunch of black men in the neighborhood that a lot of doggone sisters are calling
Section 8
lame
should
ass
just be given
niggas.
to everybody.
No. Miss me with that bullshit. Miss me with that bullshit. You got a lot of doggone brothers
No,
in
I'm
the
replying
hood
to the
that
comments. I'm
black
sorry.
women are calling lame ass niggas. He ain't bout it. He ain't hard. He ain't gangster. He
That's
ain't
not
this,
true
he
of
ain't
all
that.
black women.
But you know, that shit
One
plays
thing-
out by the time a woman turns 28.
Oh my
Now
God.
she
Black
got
women are also the most educated. Black women are also the most educated, and a lot of successful black children come from single black mothers.
Thank
Let's
you.
not
Because a lot of
okay,
people
so
don't know what
why
I do
80%
for a living.
of black American children being raised by single mothers
Hello.
and only 20% are raised by
And
their
why you
father?
think I'm in the hood, baby?
Why are the
You know, I
fathers
probably
not
pay
in the
40 bucks.
home?
I'm not in the hood. I don't know.
Why
You can have
are
that
fathers
if that's
not
your
raising their?
if
The
that's your
question
I'm
is,
talking to
why
baby.
are
If
fathers
that's
not
your
raising
flavor
their
of
children?
tea,
I could probably pay
you
double
drink
rent.
it.
What are you talking
Why
about?
are
If
fathers
that's
not
your
raising their
flavor of
children?
tea, you drink it, baby. If that's your flavor of tea,
Why
you
are
drink it.
fathers not raising their children? Because you don't have to be in the same household to raise your child, first of
Right.
all. And then why are
Yeah,
fathers not
we
in the
all
home?
know that.
Why
But
are
why the
fathers
fuck
not?
are y'all? Why y'all picking?
Fathers?
He cute
Why
though.
are
Cute
fathers
though.
not?
He ain't got no job, but he cute
Regardless,
though.
why are fathers
Because
not
they
in
Ain't
the
no
in the
home?
hood,
regardless.
that's all they
No,
have
don't
left. That's all
deflect.
they got to pick
Don't
from.
Why
deflect.
are
Don't move
fathers
the
not in the
They
goalpost.
can't get
home?
they
Don't
can't get
do
no
that.
rich man out in the suburbs. They in the hood. Who else
The
are they gonna
root
go
of
to?
the issue is that the
And you
They
got
act like
good
I'm in the
brothers
hood.
in
I'm
the
not in
hood
the
that's
hood, my
trying to get
nigga.
out the hood, and I'm one of them. And the chicks in the hood
Look
that
how I
want
present
shit to do
myself.
with us
Yep,
Please.
because
still pay.
we wasn't about that life.
The root
And
of
that's
the
real.
issue is that black men are not in the home by choice. The root are
It ain't got
jail
nothing to
or
do
death.
with that. What it's
By
got to
choice,
do is
jail or
you
death.
all
Nothing to do with
are
that.
making poor
And then
picks of men.
Absolutely.
You're
the root
making
of
Women
the
want to
poor
be
issue.
men
picks.
instead
The
of
root
being
of
women
the
who took
issue
them to the
is that
kitchen.
black men are
Women want to be
choosing
men
not to
instead of
raise
being
their
women
kids
and providing for
because
the
you
They
don't
husband.
say
No,
I
have
can
to
make
I
a
be in
wouldn't
the
say it's
home
women
to
want to
raise
be
your
men and
child.
chose.
prostitute
I
women.
just
I
want
wouldn't
the
say that at
regular
all.
Hello?
What I say is,
Hello?
because I chose a great man
Hello?
to have kids with.
Hello?
Yeah.
I just wanna
what's going on,
insert
Conscious?
I just wanna insert a point. I think that the whole Section 8 be on it temporarily thing is so funny to me coming from black and brown people because them white people who ain't paid none of y'all black and brown asses y'all reparations back are still surviving off of the backs of chattel slavery, are still surviving off of the backs of all of the institutions and systems they've built off of the backs of black and brown people and refuse to get up off of those shits for generations. And y'all telling black and brown folk to negate the little bit of leverage that they utilize through government assistance for what reason? For what reason exactly?
Well,
No, my
And that's
point
called
is just
trailer
that
trash.
we didn't just say it
to
towards
look
black. I
at
said
us
it towards
and give
everybody.
our
And this
Okay,
is
but
why
I
I
ain't even
attack.
talking about everybody. I'm talking about black
Well,
folk.
even just black people
But that was
because
my
they
point.
should
Even
get
the
off those
vision
government
within
programs, get off those food
the
stamps,
point or
and
the
stop
decision
get
that
off that
we have
Democratic plantation. This is what we're preaching, and we should also believe in that because being on those programs, and if you're able to work, now if you're not able to work and you're disabled, I understand.
You
But
can
if
do
you're an
both.
able-bodied person, you should be able to get a job and get your own properties. I'm just saying, I wish I could get on Section 8, but I couldn't get on it because it's a lot of people that's on it with 16 baby daddies that's on it, or the
And
lesbian
that's why
community
you
that's
mad.
on it.
And
Can't
that's
get
why
on it.
you
So
mad
I
because
don't
a
think
lot of
that
people
people
on
that's on
Section
there,
8
because
and
if
they
you
get
got money
food
for
All
stamps
of those
do
vibrators,
work.
government programs
if you
started
got
in the World Event
money
because
for
war
vibrators
veterans were
and
coming back
dildos
from
to go
World
fuck
War
your
One,
girlfriend, you
and
should
there
be able
was
to
no
have your
work
own
for
house.
them.
Period.
But you can't even have 16 kids and qualify for Section 8, right? Like
Right.
they
They
don't
only
even have
pay
a
you
house
for
to put
what,
you in.
4
Like
or
you gotta
5?
have a certain amount of kid. Like let's
Well,
not just make it
I
seem
don't know
like
nothing
I
about
would
none
never
of that,
qualify for
cause
Section 8 because of my income. Like let's make that clear. Like I can't get Section 8.
Right.
I wish I could. That was my point. Like it's people that wish we could have those leverages and those, extra helps and
Right.
extra
well,
kickstarts and
I
extra
ain't one
boosts.
of them.
But as me,
But
as a black woman, I didn't have that. I had to get everything out the mud, and I'm doing very well for myself. I'm doing better than a lot of my peers, better than a lot of people older than me. I'm proud of myself, but I'm just speaking on people that have my peers, people that, went to school with me that I see that are doing like, way worse. And it's like,
Well,
wow.
I don't think Section 8 should be part of the livelihood and stuff like that. But again, one thing I love about President Donald Trump, he wanted black people to be believers in themselves, to be independent, and that's what we believe in.
Start to be.
A lot of people. Let me clarify this real quick.
I'm speaking.
Let me clarify this
speaking.
misconception. A lot of people on Section 8 and food stamps do work because it's based on income.
You can't you can't
like
just do it for nothing. You gotta work.
And food stamps are not working. And let's be clear. The majority of white people and other races are on food stamps.
More than black people.
Actually, white people are
Does anybody know the actual number? I do.
I got
Anybody know the actual number? I do.
I know about it. Man, come on now.
Anybody know the actual number? I do.
Working for, because your places like Walmart and a lot of these Fortune 500 companies rather take care of their stocks than to make sure that their workers are having a living wage. So you're paying for people, the same people that you're talking about are the same people paying taxes so they can have that service. Because they're working every day as they're working for, and they're not making enough to survive.
Stop being lazy
and you can say McDonald's.
Look how you say being lazy. That's my point. Everybody don't have that kickstart. Everybody don't have that, like the veteran was saying, he was a vet. He was able to have his shit together in order to provide something better for his son. What about the people that don't have that? What about like he said, the multiple baby daddies, in the household where they don't have that? What's wrong with our black women, our single mothers that are raising a majority of these black men, a majority of our black community? What's wrong with them getting help? That's my point. Why are y'all looking down at somebody just because
I'm not looking down.
I'm not looking down on women. I'm not looking down on women at all. All I was saying about women. Hold on. All I was saying about black women.
My great grandma probably had 16 baby daddies. Like what?
And the problem is the wage. Do you know that minimum wage in a lot of states is still $7 an hour?
Right.
Okay, all that's fine and good. I wasn't talking about none of that. What I was talking about is black women need to pick better.
Absolutely.
You pick better, you get a better outcome. Pick better.
A lot of folks that have an issue with that as well.
No good man. Get your vibrator.
It doesn't matter what a black woman does. She can't win either way.
I'm gonna tell you, okay, y'all not gonna like when you say pick better, because I do follow some people that believe in divestment. And what divestment is, and when you say pick better, maybe black women need to start picking men outside of the black race.
Yeah, that's what I said. A white man that's gonna treat them better, who ain't gonna call her a bitch in the hole just because he mad. He's more.
There we go. All up in feelings. All up in feelings.
No.
All up in feelings. Just because a man is white. Look,
we have a
do
whole
you know? Look, I know a couple of no. Look,
and we have
I know a couple of white guys that went in the military with me.
Need to abort black males. We have a whole group of women that are even saying maybe we need to abort black males.
Yeah, that's Cynthia G. Yeah, I got edges and she
Good
don't.
for you,
I know who you talking about.
Good for you, baby. I hope you happy. Good.
I know you talking about Cynthia G. She tried to debate me. Cynthia G tried to debate me, and I told her I was born in 1963. I got edges. Where your edges at, baby?
Okay, so now we judge
Game
people
on.
based off of their edges.
No, because Cynthia G full of shit.
Yes, she is, and she do not have edges. Correct. I just want to put that in.
Well,
so what? Full of shit. I told her, I've been told, I said, you know what? I said, you are in Seattle, Washington. If I'm not mistaken, my daughter is stationed at Fort Lewis in Washington. She lives in a $500,022 home. Where you living at?
And let me tell you another statistic.
Are you living in a $500,000 house? I don't think so. I know my daughter is.
Let me go ahead and tell you another statistics. Out of the white women who get with black men, a lot the single mother numbers has risen with white women. So this is not a black women problem.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like people need to stop looking at black women like we just some bullshit. Like we run this shit without us black women.
I don't give a damn about white women. What I'm telling black women to do is pick better.
Y'all finna back
No,
up all
but white
women.
women are picking black men and ended up being single mothers as well.
Can I chime in
Exactly. They
quickly?
picking the same dusty ass dudes.
With or
Them
without going to the
dusty,
military,
them
they
dusty
made them wait.
hood
Like,
Negroes
we ain't gonna
that
do
ain't
some
got
black
two
women
nickels
like
to rub together and make a dime. Them same dusty Negro men that don't have two nickels to rub together and make a dime. They picking them same characters that
see, the root
black
of what
women
you're
are
saying,
did the
picking,
same
and that's the
thing
reason
50
black
years
women are
ago.
mad.
And they did
and
the
the
same
common
thing
denominator,
Do you
the
all mind
common
if I jump in really
denominator
quickly?
between what you're
A lot of
saying.
our grandmamas,
Hello?
a lot of our granddaddies one shit, or our great granddaddies one shit. They had
With 2 or
12
Oh,
3
kids,
now okay,
families.
now we finna go into doggone back
And
in
the
the
What done
day.
common
changed?
Niggas ain't
denominator
Tell me
of
shit.
what
what done
you're
Niggas ain't
saying is
changed.
shit.
black men.
What
Niggas
done
ain't shit.
changed
Hot like
about
fire.
And make the
women that
sour
y'all
grapes
feel like
face.
if we have multiple kids, that make you a bad person? My great grandma had 12 kids.
It ain't that it makes you
But
a
I'm just saying,
doggone
so
bad
what you
person.
throw it out there like that's an insult. Insult fucking what? Yeah, that's that many niggas want the
It
goddamn
makes you sexually irresponsible.
No,
I'm like this here.
you're
If a
regurgitating.
woman look,
You're regurgitating
Yeah, also
unfounded
makes him
miss me
sexually
with the bullshit.
irresponsible if he's
Miss
making
me
a
with the
statement out of line.
bullshit.
because they
If
got a
a
lot of
So
woman
that
kids.
is
road
good
goes
enough,
both ways.
see, I'm gonna
That's
say
a two-way
something.
street.
I'm gonna
She
say
wanted them
something
8 kids.
that
That
I'm gonna
wasn't
say
because she was
something these
fucking
black
8
women
different
ain't gonna
niggas.
like at all. I'm gonna say something these
It's a
black women
choice.
ain't gonna like at all.
It's a
Okay?
choice.
And it's from me personally. If a woman is good enough for me to get with and bring life, she's more than good enough to be my wife. I was married before any child looked at me coming out the womb. Daddy. See? And that's what y'all need to be looking at. Y'all shortchanging y'all pussy for weak dick. Y'all shortchanging your
But
pussy
that's my
for
point.
weak
So what
ass
done
dick.
changed you as a man from 50, 60 years ago?
Why aren't you out there talking to black men who are making single
Right.
mothers?
What done
Why
changed
aren't
from the
you
men
talking
50,
to black
60 years
men?
What do you
ago?
think I talk about on my YouTube
Why
page?
y'all ain't shit all of a sudden? What done changed
What
from
do you
black
think
men
I
that
talk
making that
about on
money and
my
don't make men
YouTube
shit?
page?
To the
Huh?
point where any woman that have a baby with a black man, they
You
make
go to
her
my YouTube
automatically a
page.
terrible black
I'm
baby
always
mama who
dogging
made
out
terrible
them
choices in her
ain't
life,
shit
and
ass
she
dudes.
irresponsible with her pussy. Like, huh?
I'm
Because
always
I-
dogging out them
I-
ain't
I-
shit ass dudes.
What you're saying,
Can I say something really quickly, if you all don't mind? Because I gotta run to work, so I can't be on here very, very long. I hear both of your everybody's point. I really do.
Thank
There's
you.
another point to what's your name, sir?
Who, my name?
Who, me?
Yes.
Oh, Leonard Remix
Yeah,
Roy.
hey, Leonard. There's another point to what Leonard's saying. I don't know if anyone's addressed it, but there are a lot of so-called quality black men, and because they know this, they're not getting married. They are serial daters. They do not want to be in a commitment because they are having such a good time being this quality black man. That is happening.
That is true.
That is happening. The other thing is, there's a lot of women who really truly desire to be a mom. And because, the pickings are slim, they do actually, I do agree, they do what's the word I'm looking for? Undervalue themselves and end up single moms. It does happen. It's not like, people can't look back at the decisions that they made and say, you know what, I could have did better as far as choosing. But but right now, you're either dealing with, like you said, these low grade humans, as far as these black males are going, or you're dealing with these guys who are having such a great time being this quintessential black man that they are not going down the aisle. And I'm one of those people who chose not to have children until I was married. And it looks like as if I'm not going to be having children. Because now, the actual window of time that I had to do it, it's either come to an end or ended. Like I'm still operational, but the chances of me actually getting pregnant is very, very what's the word? Slim. It may not. It probably won't happen. You understand what I'm saying? I don't want to speak negative, but
You know,
because I did take some sort of care in who I would procreate with. And I did want to procreate with a Black male. You know, I did. But, you know, you get to a point where you're saying to yourself, hey, listen, this guy is clearly having a great time with multiple women. And I'm going to let him go on and have that great time. And I will exit stage left. I'm big on that. You know, you wasting my time. Let me go on and go somewhere. You know, and of course, I've been in the company of the serial, what you call them? The serial baby
daddies.
You know, but along with serial baby daddies, I'm not going to sit here in front like I haven't seen serial baby moms out here. I've seen it all. You know,
at least you're being balanced in what you're saying and not blaming it on one or the other.
But the thing is, I didn't blame it on the women. I said women need to pick better. That's what I said. That's not put women at fault.
Hello. I want to get. I don't want to mess up. Your name is T, so I'm gonna call you D because I see a D period. She has literally been trying to get up in here all night and morning long. I do want to give her the floor to give her input. Can you hear me, Mrs. D?
Yes, I can. Can you
Okay,
hear
I'm
me?
so happy to have you here. I can hear you loud and clear, and I would love for you to speak whatever it is that you have on your mind to speak.
Well, I came in to speak on two things I know I can speak on as a Black disabled woman. First of all, I got kicked off of Section 8 twice, so it's not like it's a good thing. Now that I cannot walk, I can't even get Section 8. Now, the second thing I came in here for was I fought for people's rights. I was forced to take food stamps when I clearly said I didn't want them no more. If you're disabled and you feel like you can do stuff, this America is not going to let you do you if you're disabled. It's not about color. It's about how they look at you as a human being. So, Marquise, you need to stop all the Trump stuff and look at who you really are. Because you are hating on the wrong people. You are hating on your damn self and can't even tell.
Okay, I want to say this.
I'm saying this because
I've been
through. Hold on, Wiley.
I'm a fan of Marquise, by the way. I'm a fan of his show.
Wiley.
I just feel like everybody is stuck on what they want to be stuck on. Look at everybody as a human being, then fight for all human beings' rights. And that's all I had to say, really.
I love you, Mrs. D. You are precious and valuable. I am so sorry that you exist in a fucked up, disproportionate, racist, ableist ass system that needs to absolutely be destroyed and uprooted from the inside out. And it is my promise to you that I will do everything in my personal individual power, even if it means to lay my damn life down on the line to see people like you at the front of it. Okay? You have people out here who love you and people who out here who are rooting for you. And those of us who see the issues are going to take those issues seriously and do what needs to be done on the front line, on the back line, and every goddamn line that exists. So I just want you to be encouraged. And I also want you to email me personally If you have anything that you need, I want you to contact your content creator, CTV. Okay.
Yes.
I want to say, and I want to add on to this. This is
Hold on, Wiley, and you better be careful, my nigga, because I will drag your brain out of your head.
This is why I'm a strong Republican, and this is why. And listen, the problem is with Black people is that when you say a Republican, they don't want to listen. Trump did a lot for veterans. Trump did a lot for this disabled community. He did a lot. He wanted to fund Social Security to get people on disability, to help those that need to be on there. With Sleepy Joe Biden, he have not done anything for the Black community. We voted for him. Many Black people, Black women voted for him in a 90 percentile. What have he done for Black women? What have Kamala Harris done for Black women? They have done absolutely nothing. And so this is why I believe that Trump should win and run in 2024, and I believe the Republicans will win in the midterm election, and I believe that Black people should wake up and stop voting for the same Democrats that have done nothing for the last 50 years.
And that's not a great argument.
Whether you want to believe it or not, a great argument, but it's called trying something different.
Absolutely.
Try the Republican Party. Try them. If you don't get any results out of the Republican Party, then strictly be independent and look at per candidate. Vote for them and
So
look
we
for the
never
people on your
had
plate.
Republican representatives.
I make sure that I do research on people that are running for office. I don't think anybody in this panel are ignorant in that they don't themselves check out to see who's running and what they feel or what they think is best for them to vote. I just don't. I don't see the lines are blurred. I don't think that
And I do
if-
think
if-
that
if-
Black
if-
people
if-
hold on,
if- if-
why we just feel
the
if you
Conservative
share my
Party is no
screen,
longer the
if
Conservative
you share
Party.
my screen, I can prove how
I don't
what
wanna see your
Wiley just
screen.
said is totally incorrect.
I don't want to see your screen.
I know you don't, because it makes what you
Well,
said
please.
because
QI.
Trump had more
QI.
budget cuts for programs that
But
were
QI.
geared towards the poor than any president ever, like food stamps, like Medicaid, like housing. So that's incorrect what you're saying.
That's not incorrect. Actually,
But
they have a lot of people.
that's been going on before Trump. The Conservative Party has been wanting to eliminate what they call unconstitutional programming, which would be, that starts to bleed into the EPA, the public schools, unemployment, and I think it piggybacks off of the fact that a lot of people in the Republican Party feel as if it's like, okay, I consider myself to be center right, so I am a social liberal and an economic conservative. Okay, so I will go to the poll if I feel like I have a good candidate and vote Republican. I absolutely would.
Me too.
And I do think that Black people do shoot themselves in the foot being these blind Democrats. Like there are some who will look at both sides of the fence, and there are some who are just looking at who is on the Democratic ticket that I'm going to vote for. It's not going to. They don't go over to Fox News and give it a whirl. Not to say that I don't hear some things that enrage me over on Fox News, but I listen to everything.
I feel like as Black people, what our problem is, we look for people that want
I'm not Republican.
Thank you, sis. Come on.
If this person say they're gonna do this, that, in the third, and that's what I agree with, then they get my vote. If they don't say they're gonna do this, that, and the third, then they ain't gonna get my vote. That's the problem with Black people. We can't all seem to agree on what we really want as a people. It's always mostly personally, like it's what you personally feel a person should do, or what you feel like your president should do, and it doesn't always line up with the next group of Black people, or your next community. And that's what I mean. That's the problem. Like, it don't matter what one group of people want to go for if everybody as a collective isn't agreeing on that. Like, that's my point. And as a collective, we ain't been getting nowhere, no matter who we've been putting in office, from the bottom to the top, from
Because
the
we're
mayor,
politically
Black
ignorant.
folk been voting
no
for
matter if it's a
Democrats
Democratic or
For
since the
years.
60s.
But that's
Has not
look,
done anything for
But it's
black
about the
people.
same thing.
That's
but
not
hold
true.
on. Look, let me
Black
say
folks
this.
have been
No,
voting for
let me say this.
Democrats
Hold on, Leonard.
since
Hold
the
on, please hold on.
60s.
Yes.
No, hold on, Leonard. Here's our problem. We're
Let me get back here,
politically, shut up, Wiley, and stop interrupting me with your disrespectful. I was about to say something, but we're politically, shut up, boy. I wish I could reach through this screen and stop the stank out
I
you.
wish
But
you
anyway,
would. I guarantee you I'm gonna body slap you
we're
through a table.
politically,
I
shut
guarantee
up,
you.
boy. I tell you, we are politically ignorant. A lot of times we don't know.
Yep.
A lot of times they put bills and different things in our faces, and because we don't correctly understand the bill or how the bill works, a lot of times we're voting against our own interests. And then people like the elitist black people will come out here and they will tell you to vote for this person for this particular reason, and we not understand that the reason they're telling you to vote for that is because it better serves them and not serves all
Right.
of us. So we need.
I gotta
was my
go. I'm
point.
sorry, guys.
That
Have a
was my
beautiful
point.
day.
Thank you, QI.
My point.
The Congressional Black Caucus, for example.
The Black Caucus have not done anything for black people.
But
They
how
all need to be
many
replaced with
black
Republicans.
people have written emails, letters, or anything to the Black Caucus? How many black people have gone and talked to your state representative or your local representative of the Black Caucus? How many black people even know who their local representative for the Black Caucus is?
Can somebody tell me
That's
who
a
this?
I'm speaking on the people that do.
hold on.
Even if
Now
you
that's a
know
cute
who
little
it is,
argument.
even if
That's
you
a
know
cute.
who
That's
to
a cute.
vote
That's a
for,
cute little argument.
we still ain't
But that's
getting
just
no
like me.
result.
That whole see, that's a cute little argument. But that's just like me not paying child support on time, knowing that I owe it, and then somebody asking,
preach.
My ex-wife, well, why you ain't go down to the child support enforcement people? Why you ain't do this? Why you ain't do that? I called him. Well, that ain't working.
But see, you're acting as though all black people can read and read on an adult level, or and even if they
You know
can't read,
what?
you're acting. No,
Sister,
listen, no, listen.
you're
Listen to
giving
this
a lot
last
of
point.
excuses.
No, listen to this
All
last
she
point.
doing, all she does is give
No,
excuses. That's
no,
all she
Please
does.
let me make the last point.
All she does.
The last point is
Let her make up. Let her make up points, and I'm gonna rebuttal on her point.
Just because a person can read does not mean that they can comprehend. You have to understand what you're reading, and a lot of people don't have that type of education or literacy to comprehend a lot of the American laws, a lot of the American politics, or even they don't even take the time to go back and read history because a lot of them are too busy working.
But that's my point.
Okay, let me explain something to you.
So it doesn't matter who we vote for or who we put into that office. They still have an order or a specific order that they have to follow. Just because they have a certain opinion or they feel a certain way, just because we put them in office don't automatically mean, a whole bunch of changes finna come to my community.
Right.
That's the point I'm making. It don't matter who we put in office. It's not gonna work for us because we're.
Am I gonna be allowed to make a point?
Anything. They're not just gonna lay nothing in our hands that we don't ask for. They're not gonna give us nothing that we don't ask for. Why should they?
They're not gonna give. It don't
Am
matter how
I
much
gonna be able
for it. They
to
still
make a
not gonna
point?
give it to you. Even if we have a black man in the office in the White House, they still not gonna give it to us.
I think they will. See the Asians. Just
you
like we talk about that.
You can only ask for the same thing so many ways. Like
the Asians got
to say. Like the
Asians got together and they accomplished.
Want to be treated equally. Like
the Asians got together and they accomplished two things. The Asians were against what is that? The education. What is it called? Not, it ain't just education. It's for also for jobs. What is it called? I cannot think of the name.
Affirmative action.
Yeah, affirmative action. They got together and they opposed affirmative action, and then they also got together for that anti-hate crime bill. Our problem is we're not getting together and we're not going to them because our problem is a lot of the laws and stuff give people power to do the things that they're doing. We're not proactively going to these people and trying to place pressure on them.
No, what I'm trying to get y'all to understand is that They never are. It don't matter how much pressure you put on them. They don't want us here. They don't want us a part of that. They want a white man, white power society. That's what their laws are made up on. That's what their Constitution is made up on. That's what they celebrate.
But let me tell you what I did.
That's not for us.
I'm
We're
just not going to be able to make a point in
trying to include
between.
ourselves in it so bad that we're trying to figure out their system when we need to be making our own. We don't need to be trying to figure out how to maneuver in their system. That's what I mean. That's
the only people who can make a new government here. The only people who can make a new government here.
Go ahead.
There's only a certain group. See, what you're talking about is what they call sovereignty. There are only
people in general. Looking at the black people in general across America, this is our problem. Like,
but see, the only
oh no, I see a problem right here, and I'm gonna bring it out.
Only tribes, only people who can have start a separate government here in any land is the indigenous people.
So if we step outside today's society, what are they gonna do? Put us in jail?
It's a problem going on right here on this panel, and I'm gonna point it out.
Is it patriation or patriation? And then they will ship you to a different country. They will ship you to a different country or whatever. But see, the problem is when you're a second or third class citizen in a different country, you're not protected. You don't have the same rights as the people.
But if all black people stood up, the numbers would be so high they wouldn't have a choice but to address it. They wouldn't be able to ignore it.
That's true. Now I agree with that point.
Not enough sovereignty. It's not enough people over sovereignty to really shake something or make a difference. That's my point. We trying to fall in the line that was never meant for us. That's why it's never going to work. Like, it don't matter who we vote for, who we feel like is for us. As soon as we put them in office, they gonna do what that white man tell them to do.
Can I use an example?
Okay, can I make a? I've been trying to interject for a minute.
Go ahead, Leonard. Then I want to use an example after you. I want to give an example after you.
Okay, because I'm gonna double up on my point because I know it's gonna be a minute before I get a chance to talk again.
Go on, cry baby. Go ahead.
Point number one. You got 3 avenues to get someone out of an impoverished situation. You have college, that ain't for everybody. You got trade school, that ain't for everybody. You got military, that ain't for everybody. You got to make one of the 3 choices to get yourself out of an impoverished situation. Now
go ahead. I'm sorry.
Here we go. See, that fed right into the point I'm going to make now.
Go ahead.
The breakdown in black relationships is very simple. Women will start talking. A man will be like, may I make a point? And the men get over-talked, okay? While women are in their emotions. All I've been trying to do is just make simple caveat points. But then the women start talking and I'm just sitting there like, okay, I'll just wait until I forgot my whole train of thought on the point I was trying to make until something else come up and I remember. We need to do more listening to each other. We need to recognize a conversation consists of 2 things. Someone says something, someone responds. Then someone asks you, what do you think? Then they give you that thought. Then the other person gives you the thought. It's a back and forth. We can sing together. We can't yell together. I yield the floor.
Hold on. And before somebody gets started, there is a really bad crackling feedback in somebody's phone. So if whoever's not talking, just mute until you are speaking.
Somebody's Bluetooth or something is on, or their Apple, they're connected to several devices.
No, sounds wrong. Sound like they're eating potato chips.
It's gone now. So.
But what I want to say is there are actually more choices than what you gave. The problem is we think too little of ourselves. See, back during segregation, we owned our own businesses. We owned our own laundromats. We owned our own grocery stores. We owned our own.
Again.
we owned our own everything because we did not have a choice. We couldn't go to their establishment.
Right, hospitals, everything, banks. We had to make our own. Why we can't do that now? We got more money, we got more resources, we got more education, we got more vets. Why the vets can't protect us when we say fuck this society? And why can't all the black people in the military step out of the American military and we make our own black military? Y'all got y'all combat training and everything. Why don't y'all work for us? Why don't y'all work with us? Like, why y'all got to work with them? Because they giving y'all benefits? We could give y'all
no, because the thing is this, and I'll explain it to you real simply. In order to make a system work for people, change comes from within. Okay? Once I became a non-commissioned officer, and I don't know who crunching on potato chips. That's so irritating. But
irritating. Linda, could you imagine having to do an hour and a half panel at 12 and then host a 7-hour long live stream like I had to do all night? Could you
and
imagine
somebody is crunching, it sounds like they crunching potato chips. I've been here the whole stream. This is some bullshit. Somebody need to mute up like forever.
I think I just need to put
turn
my
off their
cash.
TV.
I think I need to put my Cash App in the streams because I think I need and deserve some reparations for today.
You do. You need Cash App compensation.
Because this lot, but you know
my,
what? This conversation
my goodness.
is definitely needed. I want to give a special shout out to our Black Republicans for Trump for DMing me and texting me. I sent them a link.
L, we don't want you there, baby. L, stay where you at, L.
I can't give a shout out to Black
now
Republicans for
why
Trump.
is that person's opinion less valuable in this because they said that they're Black
he's being
Republicans?
pushy. Because he's being pushy and he's
not
like
being pushy.
he's forcing.
I don't want your pussy.
Yeah, we won't want you on the front line anyway.
We don't. Yeah, and I'm glad you don't. But
I just said a special shout out to the Black Republicans for Trump, and you are offended.
Every time you look around, he's talking about Trump Republicans and all of this stuff when it has nothing to do with what's gonna a solution. That has nothing to do with a solution. And you stop over talking to me because what you're saying is useless. What you're saying, Wiley, is useless, and you're really interfering with what could be an amazing live stream because you're being a black and an anti-black, anti-LGBT, and misogynist hater. You're being a hater. You're being a hater.
That bullshit I be talking about right here.
You're a hater. But anyway,
I'm a lover.
You're hating. That's hate.
I'm not hating. I just said shout out to the Black Republicans of Trump. You got to.
No, but we don't need to hear about that every time you open your doggone mouth.
They just DM me said they watching the live. So of course I'm gonna give
about some real
to my Black brothers
and you keep with this brainwash. You keep with this brainwash indoctrinating BS.
I'm not brainwashed. Because you're on the Democratic plantation.
You think black people are ignorant. But who's really ignorant is you. Because you can't speak on anything outside of regurgitating other folks' talking points. You can't even break down anything.
Listen,
you can't,
I can break down a lot. I talk about politics a lot. I interview celebrities. I interview politicians on my show. So don't you try to educate me.
And what does that mean?
It's not gonna happen. I actually had sit on the panel with your ex-girlfriend when she left your ass and she talked to a Republican. You liar.
We're talking about black economics, and you keep trying to push this great white hope in our
Republicans believe in economics.
You keep trying to push this great white hope in our faces when we're talking about black economics.
Butter biscuits and being on that Democratic plantation, and Republicans have an economic policy that will help black people, and that's why the great white hope, Donald J. Trump, should get reelected. I yield the mic.
And that's why they voted against the Voting Rights Act. Yeah, Republicans are great. Some bullshit.
Y'all just on the Democratic plantation. It's okay.
No, we're not. We're talking about
we're not on the plantation. We're trying to get off the plantation. The Republicans, you on the plantation still too. You just a house nigga. You trying to be a house nigga. You ain't no different.
They
don't care. That's what Jay-Z said.
I'm a strong black Republican.
Still look at him like he a regular nigga. It don't matter how much money you got, what status you got, who you vote for, what Republican you believe in. You feel like it's gonna change your life or your future kids' life. Like none of that means
They have helped a
anything.
lot of
Like
people.
we
have
But what
people
will
here
help is
living
black
well because of the
economics. We
policies
were
of
talking
President
about
Donald
black
J. Trump.
economics. We were talking about black economics
And
and black
Republicans is believing in
leadership.
black economics
It
and
doesn't
building
matter
up
what black
infrastructure.
person get in
Yes, it
office,
is.
whether a black woman or a black man, you're still and y'all likewise anti-hating black people are gonna find a reason to hate on them.
I love black women. I love black people. I just fucked this black woman really well, so I'm a lover of black women. So that will never change, okay? And I'm a believer of black Republicans. It is what
And
it
that
is.
is so ignorant.
Dr. Martin Luther King was a Republican. Okay, let's go down to the first black baseball player that integrated the MLB. He was a black Republican. Jackie Robinson was a black Republican. So again, it was a Republican that freed the slaves. Abraham Lincoln freed the slaves, and he was a Republican. Don't tell me that the Republicans
you want to believe he freed the slaves. You want to believe
bondage. It was
what we call the Democratic Party today.
It's the Democrats that keep
ignorant. What we call the Democratic Party today was the Republican parties. The party
the Democratic Party is keeping black people in poverty and keeping
black
them in
people
debt.
are keeping
The
black
schools
people
are
in
no
poverty.
good. Crime is running high in Chicago, in Philadelphia, and Detroit, and is run by Democrats.
Okay, so let us black people get black people out of poverty by talking about black economics instead of this.
Again,
that's what I'm saying. We got enough money. We got enough black dollar for the black child to never have to worry about another meal. But y'all worrying about a Republican who ain't gonna do shit. Like, what the hell?
He needs a white daddy. Biden needs a white daddy. That's why he's white daddy.
For black
Trump is
people
why he's
as
white
a whole.
daddy.
It's not my white daddy. My daddy is black, and he married a white woman, and he's have amazing black interracial brothers. So again, you can't come
I
at me.
see apples don't fall too far from the tree.
There's nothing wrong with dating a white women. I think they have one of the best punani that money, and they cook. They don't have a lot of mouth.
I didn't come out of one. Neither did you. But you didn't come out of one. You didn't come out of one though. And neither did your mama. And neither did her mama. All y'all came out of
Your
one.
mama should have aborted you.
So why
Your mama should have aborted you.
I just want you to know, Wiley.
And so did your mama. Was your mama married?
My mother is a black woman, and my daddy married a white woman.
What about your grandma? What about your grandma? Who did your grandma marry?
My grandmother, she married a black man. She actually had multiple black men. Okay, all of her children got different baby daddies, like a typical black woman.
Okay, so
again,
that's my point. Everybody grandma
cycle,
had
and
baby
this is why
daddies, but
I am
y'all
on
want
the
to talk
side of
about females now
Republicans,
who had
because
baby
this is
daddies.
what we're on, and that's just my core belief. You can't get mad because I said a Republican, sis.
And
I dare you come at me because I said a
Wiley is
Republican.
a perfect
very
example of
nasty
why
woman.
Cynthia G said we should abort black males.
They
very
don't give a fuck
nasty
about
coming
you.
at me
You think they
because
give
I
a
said
fuck
I'm
about you?
Republican. Come
You
on
think
now.
Trump
Wiley
care
is a
about you?
perfect example of
I have
why
a right
Cynthia
to
G
be a
says we
Republican.
should abort black males.
It is my. I didn't say nothing about abort black. What did you mean? I never said nothing about abortion. You putting words in my mouth. I said I am a black Republican.
Your mother should have did us black
Oh no! What are you talking about that my mother should have did? You're very ignorant. You the one that got the nasty dildos and it wasn't clean, according to your ex-VS. That's what you put out to the internet. But you didn't come at her when she said you had on dirty drawers and dirty shorts. But you didn't come at your ex.
You know how to talk, Wiley.
But you didn't come at your ex. Your ex said this publicly on YouTube.
Slander, gossip, and hatred type of things. That's the only thing
slander.
that you can talk
That's
about.
what your ex said on YouTube.
That's the only
you
thing
that
that you
her.
can talk about.
She said it on the Music Press
Nothing
Channel.
informative or educational or intellectual has came out your mouth
she's
tonight.
a Republican. Thank you for putting that picture of the great white hope, Donald Trump. He really should have won. This election was rigged, honestly. I really believe it was stolen from Donald Trump, and this is why President Joe Biden is not doing a good job. It was really stolen. This election was definitely stolen.
Trump didn't do shit when he was in office. He ain't gonna do shit again when he get back in office.
He did do a lot. A veteran have a
what
house.
What did he do for the black people?
He did a lot for veterans.
He cut down a lot of programs in the high schools and the black communities. These black kids used to learn trades
people from prison.
and all kind of stuff.
What do you mean he haven't done anything?
Can we get back on black economics?
Not for the black person.
Get back on segregation.
You can't
black
convince me.
economics.
You can't convince me he did anything for the black people. I don't care what you say.
He have got a lot of black people out of prison, and he helped
I'm
black
not worried
women.
about prison. They did what they did to get there. He didn't help me. That ain't help me. What the fuck? Him getting caught out of jail got to do with me.
In prison. Joe Biden.
He did that for me, motherfuckers like you to like him, for you to feel like he on your team. That's the problem. He did it to pass to the black people, and you went for it. You fell for it. That's all that was. He don't give a fuck about that.
I did not vote for Sleepy Joe Biden.
He didn't give a
No,
fuck
you
about
fell for
the
Trump's
Central Park
brainwash.
5. Where was that energy for the Central Park 5?
He
What
wasn't
was
the
that
president.
energy?
Listen. That's a bunch of fake news from the left
What's
media
fake news?
out there trying to discredit President Donald J. Trump.
Oh
so
my
you
God.
telling me that news article with him talking about
It
bringing back the death penalty
was a
fake?
prosecutor.
They don't think it's fake
that charged
because
those
it's
innocent
not.
5 people, and
You
President
sound
Donald
very
Trump
ignorant,
was not the
Wiley.
prosecutor. Sleepy Joe Biden was in the Senate creating the
And
crime
you can
bill.
tell who
Are
does
you not
not
going against
read.
the Joe
You
Biden
can tell who
for
does not
creating and writing
read.
the crime bill? Come
And
on.
you can tell
Come on.
who's not politically well informed or educated, and who does
Again,
not
you can
read.
say what you want to say. It was the prosecutor that made sure, and they went to trial and they was found guilty. They have nothing to do with
I'm
President
talking
Donald
about
J.
the
Trump.
news article he paid millions of dollars to post on the front page of New York Times. I'm not talking about that. Why would you want somebody like that to be your president? Why do you think somebody like that will give a fuck about you? If it
We're
was
talking
you,
about grab them by the
feet.
The justice system failed that.
We're talking about grab them by the
President
feet,
Donald J.
and the
Trump.
man that molested a 13-year-old and
How
got
about
that
grabbing
wiped
the
up
woman
under
by
the
her
table.
pussy?
What are you bringing that up? That has nothing to do with what you brought up.
Yeah.
Well, you bringing up rumors. We bringing up rumors too.
You can bring up rumors all the day long, but we know for a fact
Well,
that
you
Donald
can't
Trump
argue
has
it.
done a lot
Somebody
for
heard
America.
it. Somebody
Donald Trump
heard
has
it.
done a lot for this country. He have made sure that black people get jobs.
And
The
this is not the
unemployment
Wiley
rate
show.
is
We
low.
need to remind you that this is
As the
Conscious
black
TV
people,
and not the
black
Wiley
people at
show.
home feel like he ain't shit
Oh my
to
goodness.
do.
Okay, hold on, you guys. I'm about to establish some order here. We do have Miss T.
Thank
Trisha, Auntie. My mod is in the building. Hello, Auntie. How you doing? The floor is yours.
Good morning, Conscious and
Good
panel.
morning.
It's been very
Morning.
interesting, some of the things that I've been listening to since I clicked on your live. We can't seem to get anywhere because we always resort to personal name calling, and it's like running around in a circle. I personally feel there are some intelligent people here on your panel, but they're not displaying that to people that are just like entering the room. I've heard like broad statements made about veterans. I'm a veteran myself. And like Leonard was saying, people have 3 choices. My parents weren't wealthy. I couldn't afford college, so that's why I went. In the process of me serving my country, I was injured. And not only did I give my youth, I gave my health. So nothing is free. And we can't even get the proper treatment at the VA, which is why I still continue to work with a disability in order to see healthcare, proper healthcare, without going somewhere and wondering about, am I going to become infected because they used something dirty on me? So we shouldn't make broad statements, and everybody has a choice. Just like it was my choice to volunteer, I wasn't drafted. I didn't ask to get sick. I didn't ask to get injured. It happens. And if we could just respect one another and like talk one at a time, because people are making interesting points, we just can't hear them. It sounds like a lot of static, and someone's mic is crunching.
Can
and I
you
hope it's not
moderate
mine.
for me, Auntie? Because I ain't got enough energy drinks to even drag Wiley for all the.
Can I ask Trisha a question? Are you still having that problem under Sleepy Joe Biden? Are you still having that problem? Did it get fixed under him? Because he's supposed
It was
to be so great.
Wiley. I have a pre-existing condition that happened in the 80s. Joe Biden was a senator at the time. This happened to me because I was serving my country. I'm not pro anything. I'm actually a registered independent, and I actually screen who I'm going to vote for.
Amen.
That's a good thing. That's
Hey,
what I do. And I
question
looked
to
at
my
Trump
sister
policy. That's what I
veteran.
get that.
Question to my sister veteran. This is a one-on-one right here. So y'all just don't argue, don't say nothing. I'm not one to call poor rank on nobody's panel.
But don't give us a
this is
long
important.
war story, sir.
Let her get to the point because I need to get back into the chat.
This
Let
is
me just say
important.
this right quick. Conscious TV, can you allow
Jesus.
Information Man on? He's very intelligent.
Yes, I will drop the link for anybody who. Oh, yes, I just dropped the link.
Okay,
so
now
hit the link can. Information man, if you want to come up, you can come up.
Okay, now with the sister, I did. I don't want to get personal into your medical situation at all. I don't do that with there. I help a lot of veterans along the way. Now, whatever happened to you when you was in the military, did you go on sick call and such, and is that documented in your medical records?
Trust me, I'm well compensated. They're still paying me, if that's what you're asking.
Okay, all right. So you're getting the compensation financially. Now we could go to any hospital that we want to now. Now, true, there are some things that we're not being told. And I'll just speak on myself. I still have not been told why I am on a national non-blood donor list.
Were you in Germany in the 80s?
Yep. You
and
already
so
know
was
what's
I.
up.
And what happened was American soldiers that were in the European theater from 86 to 90 were given tainted blood, and you cannot give blood.
Oh, that's what it was. Yeah, I was
so they just made it sweeping. If you were in the European theater from 86 to 90, they just made it so you just can't give blood to anybody. It was done intentionally.
Because I was on Panzer concern. First, they told me it was mad cow disease. Then they told me it was Chernobyl, like this person's mic crackling. I haven't been able to get a straight answer from the VA about that.
Well, Leonard, I'm telling you, if you were in the European theater from 1986 to 1990.
Yeah, I was.
Okay.
I just told you I was on Panzer concern.
You cannot give blood because certain soldiers and other military people were given tainted blood, and it was intentional. That's why they're not going to tell you like that. But I'm telling you like that.
That's what I'm saying.
That's crazy. They fucked up your blood.
Okay, let me talk to my fellow veteran here. I'm not trying to be funny acting. Yeah, because see, it's like my son, he was born in 92. He can't donate blood either. Now, it's a friend of mine. We've been friends about 3 years, right? And her daughter, she's 16 now. So I think that means the daughter was born in what, like 2004 or something? You know, my math ain't the best.
Okay.
And she works for the post office in Chicago. They had a blood drive. And what they did was they called her into the office to talk to her. Now, her husband at the time was in Germany the same time frame that I was in, and they wouldn't take blood from her. And I'm sitting here like, okay, now she thought it's because she was pregnant. It had nothing to do with the pregnancy. It had something to do with him. So I'm sitting here like, okay, because you know how long it took him to fess up behind Agent Orange. You dig? So I'm trying to find out as much as I can. Because with the newer level, some of the veterans that we went in Iraq and Afghanistan together, what hasn't come out yet, but it's bound to, we were given drugs to fight malaria. Those drugs caused fertile women to become sterile. I don't know if you heard about that.
Okay. As it concerns you and your friend, the reason why is because the reason I gave. I can't stay long because I'm not long-winded. I wish everyone have a great day, and please talk one at a time so we can hear you. Everyone has a great point. We just would like to hear what your points are.
I want to say this, Teacher Shawan, you have been so helpful to me, and I want to say a special shout out to one of my supporters. They're a strong Republican. They just bought me some coffee, so I just want to give a special shout out. Thank you so very much.
Wiley, be quiet.
It's really good.
He's a real trip.
But I feel like Teacher Shawan that, and I don't want to cry, but every time that I say I'm a Republican, it's a problem. I should be able to say that, and people should be able to listen. But they always ready to attack. But last time
Look, you should be able to say whatever it is that you want to. Everybody else does.
And
you
Lloyd
just deal with it.
Lightfoot
Agree to
resign
disagree.
because she's a very, very, very terrible mayor. Terrible mayor. So I'm gonna just drink this coffee. I don't want to offend nobody. And so I gotta call VS after this. So VS, if you listen, I have to call you.
That's all I have, Conscious.
Thank you so much, Auntie.
You're welcome.
See, I'm glad that I learned something from you that I wasn't familiar with.
I'm gonna tell y'all how I know that my auntie is truly anointed because my auntie literally came here and her energy alone tanked this whole panel.
No, I didn't want to be disrespectful. I like Teacher Shawad.
Because
I'm gonna be on my best behavior.
Because woman is God.
Oh yes, praise God.
Well,
Praise
I
God.
tried to get people to communicate like they had some sense, but
But Leonard,
I don't want to yell.
It would be easier if you weren't being condescending to other people. Other people have opinions too. Yeah, I'm talking to you.
I'm not being condescending to anybody.
But you have been. That's
No,
the
I
reason
haven't.
That's the reason I clicked the link. I usually don't do panels and stuff like that. From my channel, all I do is upload.
What do you consider condescending? Let me have a short conversation with you.
Ask the panel, Leonard. Ask people what they experience.
Okay, to the whole panel. What have I said that is considered or felt to be condescending?
You look like 6 beans.
16 baby daddies.
But it's the truth, though. He ain't lie about that.
I didn't say 16 baby daddies. Wrong.
And you're acting like every black person has.
You said a 10 number.
Okay.
Like
let me talk to the first. Let me talk to the one. Oh no. Hold on. Let me talk to the person that just said that I said 16 baby daddies.
I did.
I did not say. I did not. Oh, see, there we go.
That's
why communication.
That's your boy Wiley. That's your Republican boy
Lack of
Wiley.
communication.
Excuse me, everyone. Could you mute while he's talking?
Okay.
I did not say 16 baby daddies. Now, maybe you need to clean your ears. I said serial baby daddies. Exact words.
16 cereal. That's about the same thing. Cereal could be 16.
I feel with you on that. I feel with you that.
But I'm telling you exactly what I said. I said serial baby daddies. I didn't say 16 kids in one house.
That was my point. That was part of being condescending. You missing my point. That was the point.
That's not being part of condescending. That is a sexually irresponsible man.
Excuse me. Leonard, you have to be okay with people disagreeing with you. It's okay.
I am okay with it, but I didn't say that.
I understand it. You didn't say that. And you said that more than once, so we get it. You didn't say 16. You got to be okay with people disagreeing. That's all.
I remember I went to the food stamp office and it was a lot of women with a lot of kids and I couldn't get it because they said you don't have any kids. And I felt very hurt. That's what I started to become Republican because it really told me, said, son, get a job, pick yourself up with your bootstraps and be successful. And that's what I started to do. But I agree with you. It's a lot of women that's sexually not doing a good job, have too many baby daddies and need to stop. I agree with you, sir.
I said serial baby daddies. I didn't say
how many of y'all
baby
grandmas
mamas
was
with
married?
16 kids.
Like how many
so
of y'all great grandmas was married? It's like you
I don't, great grandma. Now hold on, sis.
A negative person, or like that's a negative thing. Like that's my point. A woman could choose to have more than one baby daddy. She may not want to stick with the first baby daddy and feel like he ain't shit. So let me move on and go to somebody else. Maybe that's her maturing and changing. Like, is that a bad thing? You want her to stay with that one dude that ain't shit and ain't doing nothing for the first one and go have multiple kids with just one just to say that she only got one baby daddy? Because having multiple baby daddies is just a terrible thing. That was the point that I was trying to make. When all our grandparents do you look at your grandma?
Let's roll it back to me saying, hold on. I'm trying to answer one person at a time.
Okay.
Let's roll it back to when I said, because I choose my words well. Let's go back to when I said, if a woman is good enough to bring life in this world, for me, she's more than good enough. I didn't say good enough. I said more to be my wife. If she's good enough to bring life, she's more than good enough to be my wife. And I was married before becoming a parent. Exact words. Now beyond that, what you talking about, what women are picking, hell, I could leave out the house right now, let it get off the Wi-Fi in the house and connect it to my doggone phone Wi-Fi. I could go and drive my car with my feet. That don't mean it's a good idea. You know, I'm flexible like that.
And that don't mean that you ain't gonna do it one day.
I could doggone put one foot on the gas and put my left foot on the steering wheel and drive my car. That don't mean it's a good idea.
Okay, so let's talk about solutions again. Now, you made a statement earlier, and I'm not saying this in the manner of condescending. I'm just saying I think that we have more choices that we're not looking at in terms of Black economics are pulling people up out of the gutter. Like, for one, you know, okay, when it comes down to trades, yeah, that will do it, because we need more Black, you know, we need more Black businesses. And a lot of times trade will do it. And then we also have to look at like our areas of education that we are going into. We're all sort of going into the same things. Like right now, you know, and as Black people, we're always sort of like a step behind. Like, we need more people who are into programming, computers. We need more people that are into science, you know, because we don't have enough scientists, we don't have enough doctors, just, you know, we don't have enough you know, like people who can actually break things down for us. You know, like generally when we're told something by, you know, like in terms of, you know, like high level education or high level information, we're told that by, you know, people who don't have our best interest at heart. So, you know, yes, I think that, you know, trades will do it, but like we need to get more into computers, just like they're talking about. What is Kwame Brown saying? I agree with that when he says, what is he saying? Coding, like AI is a big thing right now. Anything dealing with computer programming and science, we definitely need to, you know, explore more of those areas. A lot of times, you know, nowadays, most young people, they want to, you know, like be rappers, or, you know, they look towards the NFL, NBA, or sports, or that, or sort of in that area in terms of being successful. But we also need more attorneys and things of that nature. So it's like what we're choosing to educate ourselves on and what we're choosing to do. And we do need more Black businesses, but along with those Black businesses, we as Black people need to support our own.
And I agree. We have plenty Black owned businesses, but again, when we have one bad experience with a Black owned business, we shouldn't just say, hey, I ain't gonna never go back. I went to this West Cluckin and my chicken wasn't all the way fried right. I didn't get upset. I just went back and told them the thing, and they fixed the problem. So I agree with you on there. And I also agree that more Black people should listen to the Republicans, because they help finance businesses and entrepreneurs. They cut taxes for corporate tax. They definitely did that. I know y'all don't want to hear, because you know you eating the butter biscuits.
Whoa. Before you go there were only two people that said I was condescending. There are more than
you're not condescending, sir, at all. They did like
we really want to get off the topic. We want to get off these personal topics.
You're
and we
a strong
Black
father.
We want to start talking about.
I'm waiting to be proved that I was being condescending to Black people.
Let's just.
That's the part I'm waiting on.
Can we just go past that? Can we like agree to go past that?
Yeah, we can, because I was not condescending to Black people, just like I said.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's fine. If
Can I please say something?
Yes.
Thank you.
Go ahead, sis.
I'm speaking as a disabled person. I'm talking to the young lady that said the Black people need to be educated. I am educated. They could not get past the fact that I have cerebral palsy. they hate the fact that I'm very educated and won't stay in the place that they think I should stay in as the poor, disabled person that they look at. I'm 55 years old, by the way, and I know what I'm talking about because I know very educated disabled people that are looking to start their own business, but they get stepped on saying, no, stay in your place. We don't need an educated Black, female, or disabled people doing better than we need them to do. So that's the first thing. Number one, if the Afro-American people would stop fighting among themselves, maybe we can do what we need to. But when you keep attacking each other for no reason, it's not going to work. I'm saying this because I come up with business plans and cannot get the funding. So it's not like all Black people need to be educated. It's the perception of whoever is trying to hold you back. Let's get that straight.
Okay.
Number two, as a woman that has 2 grown kids and their daddies were not in their life, my kids did excellent. So stop beating up on the guys that don't want to raise the kids, because there are women out here that do a good job raising their kids. It's
Amen.
like
I agree. I agree.
If y'all can't tell, I was very active in politics. I got shut down because I would not be a disabled person. I fight for everybody. I fight for people's rights and what is only right, but everybody has a poison point of view right now. Even I do. Let's get that out in the open. Everybody is speaking from a place of hurt right now. I don't see no helpful information going out with the name calling, promoting the insane person, and all that. Let's talk about, as a group of Black individuals, or whatever color you are, because I have a feeling there's some white people listen. And let's talk about real solutions instead of beating up on each other. Thank you.
I agree.
Absolutely.
100%. And this is why I be in meetings and do all these type of things and really try to help my city in Chicago, because it needs to be some changes. So I agree with you 100%. When it comes to that, in my personal life, I'm very professional. And this is why I'm really, really advocating that we get a different change of leadership in politics, because obviously we are on the losing side right now. When I say losing side, we're not really getting nothing from President Biden. And I say that honestly. So yeah, I agree with you, sis. You're exactly right. You should be able to get a good job. I have cerebral palsy as well, and I couldn't get on Social Security. So I was forced to get a job. And so it's challenging. It's really, really challenging. And I do feel for people that have children and that's disabled that really need services. So I really, really feel for that. And our system is broken. I believe that the Republicans, as well as Democrats, should fund Social Security, should fund the IRS to help people get on service. Because I know people that's on Social Security that's not even disabled, and they get checks, and the people that's actually disabled can't get on it. And so it needs to be some changes, honestly, just to be honest, in my humble opinion. So hopefully that everything works well for you, sis.
I would like to ask Miss and tell me if I'm pronouncing it right. Is it Taravia or Taravia?
Taravia.
Taravia. What is your field? What when you say you're gonna start a business, do you mind if I ask what type of business that you were trying to start?
I have started several businesses and got them shut down because I'm one that likes to help the disabled. I've been like that all my life. I enjoy coming up with solutions for other disabled people. So the latest one I wanted to start is improving home care for the senior citizen and the disabled, and they actually shut everything I was trying to do down.
Can I ask you one additional question? Was it the type of business that you had, was it grant funded? Was it through provide, most of the funding, did it come through grants?
No, I didn't know how to do it, so I was doing it out of my own pocket. I would actually save up money and do stuff for the other disabled people that because I didn't know how to do the grants.
Okay.
And my background by my education is a fashion merchandiser.
Okay. Did you look for any grants during that time? Because that type of program definitely can get a lot of funding via grants. Did you look for any grants?
I've been told to do it. I have done it, but when it comes time to do it, I could not write the grant properly.
Yeah,
and I could not find someone that could write the grant the way it needed to be written.
Yeah, a lot of people, educated or not, they have to have a grant writer, because it's like writing those grants, you have to be very word specific and things of that nature to get it. And I've heard that a lot of people have a hard time, writing those grants. That's why most people they find a grant writer.
And not only do you have to be word specific, you have to know which companies, whether it's going to be a private company that you're writing the grant to or a government grant writing. I could help you with that. You also have to know when to submit. So there are a lot of moving parts in terms of getting grant money, and you can actually get money that you don't have to return. And it's different from getting, say, an SBA loan, which during these times would probably be forgiven anyway. But I'd be happy to help you with a grant. Conscious knows how to get in touch with me, and I'd be happy to do that for you, because yours is a good and righteous cause. And I think that with the proper grant, the proper help, that you would be awarded grants.
Thank you.
Yes, I'd be happy to help you with that.
I didn't come on for that, but I was just speaking from somebody that actually tries to start their own businesses, and the system just shut them down, and they're awfully mean to you if you get too big for your bridges. You need to stay in your place. You're disabled. We take care of you, and no, they don't take care of you. They really don't.
And Jazzy, as well as Nonprofit Nuggets, it would be great if y'all could come on and offer some suggestions for nonprofits or grants. That would be great.
Well, we'll put that together because when I first started some years ago and I was attending classes, I actually learned that, for instance, Oprah Winfrey's grant program is a private one. So you have to see what grants she would actually back. You know what I mean? So you do have to do a little research to find companies or individuals with money who are funding grants. That takes some time and some research. And then again, as you said, they are specific in the language as well as in the timing of submitting the grant.
And I'm doing it on purpose to be very selective, only to help the disabled and the citizens, because I see how we're being neglected.
Yes, and one of the people that I really admire is Adi Barkan. I just saw an interview with him last night, who has ALS, and he's been on the front lines of fighting for proper health insurance for the disabled. He's been out there for years, and he will not be quiet about it. And I think he's a great man. He's confined to a wheelchair. He has to speak through a computer, but he's still very lucid, he's brilliant, actually. And so he's been fighting for health care for the disabled for many, many years. And I will do whatever I can. If you are interested in starting up your business, I'll do whatever I can to help you with that.
I've been trying to do it for 4 years.
Well, we have to understand that even in the loan situation, there's redlining if you are a Black person. Now, I know that people thought Obama didn't do anything at all, but he did, by executive order, stop redlining so that Black people were not stopped from getting business loans and personal loans. However, when Trump got in office, he reversed a lot of what this man had done. Right. And if all he ever did was get me proper health care, because I was very, very ill. And I found a health insurance person who got me involved with the Affordable Care Act. And as soon as I got it, I had to have 4 surgeries to correct something, because going to emergency rooms just wasn't. I think I went to every emergency room in Atlanta to get help for this condition. And it was because of the ACA that I was able to get the surgery that I required, because I don't know that I would even be here today had it not been for that. I feel that we're in a situation now where there is nothing pretty much that's bipartisan, that there is the Republicans did not vote for the Voting Rights Act to get through. And I have an issue with that. Right. I have a big issue with that. I think that you can't reason or work with a party that doesn't want to work with you because they didn't win in the last election. There's trouble on both sides in terms of the two-party system. There's issues that both have had. But if you know anything about history, when Franklin Delano Roosevelt was president, the reason he began Social Security and some of the other programs was because veterans were returning from World War I, and there wasn't any work for them. There were a lot of immigrants who were getting the work, and so he made the decision to ask them to leave, or probably force them to leave, so that there would be work for veterans. And he set up these programs so that they would have money in order to live, in order to sustain themselves, to sustain themselves, because they needed that kind of help. We find ourselves with COVID-19 actually destroying the economic system all over the world. We find ourselves in a position where hardworking citizens need a hand up. I don't feel that everybody who isn't working doesn't want to work. I know that there should be a such thing as a living wage. People are not going to go back. If you're a waiter, for instance, you are actually working for $2 and some odd cents an hour, so that you are relying on tips to get you through. So they're not anxious to return to these gigs. They want a living wage. And the economy is not going to crash if they get that. I'm glad that the young lady came on, the moderator came on, because she's right. There were some interesting points of view. However, it was not a productive conversation because you could not hear what anyone was saying because there was so much arguing. Some of it I felt, was justified, actually. I don't like the disrespect that Black women have endured in forever. It's in the music. We are bitches and hoes in the music. There are Black men who simply do not respect us. That you are correct, ma'am, that there are single mothers who have worked hard and gotten their children through high school and college, and they have children who are thriving. And so my hat is off to any single mother who has been involved in her child's life and doing the best she can to see to it that they get educated, that they have food on the table, that they are clothed, that they are living in a safe place, or as safe as they can make it for them. Single women, mothers, are heroes to me. So I wanted to take my hat off to the mothers here that are single, because you are the heroes of all of this.
Amen.
So yes, ma'am, if
I'm gonna go on mute because I gotta make a run to the store. It'll probably get an hourglass circle on my picture, but I gotta make a run to the store. I'm gonna be listening though once I reconnect when I leave out the house.
Okay, so if you want, you get in touch with Davion. His email address is there, and I know that he said that he will do whatever he can to help you, and I would be happy to do the same thing, so that you can get grants, and grants that could actually make a difference in you starting your business.
And it's a lot of grants, correct me if I'm wrong, sis, and it's a lot of grants like people do not get, like money that do not get distributed because people don't know it exists. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm. That is correct. That's where the research part of it comes in. You have to do a deep dive to see where that money is, who's distributing it, what are they funding, because grants are very specific in what the funding will be. So that's where you have to do the research, because yes, there are millions, billions of dollars in grant money available. You just have to know which ones are funding your specific business, and when they will be actually accepting grants and looking them over in order to fund. Yeah.
I'd like to give you a shout out. I'd like to give you a shout out, Jazzy, Z, Jace, for coming on with great information and, and helping, Miss Taravia. I hope I'm saying it right. Please forgive me if I'm not out. See, Miss Taravia, don't give up on your dreams, like
Just say Miss T.
Miss T. Because like that's another thing that we have to look at is people networking, because we have like a lot of people with different skills and and so like basically we need to network more amongst each other.
Oh, absolutely. And that's utilize the content creator, because I would love to have a conversation about grants, because I remember me and my grandmother, we went to a thing and they wanted to charge us like $2,000 to be like, you know how you don't info commercials where they were like, come on here, we have
right.
You know what I'm saying? And we didn't have that money, but it's so much out here. I just don't know how to get it. So I'm with you.
Well, that has been the problem. Well, I call it a problem with grant writing. When you meet people who can write grants that can get you several thousand, let's say 20,000, 50,000, 150,000, they want to be paid up front. And I've always had a problem with that, because usually when somebody is looking for a grant, they don't have that kind of money to invest. And you also don't have a guarantee that the grant you're writing is actually going to be funded. So you might have paid $2,000 for somebody to write a grant and still not have received the funding that you needed and be out of $2,000, you know. So I don't do that. This is not about money for me. This is about Miss T, who has an idea that will help the ones that need it the most. And it would be an honor and a pleasure to help you find money. And some of the grants are really very simple. They have forms that you can fill out, and you can get a few $1,000s on the simple forms. Some of them that require a lot more research and a lot more work. But the money is out there. It's out there.
Can I ask you a question, Ms. Jazzy? Like, is there a case where, you know, grant writers are you know, get contracts? Like, just like you know, a family business or business, you know, family business wanted to, you know, hire a grant writer. Do grant writers take on contracts?
Those would be if I'm understanding your question correctly, those would be grant writers who would ask for a certain amount of money up front to write the grant, if I'm understanding your question correctly.
Okay.
They're not, and I know this because I used to speak to grant writers who actually were wonderful grant writers, and they really wrote the grant so that you could secure the money. However, they were asking for exorbitant amounts up front before they would even start writing or researching for a grant.
So you can hire a grant writer under contingency. Is that what you're saying?
Sometimes, not all the time. Not all the time. It depends on the grant writer themselves and how they have set up their businesses, if you will, because it is a business.
I understand. Just like an attorney. Some attorneys, for some cases, they'll take the case up on contingency.
Yes, for instance, that would be like personal injury attorneys. They will take your case based on what your based on the outcome of the case and how much money you will be awarded in personal injury cases. In criminal cases, however, you have to pay money up front. They don't even have free consultations in criminal cases. You have to pay them to even talk to them. So there's a difference between civil and personal injury and criminal law. So that would be the same with grant writers. Depending on that particular grant writer, if they know that they are going to secure the money, then they will work with you on that basis. And once the money is awarded, then they will ask for a portion of it. I don't know what the percentage is these days, but it could possibly be like a third of the money that's awarded. Just as it is with the personal injury attorneys, they're going to ask for 33 and a third of the money.
And with the current situation that we're in, where do you see black businesses? Like, do you see that it would be lucrative in a couple of years or not so lucrative in a couple of years?
Well, I think the moderator was talking about black businesses and the lack of support that they receive from Black people, because that is what keeps Black businesses alive. When I lived, my grandparents had a little grocery store in South Central LA. And I remember when desegregation came along, there were lots of tradesmen within the Black community. However, when people could go down Crenshaw Boulevard and cross over to Wilshire Boulevard, Black people began to take their business outside of the community, and that caused many of the businesses to close. I think that whatever will be lucrative depends on whether or not we're going to support that Black business. Because we will penalize a Black business, and I have to just be perfectly honest. There are some businesses that don't do the right thing. There are some businesses that just screw people out of money. However, we seem to be kind of unforgiving of our own. If it happens to us, it really grieves me when I hear a Black person say, I hate doing business with us. Well, if we don't do business with us, who is?
Right. Exactly.
So that comes, the conversations we've had tonight in terms of the crime that has penetrated our cities, that comes from us. That is a problem that has been nesting and burning within our own community, because frankly, I don't see Black people as a community. We don't seem to have the ability to do much more than complain. There's not a lot of solutions. Black children should not, to me, we shouldn't throw away Black children. They should have some sort of recreation, some sort of mentoring, some sort of some fostering. We should have people within the community themselves that want to help our young people by encouraging them and provided them with the confidence they need to get out of certain situations. Young men are running wild because they are listening to music, watching films, that they are intrigued and misguided by what they seeing here in rap tunes. Because I live here in Atlanta, and if I walk outside my door and talk to 10 young Black men, I'd be willing to bet you that all 10 are rappers.
Exactly.
Or they want to be ball players. Well, I don't care if you go into sports, but I want you to excel in business, because there's so many managers and agents who rip off Black athletes because they aren't business minded. I have a nephew who is a golf phenom. He's burning it up. However, Marcus Bird is a brilliant young lad. He did well in school, so he knows how to conduct himself. We have to be, with that term, it takes a village to raise a child, has gotten lost. We don't do that anymore. The churches have failed because they've become big businesses. The church is a business, so they convince people that if you give me 10% of something you don't have, then you will be blessed by God. That is not how it works. When the Jews were doing it, they would hold a stick up when they were making a sacrifice. They made a sacrifice of what they had. They would hold a stick up, and the 10th animal that ran under that stick was a sacrifice. Our neighbor, and then we want to be exclusive within the Black community. We don't support the LGBTQIA community.
Exactly.
We don't embrace them. Because why? Because religion has told them that it's a sin unto death. We don't embrace all Black people, and yet we have gay people, trans people. We have them whenever something happens. They're out marching as well. But we want to take advantage of the talent, but we don't want to invite them to the table. They can't sit at the table with us. We are very fractured. We're fractured in our thinking. We're fighting one another. We won't. I think it was at one of the last conversations. Conscious said we need to tear it down, burn it down, and begin from the root. Black people have been hurt and damaged for so many hundreds of years in this country that it's difficult for them to come out of that pain or even acknowledge that pain and hurt that we have. It's almost like a genetic thing. We have problems. We have our own, we have colorism, so that light skin versus dark skin is an issue. When a white person looks at us as all black, that the black bourgeois want to separate themselves from the ones that they think aren't trying to do anything. When a white man is looking at all of us as black, we have Africans who come here and dare to say that we don't know what we have, and yet their countries are torn up by coups and outdated religious belief. I mean, do what you need to be blessing black people, because the reason you can do what you do in this country is because of black people, and everything we've gotten has come at the cost of blood.
Facts.
Bloodshed. That is, and that's why I vote. That's why I'm working with Stacey Abrams on fair fight. That's why I'm active, because
I love Stacey Abrams.
Yeah, I met Stacey when I first moved here because we were working at the same law firm, and she was an associate there. I'm proud to see what she has done in life and what she's doing. We have to come together regardless of who we might vote for. Let us build our own tribe, because there is enough. We have millionaires and billionaires. We have economic buying power. As the largest consumers of goods, Black people spend billions of dollars each year in shit that doesn't necessarily bless us. You know what I'm saying? It's like I was looking into the hair business. There's something like $500 billion a year spent just on hair.
Right, because what happens is our dollar.
And I'm not going to be mad about that because I love looking good.
Right.
I'm just saying, can you imagine?
Right, our dollar goes outside the community.
Exactly.
Other communities, they keep their dollars inside the community.
And no matter what you will notice about, no matter what they may feel towards each other, no matter what the Jewish community may have differences, but they see the bigger picture. When they get in the boardroom, they see the bigger picture. Same with Hispanics who have come here and they are thriving. They have surpassed Blacks in terms of building their own businesses, their own communities, their own banks. They came and they weren't able to get loans either. So what did they do? They opened their own banks. That's it happens in the Asian community, because no matter what they may be fighting for privately, in the boardroom, they are all together. We don't do that. We don't love ourselves enough or our communities enough to do that. If we are out here killing each other and not caring about ourselves, what makes us think anybody else is going to?
Right. All other races except us work together. And I have a question from the chat real quick that I think is vital. They were asking, do you know, like, about grants, or are there any grants or many grants for cannabis?
I'm sure that there is, because what sense does it make that we have Black men in prison for selling cannabis, and now white folks have made it a business? So all you have to do is Google grants for cannabis, you would call it medical cannabis businesses. Okay. And that could potentially pull you up a list of funders. But then again, you have to get into the minutia. You have to get into when the grant submission process is open, what they are looking for in a grant. And this is where you have to do your homework. You need to have a budget, a good budget. You need to have gone out and actually priced what you will need for your business. Have a business plan. Those kinds of things need to be in order, because you won't get a grant producing something raggedy. You know what I mean? So I am certain, though I haven't researched it, I would think that there are businesses funding medical marijuana because it's become legal in so many states. I don't know where you're located, but I don't know if cannabis oil is legal in Georgia. It might be. I know it was scheduled to be voted on several years ago, and instead of working on that, mothers who had disabled children or I call them handy-able children, they found that the cannabis oil stopped their children from seizing. But instead of our state representatives and senators voting on that, they voted on a stupid gun law. And earlier in the chat, someone was talking about the importance of your local voting, your
Local
state and
politicians,
local, it starts even as at the school board head, the who you put in place. It begins right here at home. We have on November 2nd, we'll be going to vote for the mayor and some other people here in Atlanta. I'm hoping that the turnout is hearty. I'm hoping that we get out and vote, because that will determine what happens in this state. That determines whether or not we can get rid of that heinous voting law that Kemp signed off on. And because it's happening.
That's just the mayoral election in Atlanta. And
Well,
I was watching Fox
it's not
5
just
News.
It's everywhere in this country that they are having local elections. Every
Yeah, I mean,
state.
I understand that, but with Atlanta, it's just for mayor. And I saw a story on Fox.
It's for councilmen. It's for the ballot it's for judges.
Okay, I mean, I understand all that. What I'm saying is this: I understand all that. They had a story on the news where they went out. I think it was Maurice Diggs, and he was reporting on it. And they started the early voting, and hardly anybody showed up. And he was questioning. He's like, "Look, when they had the last presidential election, Stacey Abrams was like hard charging, get out and vote, and now everybody just went to sleep."
Well, they're not asleep, Leonard. I have to push back on that. Just because I work only for the money now. I work for one of the leading polling company in the United States.
Okay.
I'm not able to give the name.
You don't have to tell me who or nothing like that. But I'm just saying what Maurice Diggs reported on Fox News.
Polls, hold up. When you see those polls on Channel 2, it's because of the work that they do. Now, they are solidly Republican. Mm-hmm. We just did a poll asking people if they were going to vote early or if they were going to vote on voting day. And we were calling Republican voters because what has happened in elections is that Republicans turned out heavily, as did Democrats, for early voting. This time, I heard more people saying they were going to vote on November 2nd. So it looks as if people will come out on the day of voting, as opposed to because of just because of all the information about voting not being secure, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I don't even want to get into that. People are not happy. And plus, the Joy has decided that first class mail is going to be slowed up. So they don't trust that their ballots, plus they found two electors shredding ballots. So,
I know, 300 ballots.
Yes,
I couldn't tell you that if I wasn't here.
That's right.
What a lot of people don't know is right before election, Trump also cut funding to the postal service for that reason, because he wanted to slow down, the mail. because he didn't want them to receive the ballots at a decent time. And one other thing right. And another thing that I wanted to say was, the reason why local elections are a lot more important is because every state does not work the same. Like laws are different and politics is different in every state. Like for instance, the state that I'm in is a sovereign state. So the government does not override or does not have full authority over my state. My state chooses to do what, sort of it pleases. So it's very important in my state that we vote local because federal means almost nothing to us. And that's in a lot of state cases that is, and not just, like state, you got to look at your town, you got to look at your district, you got to look at, like you got to go all the way down to the specific. So it's more important for you because what really governs you is your local where you live.
That's right. That's the truth. And that is why I vote in every election. And I do it because
really feel
that was
like
the right.
Kemp got more votes than Abrams?
He did not.
Or do you feel like they gave it to who they wanted to give it to? It didn't matter how many people voted or how many people showed up.
And that's why we're having an issue now with voting. It's because when I was working for this polling company, they were talking about how they were worried about the voters where in Fulton County, which is the largest county or one of the Fulton and DeKalb counties, and they are populated by Black people and they are Democrats. So that was the thing that they used to say. That's what Republican voters thought when Cobb County went all blue. Cobb was a strong Republican stronghold. I talked to people who had been lifelong Republicans who said they would not ever vote for another Republican. I talked to people who were on the fence, and once they knew that we don't keep your information. We don't. When I get off the phone, your name, your number, everything disappears. I talked to voters who decided they would be independents or who decided they would vote for Biden because they were unhappy with what happened in the country for the last 4 years. So it wasn't just Democrats voting. It was Republicans who decided to vote for Biden. So, I mean, it's a shame that even now, with states cutting up districts with surgical precision to give the Republicans more districts, that nothing can be done about that.
Yeah.
Something can be done. It just hasn't been done yet. Right. And I just want to say that this man has been in office a little over 200 days, getting close to 300 days that he's been in office. For everything we think we know, there's much more that we do not know. And I really feel like the joy slowing up the mail, saying first class mail will take, if it gets there within 2 days, fine, but it's maybe 5 days or more before you can get your mail, So we have a lot of things that need to be corrected. There's a lot of stuff that is going on and Black people, especially to me, need to be politically aware. They need to study and read about who's candidates so that when you go to vote, you know who's running for judges, you know how they rule, you know who's running for councilman, you know something about the people you're voting for, instead of just going in and again being a tribalist.
Right.
Read about the candidate. See if
know what you're voting for.
Yes, exactly.
And the census. Tell them about how important the census is when it comes down to voting or when it comes down to federal funding, like grants that we're talking about.
That's right. That's right. So we just have a lot within our own community that we need to straighten out. And it's nobody's fault but our own, because we have dropped the ball. And we keep talking about what somebody is doing for us when we are perfectly capable of making the changes we desire ourselves. I don't look at my people as being hopeless and helpless, and powerless. I do not.
We don't know. We just don't understand how much power we have. Like the last election should have showed people how much power that we have. And thanks Stacey. I thank God for Stacey Abrams. But let me just iterate real quick, and then it's like what the sense, y'all. We have to fill out the census. We have to make sure we do the census. A lot of people don't want to fill out the census because they feel like the government that's a way of the government keeping track. No, the government, what the census does is it determines how much funding goes into a city, a state,
that's right,
town, or whatever, and it also determines like how they map out the voting districts.
That's
so it's very important that we do the census. So like and it's a shame that every 10 years, and the census only comes about every 10 years. And we have to look at, that's a long time. I think that they should do census much more close to that, because this is not like the old days. Every 10 years, things change and areas change and people move and people migrate.
So do you believe the new census that they had said that there are more Black people than there are white people in America? Do you believe that census
that is the truth?
Yeah,
that is the truth. And that's why so many of these states are drawn.
Why do we need to vote for them people to help represent us? Why can't we start our own? Our numbers are winning. That's my biggest problem. Why do we keep trying to find people within their community to help us if we outnumbering them already? That's what they're scared of. That's why they're not gonna help us, because we're outnumbering them. This was their biggest fear, that our numbers are going to get so high that we're going to push them out the way.
That is why there's so much gerrymandering. That is why these heinous abortion laws have been put into place. This is not so much about Black women getting abortions as it is white women that are getting abortions, and white women who don't want to have babies. The numbers have fallen, and that's frightening to white men who have had the majority since the beginning of the forming of this nation. So if you think that isn't one, that is the main reason they want to keep the majority for themselves. And yes,
that's why they call us a minority. That's why they will never allow anybody in any office that's going to go and do things specifically for us. I feel like that's our biggest problem.
And that's why they fool us.
This system so bad that only thing we got to do is vote somebody in. All we got to do is get this person, get that person, and it's bigger than that. We've done that. We voted people in office.
No, we don't.
Nothing has changed. That's my point.
No, actually, we don't, sister. Like I understand where you're coming from, but we don't. We are not involved as much in politics as we can be, because in politics, numbers have the majority of the numbers have power, and this is why they have indoctrinated, fooled, lied to us, saying that we're a minority. That's why they continue to call us the minority, because they don't want us to know that we have more numbers. They don't, because when you start realizing, just like you're saying, I agree with you. When you start looking at the amount of numbers that we have, and then you start looking at us working together in more groups, especially starting with your own families, then you have to look at how much more power and leverage that we have. The problem is we don't know that we have the leverage, and we're not acting up on the leverage that we have, because truthfully, voting is the only and our politics and economics is where you get your power in this country, or in any country for the most part.
That's the truth. I agree.
We just ain't got it yet.
Partly, we for some reason have been, because here's what we were convinced that our votes didn't count. White people are going to turn out at the polls. They are going to vote. When President Obama was nominated, that's when there were people who were first-time registered voters that got out to vote for him. That was frightening. That was a frightening thing to the white population. So ever since then, and especially in this last election, they have been wanting to, they've assumed, and this comes from some of the people that I spoke with, they assume that because we're Black, we have to cheat, that we're the cheaters, that somehow the numbers that came out of Fulton County are faulty because Black people cheat. No, we didn't. We just voted. We voted.
And they also
is, even
assume
with
that
those numbers, we still lost though when it came to Stacey Abrams. They give us what they want to give us. They give us the
Kemp,
all the
let me tell you
cheerleading
what happened with
to
that.
make us feel like we really doing something,
Kemp
make us
did
feel
not,
like we winning or
he
we
did
have a
not.
chance when really we don't.
Well, Kemp is a dishonorable man because he was the Secretary of State, and he should have recused himself from that position in order to have this be a clean race. He also, why do you think that Trump called Raffensperger and Kemp and asked them to find those votes? Is because they knew that they were good cheaters. They'd seen it happen in the gubernatorial race. He cheated, period.
So that's my point. That's the part that kind of, gives Black people the kind of, sour taste. Like, should I trust them? Like, why do you keep wanting me to trust somebody that over time has showed me that I have no reason to trust them? They've given me the problem and the short end of the stick.
That's why it's more important this time to get out and vote from a local level. If you live in any state that's having local elections, get out and vote in your local elections. Because next year, 2022, is going to be pivotal. That's going to be a game changer. But we need to, the reason that Kemp they do mad shit like purge voters off the rolls. That's because you have to make sure. I call the voting office so much that they know my voice, and it's, hey girl, how you doing? Yeah, you still, yeah,
they're gonna do whatever to win. They're not gonna let us win.
Right.
That's my point. They're
never
going to let us win.
It's not
Even
about
if they have
letting
to
us.
cheat,
It's not
they're
about
not gonna
letting
let
us.
us win.
It's not about letting us. That's what I'm trying to get the point across. We can make it happen, but we have to show up. It ain't about what they gonna let us do. It never has been.
Because we don't need
We
their
don't have to show up and show out and show up and show out to the point that there will not be any kind of, that even if they try to say that it's not fair, that there will be such numbers to prove that you lost. This
I get what you're
time when we
saying.
have
I
to
get what you're
show
saying.
up.
When
They're
we're
depending on us not to show up. They're
But even
depending
if we
on
vote
us.
somebody in, what are they going to do? We've been
Look,
failed even
we
by the
have
people that
leverage.
we have been
We
researching
have
and have
great
believed that were
people
going to
in
make a
Congress.
change, and
We
they
have
didn't make a
great
change.
people who are working for us, the Cori Bushes, the Sheila Jackson Lees. We have great Black women in office who have lived. Cori Bush knows what it's like to be homeless because she was homeless. So she's fighting to make sure she's been a single mother. So she's fighting to make sure single mothers can get money to take care of their children so that they can get out and get back into the workforce. There's some brilliant Black women that are there.
Right. That's why they're so discriminatory against Black women. That's why
we cannot capitulate. We cannot make this be a hopeless situation. We have to show up like we have never shown up before and bring the whole family if you have to.
I get what you're saying.
We're going to defeat it. That's the only, no matter how they cut up the districts. We're right now, at this point, do you think Stacey Abrams is not organizing and that she's not out here strategizing?
Yeah, I
we
know
have
she
to
is.
have strategies. We have to have some shit in place. And so that is why I work with these folks. That's why I make phone calls. I'm a mole inside of a Republican polling company. And at one point, Trump even called the company out. They are all Republican men.
And our problem is our attitudes. Like we have to stop being defeated, and we have to realize how much power that we have. Because when we say numbers count, that means that our dollars, whether we're getting big salaries inside of our home or small salaries inside of our home, our Black dollars are funding this country. Our Black dollars is what keeps the country going. So we have to talk to them like that. We have to have an attitude like that. And just like notice that's why they want us to think that we're a minority and not a majority. We've been a majority for a long time, and we got to stand up like we're the majority.
But see,
We
that's
are
the thing.
this country.
A lot
We
of the
built
younger
this country.
generation don't want to stand with these white people. They don't want to be a part of the society, so they don't care about voting. They don't care about who's in office, because at
But
the
see,
end
we
of the
have
day,
to educate them. We have
well,
to
I mean, I see what you mean, but at the same time, they going off of their own experiences. They see that no matter what or who is in office, they are getting the same results. That's them the people who I'm speaking for. I'm not speaking for the 30, 40-year-olds that been to school.
I got you.
I'm talking about the fresh 18, 17-year-olds that's been to vote for the very first time. They don't believe in this. They don't believe that anybody out here is going to do anything for us.
There are a lot of people out here pushing Republican that are getting paid for that. There are a lot of people out here that, like, I don't know if y'all know about Young Pharaoh. Young Pharaoh, it was clear because he went from saying don't vote to, you know, and having the same, you know, talking points that you have, like, why does it matter they're selected or whatever, to pushing Trump. Because a lot of these people out here that keep mentioning Republican Trump are getting paid to mislead their own people, because they know we're quicker to listen to our own people than to listen to people outside of us. So they're getting paid to mislead us, you know, because they know our power. So they're trying to throw us off the mark. And they got scared by what we just did in the last election, especially the state of Georgia, which went from red to blue.
Yeah, it did. When Cobb County went all blue and it was Republican stronghold, that I can tell you that when the owner of this company took everybody out for lunch, because they really liked me because I could get people to talk to me. And we went to lunch at Cracker Barrel. I thought we were going to go to Ruth Chris or somewhere, go to Morton's, but we went to Cracker Barrel. And it was just silence. Everybody in the room was a Republican, and they were astounded that Cobb County had now become a blue county. So that's what I'm talking about.
But what does that mean?
Reverend Ike used to say, Black people could get a lot of things done if they got their butts out of the way. Right. We have to move without fear and without doubt. We have to move purposefully and productively, and we can do it.
Believe in ourselves instead of like, because we don't have to. We don't have to ask anybody permission when we're the majority. When we're the majority, we rule, because this is the democracy, and what the democracy means is for the people, by the people. That means that votes and numbers count. And if we have the larger numbers, we run this country.
But we don't. That's my point.
We can. We have
because we're not standing up. We have defeated frames of mind.
You seem to be having, sister, you seem to kind of be discouraged and stuff, and I'm doing my best to encourage you. You do what you can. Mm-hmm. You get out and do what you can, and convince somebody else to get out and do it with you. We are not a defeated people. We've been convinced that we are. We are not.
I don't feel like my point is being defeated.
No matter what has happened in the past,
no matter what has happened
in the past,
why can't we just be our own people? Why do we have to conjoin with?
Because we have not come together. Because we have not come together to form a party. Okay.
Why can't we do that first before we join them? That's my point.
That's the bottom line. If we don't vote, then we will get what we get.
And truth be told, sister, you know, like look up John what is it, John Adams, like the first president of America was Black. I didn't say the United States, because the United States and America are two different governments. The first president of America was Black. We had a Black political party.
They did.
Like what Wiley was saying, the Republican Party was the like what is now the Democratic Party was the Republican Party, but they did an old switcheroo because they found that we were winning back in the day as well. And so we're actually, and then the majority of the Constitution was constructed by us, because what you got, like they've told us inaccurate history, and and they hide a lot of our history. When we go to school, they lie to us, but you have to dig and research into our history to find that we already were here. We already had governments. We were trading. We had businesses. We didn't. Black Wall Street is Black Indian Wall Street. That's an Indian territory in Oklahoma.
And we can do it again. I feel like we can do
That's
it
what
again.
I'm waiting for. That's what I mean. The younger generation, we're waiting for that again. We don't want to vote for a white man and hope that this white man is going to
I
save the
have
black
to disagree
people.
with you. The younger generation is moving. The younger generation, the voters that are coming up now, are educated. They're articulate.
But they all voted for Biden, thinking Biden was going to do something.
We got to work with what we have right
But
now.
see what we have to do with Biden, just like any other president. We have to go to our local representatives, which are our mouthpieces to the president or to the Congress, because really it ain't even about the president. We keep talking about this president who don't have no rights. We keep talking about a vice president that don't have no rights, because what you have to realize is that the House and the Senate are the ones that passes the bills, because just like with us, it's about votes. They have to vote on things. So when we're not getting anything, it's not because it's for two reasons. For one, we're not pushing it through to our local representatives to push it through to Congress, and for two, it's like because of the simple fact that it's the way that our Congress that represents us, our local government is representing us. We have to put pressure. We hire them
and work with what we have.
They work for us. When we
have to work, baby.
They work for us.
And we have to work with what we have. I understand you want to start a new party, but you got to work with what you have right now.
Not just a party. I mean, a new Wall Street, a new everything. Like do repeat history, do everything that we done.
A lot of us out here
but a lot of people are scared to do that because of the fear that they're going to get shut down. Like
but sister, I'm in the conscious community, and we talk about this all the time. And see, in the conscious community, they think that just all Black people are going to unite. No, we're too divided to unite, because we like Jazz was saying earlier. We're divided when it comes to religion. We're divided when it comes to straight and LGBTQ. Right. We're divided when it comes to colorism, whether you're light-skinned or dark-skinned. We're divided in terms of neighborhoods. We're divided. So when we think about unity, we can't. And then here's the thing. Just like, for me, I speak a lot about stuff like this. But one of the things that I realized is you cannot get up to anybody and talk to anybody about anything if you're not doing it with your family first. So just imagine if we started with our families, because my family talks about voting. My family, we're intergenerational wealth. My family, we have a family business. My family, we own land. And, and so we have to start with family. If you pull together with your family and do that first with your family, and then you move from your family to your immediate community and so on, just imagine if all Black people, all Black families are all Black, and you don't even have to have every member in your family, just those who are willing. Get those who are willing and start a family business, because that's going to contribute to generational wealth. And then you have something to leave to the next generation, because as it stands right now, we're not leaving anything to the next generation. The next generation is going in broke. They don't have a fair. And then at the same time, at the same token, it's like we got to stop. Yes, like you said, you're right. A lot of the elderly people, they drop the ball when it comes down to, and it's not like my great granddaddy. He was great. He left us. We're heirs. My family is heirs. So I was born with a lot of the things that a lot of people are trying to acquire right now. But the second generation, and you can read about this when you read Carter G. Woodson, The Miseducation of the Negro. He talks about that. how people went to school, and instead of going back to help their family businesses during segregation and outside of segregation, instead they want to go off and they want to get corporate jobs instead of us coming back to build up our neighborhoods. They want to move. They want to go move around the other folks, and the other folks didn't want them there, and then the other folks moved out, and we keep on trying to move where they're moving instead of building up our own community.
That's what I mean. Trying to integrate in the system, in the society that don't care about you.
Right.
That's
so
my
we have
point.
to start. We don't have
Stick
to
it
have
together.
a separate government, or we don't have to be anti-government. We can't be anti-government. What we have to do is we have to start working with ourselves, and we have to start in small sales. And instead of, because everybody like unity, that's too big of a word. All Black people are not going to look at everything the same way. We have to start with those who are willing, and then you must start with your family. Because if you're not doing anything for your family, how dare you be out here telling anybody else what to do?
Period.
Excuse me, that's my dog.
Saying amen.
No, you're right.
Indeed, sister, don't.
But that's my point. See, when we seem to try to integrate with somebody outside of us, it seems like we lose the bigger picture. I mean, sight of the bigger picture. It's about us. What they're doing is for them. We need to do something for us. We don't need to try and join what they're doing just because we've been born into this, just because we've grown and learned that this is what the society is, does not mean that we have to stick with it, because clearly it's not working for us as a
think
whole.
that we're all in agreement and we're saying the same thing in a different way. We have to begin with what we have now, what we know now, because seated within the Congress, in the House of Representatives, and in the Senate are Klans members. They learn from us that if you get an education and work within the system, you can bring about some changes. No, it don't look like we've done much, but I tell you, we have come a long way as a people. We have, and there has been bloodshed along the way. Bloodshed.
It's just
So
it's just sad because the pace is so slow
we work
compared
with
to
what
other
we
people.
have right now.
Right.
We work with what we start from now, working with what we have now, and listening to each other. The brother who was his name Wiley, listen to what he's got to say, but without a combative kind of attitude. Do your own research so that you become an informed voter. You're not just going out and just voting. You know who you're voting for. Every last one of those people has a telephone number. I called Senator Joe Manchin about 3 times last week. Their number is on their website. You can go to them and call and have your voice heard. You got to do what you got to do.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, y'all.
And the
I'm
only
passionate.
way change is going to come is if we decide that we're going to bring about some real change. And that means working with what is happening right now and having those roots spread and the ideas spread, so that, because I think that the young people coming up are brilliant. Mm-hmm. I'm pleased with what I'm hearing and seeing. I find them courageous. They are articulate. The Black Lives Matter movement was filled with young people. There were young progressive people. Progressives understand that the way we have been doing things is outdated, outmoded, and we have to do something new. We have to do something different.
Amen.
So it can be done. It can be done, and it will be done if we make up our minds that it will be done. That's
just
it.
Like Lush, you're a leader. Lush, you're a leader. And what you should do, and see, we got to stop thinking that you have to have certain qualifications or something like that to lead and to do different things. No, you don't. Because like I was going to say earlier, a lot of white people are just as uneducated when it comes down to politics or anything else as, like what we say Black people are. But the thing is, like, as Black people can no longer afford that, because what they do is like these talking points or this propaganda. They spread this propaganda and we believe it. because we don't research behind people. Just like with Wiley earlier, when he was talking about Trump help black or poor people. All you got to do is pull it up and you will see all of the different cuts, budget cuts, and all the different things Trump actually did. And see, that's why they have people out here like that saying those things, because they know a lot of us are not going to, what they say, if you want to hide something from a black person, put it in a book. They know that we're not going to research, and we're not going to, we're not going to, get the right information. We're just going to believe what people tell us. We got to stop believing just what anybody tells us, and we have to start doing our research. And when we do our research, then we have to educate those who may not, be able to read or may not be as, competent. We have to, because like back in the day, we had voter registration and we had people going around explaining to people like about, different candidates and their issues and things. But we don't have that today. Like, this last election, I didn't see anybody come around and educate anybody on voting, or even do those voter registration drives that we used to have all the time since civil rights. So, we got to bring a lot of this stuff back, because there are some of our people that need our help, those of us who know. And then we have to don't feel like, I don't care if you got a 5th grade education. If you have a skill and you're able to, you can build the business off of your skill. And then after you build your business off of a skill, what they say, each one teach one, each one reach one. Go help, somebody else to come up. We got to start helping each other, because back in the day, if you didn't have any food where I live or whatever, then, the community would pull together and help.
Right. Yep, you can go down the street to your homegirl house, and her mama will make you a plate.
That's right. We would take care of one another.
And we got to bring that back. And we got to bring back sisterhood too, because what they're doing is they are, it's a reason why they have the gender war thing going on. And it's a reason why, that like all of these talking points against black people, black women are out here, because one of the things, our number stands when it is with black women. The majority, we're talking about black people are the majority, black women are the majority, and that's a dangerous threat to them. Like she was talking about abortion, and they was talking about children, having children. Okay, like in another 5 years, just like look at how often black women have children, and look at how many children are born. And this is another reason why they're killing off. I want to say between the age of 13 to 26 and 27 right now. They're trying to wipe out a whole generation, in front of our face with the music industry. It's a lot of things that we have to pay attention to. And that's because they want to be able to have leverage. They look at things long term. We don't. We look at things short term. Just like we no longer, my great grandfather built for generations. We no longer do that. We don't have life insurance. We don't leave our children anything. We don't leave our children anything. Like business. You should be able to leave a business to your child. You should, just like when you walk into some of these different stores and stuff, you see I want to say Iranians and different people. They have their little kids working behind the cash register at 8, 9, 5. As soon as they can read or write. And that's what we have to do. We have to start steering and training our children and giving them skills outside of just, the normal. And it's nothing wrong with being a rapper or a baseball player or a basketball player or anything like that. It's nothing wrong with that. But we need more scientists. We need more people in all areas and in all fields in order to really have complete leverage. And if we are going to do sports, what's wrong with bringing back like we had back in the day? You know why they got rid of the Negro League? Because we started making more money.
Yeah.
So why would you want to join the LMB league?
Because they're gonna make more money. What they started, like right now, like if we were to start one right now, whoever is the player, they have to realize that they're not gonna get paid the same as if you were to join an NFL or the NFL or the NBA. Just like right now, we have that same issue when it comes down to the HBCUs versus these other colleges. Because, A lot of times, because a lot of times, you know, a lot of people are not getting drafted from, you know, HBCUs or different things, or they don't get like a lot of funding when it comes down to the HBCUs when they're a ball player or whatever. So, you know, we have that. So they choose to go to these other schools instead of supporting the HBCUs. So sometimes we got to, like, all money is not good money.
Right.
Sometimes we got to realize that sometimes that's where that term comes from, sellout, because
Right.
we're taking coins, temporary coins, because temporary coins, and these temporary coins are making us go against ourselves, or making us go against our families, or making us go against the next generation.
Right.
You know, our
And
money
that's
ain't
what a lot
money.
of young people are seeing. That's why that's what I mean. Like when I speak on, like, they kind of just giving up. Like they don't feel like who I vote for is gonna make a matter, like, or a change. They feel like the only thing that's gonna make a change is what I do in my life, like
Right,
personally.
but
Like
they
it
need.
don't matter who I vote for. They feel like all I got to do is go out here and work,
But
and
what
then
we
I'm gonna be
really
straight.
need the younger generation to do is to realize that they need to step up and be leaders as well. We
Right.
don't need no more followers. We need leaders. And I don't care. And then we got to stop like this sexism stuff. You know, like what she was saying earlier, when it comes down to black women, black women are less likely to sell out for the coin because black women care about their children. They care about their mothers. They care about their aunts. They care about their brother. We care across the board.
And we care about
But
everybody. Right.
that's why black women have, like, we've held it down for the black race. And, you know, and so when these men keep blaming us for things, then we have to remind us that black women have held it down. Black women are the most educated. Black women have raised these children, just like I think Jazz was saying earlier. And we have to realize, and that's why they have them out here verbally abusing us and trying to, you know, and trying to demote our self-esteem and things of that nature, because the government knows, and they paid these people to put out these propagandas because they know that our power is within the black woman.
That's right.
The black woman is
The
God.
seed,
Absolutely.
everything about us. Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
So, and we need sisterhood. We got to bring
Right,
back
because it's the women
sisterhood.
too. It ain't just the men down in us. It's these women too. It's like, why are we hating on each other so much?
That's
Like,
right.
why when we
That's
walk
right.
down the
Because
street,
they've
you
been
got a
taught
mug?
that.
Like, what's wrong with smiling and saying, "Hey, I speak to all people, all women"? You know, like
They've been taught that. Like, what are
right,
you
and I don't
learning?
understand it. It's like,
And
girl, hey,
because
like
a lot
you
of our
speak.
black religions, first of all, what do they say? A woman can't be a leader. A woman can't be
Right.
this. A woman this. So we're taught that. We're taught self-hatred. Black women are taught. And then when we look at TV, the images that we generally see are not images of who we are as natural people. And that's why they be talking about why people want to go get butt lifts and all of that.
Right, because that's
the
what the
media,
men like. They
and that's
want to try and get a
because
man.
media has created a false sense of beauty. You know,
Right.
like beauty is no longer like a natural thing.
And
You know,
beauty was supposed to only be natural. You were only beautiful if you were naturally beautiful. You weren't
Well,
considered
getting a
beautiful if you had
BBL
a ton of makeup with a 24-inch lace front, or 2-inch long nails. That wasn't considered beauty. That's considered clown makeup, and you playing dress up. Like,
well,
beauty
in
was
all
natural.
cultures, in
No
all cultures,
makeup.
there's a standard of beauty. In Africa, it can entail a scarification or tattooing. In the Samoan culture, their royals are tatted. The men are tatted up from the waist down to the top of their knees with their marks. I mean, beauty is truly in the eye of the beholder.
Right.
And I don't clown anybody or get mad at anybody who feels like they want to do this or that. I don't ever have to worry about a BBL because the Lord blessed me with that. What I see are white women who, what I have seen is that over the years, somehow a fat butt on a white woman is more beautiful than it is on a sister
black
who's
woman,
naturally
right.
endowed. And
And
then
it's
we have
natural
the
for us. Like,
Kardashians.
how is it not like, yeah, that's crazy.
Everybody is pulling for the Kardashians, and these women look like blow-up dolls. They've done everything they could so that their bodies would look like our bodies.
Even their faces, they made their noses smaller because they had the big Armenian nose. They made their lips bigger because they had little thin lips. They changed everything about them. They age horribly, so they get facelifts every 5 years. It's crazy.
And we
So
need for our Black men to
I
stop
once heard
transferring our
a
Black money
young
outside of our Black communities. Because and this is no disrespect or no towards interracial people at all. But
right.
at the same token, when you have a child of a different race, or you marry somebody of a different race, and you pass, and you're rich, and you pass, that money is no longer within our Black community, and that happens too much. We have too many NBA, too many NFL, too
That's
many
right.
rich people who do not marry Black and stay married to Black women and transfer their wealth back into the Black community.
That's right. That's the truth.
You
In the
absolutely right.
NFL, you'd be hard pressed to find a Black wife, However, I just want us not to give up. I am confident that the younger people that are coming up now are going to do very, very well. We could see that when the Parkland children pulled that fabulous protest for gun violence in DC. I'm confident that this younger generation is alert. They know what they want to do. And it will get done. I'm just really encouraged by that. Y'all will get it done.
Another thing that we have to watch out is distractions. They have love and hip hop and all of this dysfunction and these dysfunctional things. This media, just like how, a lot of people want to argue, they want to call people names, they want to do the most derogatory things amongst Black people. They want to promote that behavior because they don't want us to get along. They want us to feel like that is how we should act.
Thank you so much.
And instead, we should be on here talking about things like this. We should be on here talking about things that will help us to progress, because we have media. We have access to millions of people on social media, yet we're using social media for the wrong things. We're not using it to build each other up and for progress. We're using it to tear each other down.
Right. Yeah, you're right
That's
about that.
right. So we are thankful for young people like I am. I'm thankful for all of you. I really am, because I'm probably one of the oldest people on this chat.
Probably
I ain't gonna tell you how old because ain't none of your business, but I just want you to know that I am not a square. I have been around the block many, many, many times, and I speak on things that I know about, not what I heard. And so we know what we must do. Now we have to be about it. We know what we must do. With dynamic young women like you in your community, you all can get it done.
Because Lush, you're a leader. I can, from everything that you've been saying, you're a leader. So it's like time for you to not sit back and look around and say, what are we going to do? You have to start saying, I'm going to come up with a plan, and what am I going to do? In the Black conscious community, although most of them don't be doing nothing, we're always asking, what are you doing for your community? You know, like when people complain, and when people have all these negative talking points, ask them, what are they doing for their family?
And I feel like that's why I have so many negative points, because of the work that I'm doing. And it's almost not like feeling like it's in vain, but it's almost
you're
like,
a little discouraged.
What do I do differently? Because you're getting the same result. Like, I'm talking to kids that go to, like Washington High, Doug, and a lot of different high schools around that are kind of like in not the hoodest areas, but these kids do not care about that. You know what I'm saying? It don't matter how you try to break it down to them, no matter how, even though I know there are a lot of kids, younger kids that do care and, are thinking about their future. There are a lot that I have seen, especially mainly the young men, the boys, only thing they thinking about is money, cars, and clothes. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it's like, what do you do to bring them,
may I make a suggestion? Here's what I would do. I wouldn't stop talking to them. I would put my energy and focus truly in those that do get it and do understand. And I wouldn't stop talking to the ones that's only talking about clothes and shoes and whatnot, because whatever happens in our community happens because of the activists, and they will benefit from it. So I know how you feel. I've been there. I just want you not to get discouraged. You keep doing what you're doing, because one day, one of those very ones
are gonna step
wasn't
you and they're gonna tell you it's
is
because
gonna
of
come
you.
and say, you know, sister, you know, when you were talking about that blah 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 blah, one of these days, focus on the ones that do get it, because young people can take the message back to those that ain't listening to you. They can help. We need to just not give up. That's what happens. We give up too easily. We have a moment when we are out in the streets and we're doing the damn thing, and then we get distracted and stop.
And we have a monkey see, monkey do culture, unfortunately, but we can change that as well. So let's use that. Let's take advantage of that monkey see and monkey do culture. Let's, like, the more people that we can get to do it, the more people that start doing it, the more, the more that, we'll start to change. Just like with anything else, it's trends. So, like, we have to make being more politically aware, more economically aware, and, more legally aware. We have to make it a trend.
Right. Because those ones that's buying clothes and shoes, girl, you have to
right. And see, that's my problem. Those are the ones I'm trying to really, get, like, it's like, we need y'all. Like,
how about this? Why don't you talk to them about something they might be interested in? Talk to them about Bitcoin. Talk to them about
that's the only thing they want
money.
to talk about, how I can make some fast money.
Yeah, invest. Well, then invest. You gotta invest.
But then they don't even want to listen to what it takes to invest. You see what I'm saying?
But keep on talking.
Saying, though.
Keep on talking.
Waste my time on it.
Keep on talking. Don't give up.
At a young age, and see, that's another thing, we don't get started at a young enough age. Like, just like if we would start
what I've
our
been
children
trying to do. I've been trying to teach them about credit, get in the house, and business,
and then
starting
start
the
them
business.
off.
It's so easy. They
show them how they can start,
but it's way easier than what they think. But they don't want to hear all that.
They'll hear it in a minute. Don't stop. They'll hear it when they see somebody else who's now they're talking about NFTs, non-fungible tokens. These are people that put $100 painting up and now got $66 million.
And they can build their own video game. Like, they're buying video games, playing video games.
And it's for artists.
You can learn about coding online. They can learn about coding with their extra time and build their own video game and become a millionaire overnight. And it's legal. They don't have to worry about getting shot.
Don't give up. If you gotta shout it out to an empty room, don't give up. Don't give up on them. You keep talking about it, because this one day they gonna come and see something just to shut your mouth. They're gonna come and say, "Oh shit, I'm gonna go and do this because she ain't gonna leave me alone."
Right.
And once you can show them how this will impact their lives, they will come. They will come and they will follow. We just can't give up. That's all.
We didn't put
that's all I can say.
Yeah, because
we didn't put ourselves in this position overnight.
I'm like, I ain't your mama. I'm just trying to teach you something.
And we didn't put ourselves in this position overnight. Therefore, it's not going to be completely corrected overnight as well. Sometimes things take time, but we have to keep putting our best foot forward. We have to keep making those steps. We have to keep moving forward. That's the thing. We got to keep on moving.
Right.
If you get tired, sit down, take a break, then get up and get back at it.
Right.
Because the children today they get instant food. You can turn on a microwave and have an 8-course meal in 5 minutes. They are in an instant society.
Right.
They want things quickly. Well, there are ways for you to do that.
But they say what fast?
Invest in Ethereum. Learn how to trade foreign currencies.
And fast, like when you sped up like that, that's also speeding up your lifespan.
Right.
So tell them they might want to slow it down.
Right.
Yeah. And not just because you're going to get the money and then pull it out and do something stupid with it.
Right.
Get involved in something that's going to hold value. That would be land.
And I'm trying to get people to challenge the music, these these recording labels, these music labels, because a lot of Black people seem to think when you say the music industry that that's other people outside of our race. No, the majority of these Black music labels are owned by Black people, by Black men.
That's how rap got started with Russell Simmons. White boys didn't want to touch it.
And Jay Prince
started making money, and then they have a takeover spirit. They got in and took over.
Right, Jay Prince, and then Jay-Z, and then half of these old rappers and old musicians, now they have their own record labels and things. So these are not, people outside of our race when we're talking about the music industry promoting dysfunction, death, and all of this stuff. These are some of our own people.
Right.
We have to challenge them. We have to hold them accountable. We have to start holding that, just like he was talking about now with Leonard earlier. He was talking about you have to make right choices. It's not that. Yes, Black women do need to start. Black women should, be very, be very careful about who they choose to lay down with. Definitely. But at the same token, I was like, why aren't you holding these fathers accountable? Because just because you're not in the home don't mean that you can't raise and you can't, guide, and you can't be a parent to your children. They're always using that as an excuse, but you're still a parent. They have a lot of co-parenting situations that work out as well. We got to start holding these people accountable. No, we're not. It's not okay. We're not going to excuse no longer or look over no longer you being a poor parent, you being a poor daddy, you going to jail and not thinking about your kids, because the choice, like when they get out here and they do certain things and they have children, they need to think about the fact that when they go to jail, it's not just hurting them, it's hurting their children as well.
Right. And that's the bigger picture.
So I think we've done. So this has been a great conversation. It has settled down so that we can actually hear what one another are saying. I was looking for Conscious last night and I didn't see him. So when I got on, y'all had already been at it for 5 hours. Because I enjoy the late night sessions that he has. I would like to say here and right now that you're welcome to my Gmail information. And if all I can do is send you a word of encouragement, I'd be willing to do that. It's JAZZYJACE@Gmail. It's jazzyjace@gmail.com to keep you all keep going. Because we can only put one foot in front of the other. Let's just make a decision today that we are going to do or continue to do the things that we're doing in our neighborhoods, that we're going to continue to go out and spread the message of unity to those who would be willing to, because we have to have unity in this community. We have to have acceptance in the Black community, because we are not, as I've heard tonight, we're not a monolith. Our community is filled with all kinds of diversity. Right. And each diverse group has something they can bring to the table that can move us forward. So,
and I would love for you to come on, and please, by all means, come on to Conscious panel one day, if you could schedule it with him, and talk about grants and different things of that nature, because that is really vital.
Yes, it is. There's money out there. There is.
Yeah, we need to get that money off that flow.
That's right. It'll fund your businesses, and some of the requirements are pretty lax. I mean, if you get a large grant, there will be audits from time to time. However, some of the rules, or the main rule, is that you're using the grant for what you submitted it for. And if it's for your business, you'll have administrative costs. You'll have travel, you have phone, you'll have events. I mean, there are many things that money will go toward, networking, building your all of that. So, yeah,
and receipt keeping, good receipt keeping.
Keep receipt, keep the paper, because people love paper. People don't know. I don't care how much electronic stuff is out there. Keep your paper, because that is your trail. That's how you can prove what you were doing with the money. So yeah, I'd be happy to do that. That's not an issue. I love this young man. I love what he is doing. He's probably asleep right now. I love what he's
email him or contact him because like y'all put a 1 in the chat if y'all want Jazzy to come back and talk to us about grants, because like I think that I'm just saying, I think a lot of people are interested in hearing about these grants. So if y'all are interested in Jazzy coming back to talk to us about grants and how to go about getting a grant and different things of that nature, y'all put a 1 in the chat, because I want like her to know how important or how much we want this, because I really want her to get with Consciouztv, because you were talking about, like, we're looking into the cannabis and things of that nature. And so I wrote down your email, and I most definitely am gonna be contacting you in the near future.
Sure, be my pleasure. Be my pleasure. And it's up to Davion what he wants to do. But I'm open to come on at any at a time that is mutually good for us, and we can talk about it, because there are some grants that are so easy, because it's only a 1-page form that you have to fill out in order to get money. And then there's those that have some stricter rules, but it goes from the very simple to the very complex.
Have you heard about the Black Farmers Act?
Yes, I have.
What do you know about that? Well, it hasn't passed yet, has it?
No, not to my knowledge, but I'm confident that it will. And it has to do with Black farmers being left out of the equation in terms of monies that are being invested into farming. Black farmers weren't getting any of the money, and if they were getting it, they were getting very low amounts. But the reason that it's on the table is because it's security that they will be included in whatever monies that are dispensed by the federal or state government, that because they're farmers also. I have a friend who got a law on the books regarding, I'm a vocal musician. I've sung with some very famous people, and a friend of mine put on the books that the white promoters who were promoting all the rock shows and keeping Black promoters out of it can no longer do that. My friend sued on behalf of all Black promoters. Some of them were talking that they didn't want this and they didn't want that. You know how we do. He don't represent me, blah, blah, blah. But in the end, when he prevailed, all of a sudden, it was cool. He was cool. So the Black Farmers Act is first, you get to the point where you in the 21st century, why are we still fighting to vote? Why are we still, as Black farmers, being excluded out of the farming community? You know what I mean? It's like, it just almost feels as if it's a shame that we're even having to discuss this.
But because we're not keeping our momentum going. If we had kept our same momentum from the civil rights era, then we would be a lot farther ahead. But what they did was they sent out, in the conscious community, COINTELPRO, to mislead, misguide, and misinform us. And that, and so we've been on this whole rant for about 20, 30 years now, or better.
Yeah, they've had Black people who were getting, it's called meritorious manumissions, which means that they would employ Black people to get involved in Black organizations, and they were moles. So they would go back to white guy or white organization and tell them what we were doing within our groups, and it's called meritorious manumission. They were paid to go against their own communities. They don't talk about how Black soldiers fought in the Civil War as well to keep. They don't talk about, and they were successful. My uncle was a red tail. He was the Tuskegee Airman. They were some badasses in the air, you know. So I was pleased with the Black Lives Matter movement last year when George Floyd was killed. I was pleased, and I'm hoping that we don't get distracted and that it sort of dissolves, because that was civil rights 2.0 in action. But we also have to address and become equally as furious when one of ours kills one of ours. We have to be
because if we don't care about, because that's the first thing they're looking at it like we don't care. Because, you know, like when we kill one of each other, we just, you know, like we just throw that under the rug or whatever. But then we want to be outraged when they kill one of us. And I'm not saying it, and you know, we're killing each other in bigger numbers, in larger numbers. Like, you know, like, and I'm talking about 30 to 1, 50 to 1. You know, we're killing each other in much, and probably a bigger gap than that. But you know, yes, so that makes a difference, because that shows them how we feel about ourselves.
That's right. So we can all agree that in order for us to truly be a community, we're going to have to come together. We're going to have to listen to one another, whether we agree with them or not. That we need to find more commonality than we do about how different we are than each other. That's what we have to do. And I know that it's entirely possible. If Black Wall Street happened back in the 20s and 30s, it can happen again with us. It can happen again. We just have to make that our focus and our mission.
Exactly. And I want to point out something else that I read, because I read some of the Black Farmers Act and I liked it. And that's why I asked you about it, because I almost was like, whoa, this is too good to be true. But they're actually in that, it actually states that, you know, because we have land, but it actually states that they would even help, you know, people, Black people buy land. And to me, the qualifications, like when I read the qualifications, basically it just states that you have to be Black and a citizen, almost.
Yep. And that was one of the brilliant parts of Stacey Abrams' campaign. She went to the Black Belt. She went out to farmers who live on that Tennessee border, on that Mississippi border, on that Alabama border. She went out and registered those people to vote. Many of them didn't even know they could vote. So that's why they're angry with Mother Abrams. It's because she goes into all the areas, even the ones that she knew weren't going to vote for her, but she was able to listen to them. She was able to relate to them. And I'm sure that she pulled some votes from those people as well. So,
and y'all stop letting these Black men talk us against any Black woman that's in power. Because just like they talk bad about Oprah, but just like she said, Oprah she gives out private grants. Yes. She gives people, and that's from her own funding. Just like, you know, they're talking about Kamala, any Black woman that gets in politics or power, they're gonna find something derogatory to say about her. Even the president's wife, what was her name? The Obama's wife, Michelle Obama, who is from O Block, who's from Parkway Gardens in Chicago, who's from the hood. They even found bad things to say about her. But we gotta stop letting these what you call them,
meritorious manumission.
Yeah, I wrote it down. I don't know if I'm gonna go back and get that, because I write things down. I research and I like education. But we gotta stop letting these people run this propaganda on us, and not, because it's for a reason. If somebody's out there pushing something, pushing, they're pushing it for a reason. And a lot of times it don't have nothing to do with the cause or us as a people. A lot of times it has something to do with them filling their own pockets.
Yep.
We got to start researching and stop believing and stop running with propaganda. Ask these people what has, well, and then look it up. If they tell you somebody did something for us, then look it up to see if it's true. If they tell you that somebody didn't do anything, then look it up to see if it's true. Because just like she was saying, Obama gave us what they call Obamacare, which is the Affordable Care Act. A lot of Black people, a lot of poor people wouldn't have insurance if it wasn't for that.
Right. That's
and then
right.
a lot of people got their Medicare, what do you call it, payment, or what do you call that? A lot of people have to pay, like people on Medicare have to pay for Medicare. A lot of people, because of that because of the Affordable Care Act, that in some states that is waived. So, like Obama did a lot for us, so don't stop letting people say
he had to do it by executive order because he had a Republican racist Senate and a House. And it's amazing that he was able to get anything done. And that was he was doing it by executive order. And that was when McConnell came up talking about he's not a king, he's not a this, he's not a that. But they didn't stop Trump from undoing those things.
And they're dogging Oprah out here because she's a rich Black woman. But they're not saying anything about Jay-Z, who's also a millionaire. They're not saying anything about Michael Jordan, who's also a millionaire and has many times gone against his own people, down to, marrying outside, divorcing his Black wife and marrying outside of the race. So, start questioning, why are these people saying it and what are they saying? And notice any Black person that gets up that actually tries to help Black people, those are the people that they're going to come and start saying negative things about. Like they're trying to say negative things about Martin Luther King. And then they're lifting up Malcolm X. Malcolm X was a speaker. He didn't get any laws changed. He didn't get anything. He was a talker. Yes, he talked well. He was a great motivator, but he didn't get any laws changed. Martin Luther King, he's the reason why we have the Fair Housing Act. Martin Luther King is the reason why we have the 1968 Civil Rights Act. So we have to look at things like that. And why are they saying? Because what they call the conscious community is not so conscious. And whenever they see that people actually have a voice, or that people can actually draw together our crowd, a lot of times that's where they're gonna go to mislead us. So we have to start watching out for those things and screening people, people a lot
Well,
better.
my thought is, if we weren't so powerful, why are the politicians, the powers that be, so busy attempting to stop us from doing things? That's because they know we hold the power.
And they
we
spend
have to
a lot
know
of
we
money
hold
to
the
do
power.
it.
That's
They
right.
are spending a lot of money to mislead us because they know our power. We don't know our power.
Exactly.
And I guess, I don't know, like conscious, I don't, like we're slowing down and I'm enjoying the talk or whatever,
Yes, it's noontime.
I know. And so like
hey you guys, I'm still here and I do have to
9.5 hours more than that. So I really have some business I need to take care of. You have my Gmail address. By all means, reach out to me. I enjoy coming on his panels because there are a lot of thoughtful, thoughtful debates. He doesn't get people on here who are, well, maybe occasionally.
Right.
But for the most part, there is a lot of thoughtful dialogue. However, I want us to do more than talk about it. I want us to be about it. And it's going to take each of us to do whatever we can do. Don't get overwhelmed by what someone else isn't doing. Let's focus on what is. Let's focus on what we are doing to make it a better place for our people, because we're the ones that are going to have to do it. We can't expect anyone else to do it for us.
And Conscious, can you bring her on, please, to talk to us about grants?
Yes.
Thank you, and thank you so much. This was fire. I enjoyed the heck out of this.
Look, all y'all are
I
damn
appreciate
near,
everyone.
all of y'all are damn near related at this point, honey. We blood kin at this damn point. Y'all are amazing. I don't even have words to describe.
Yes, we got to do this again. We got to do it again.
Y'all are the most passionate group of people I've ever met in my entire life, honey. We clearly all are committed, honey. No, but I thank y'all so much. We would definitely do a show about that. Just make sure to leave me like a comment or an email, so that, because I know a few people had wanted us to come back and do various things, but just send me an email just in case. But I love you guys. I thank you guys so much. Thank y'all for blessing my panel and for just doing the work. So much great information and perspective, and it all just happened here. My brain has turned to jelly, so I can really focus. But thank y'all. I love y'all.
All right, you have a good rest of the day, everyone.
Yes, everyone, go in peace.
Too.
All right.
Peace. Love everybody.
All right, y'all.
Love you too.
Love y'all.
We're out.
Y'all, that's it. Good day. Goodbye.